I spoke to a guy in Cambridge who wasn't sure what he thought about abortion. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad. We went through the human rights arguments, and I asked him, shouldn't all human beings get human rights? He agreed that they should, but he wasn't sure when that human life began. I said, if two human beings reproduce, doesn't that mean that they will have another human being? He agreed that they would, but still wasn't completely convinced. I pointed over to where my fellow activist had her 1-year-old daughter, and she was also holding a picture of a 24-week-old aborted baby. I said, do you think it would have been okay to kill her 1 year ago, which is completely legal in Canada for her to have been killed the day before she was born? He agreed that this would have been really wrong. And by the end of our conversation, he said that abortion was never okay.
While doing Choice Jane in Hamilton, I spoke with a woman who told me that abortion was necessary in the case of sexual assault. I agreed with her that that was a terrible injustice that we need to punish. Then I asked her, what is the difference between a baby conceived in sexual assault and a baby that was conceived in normal circumstances? After talking about human rights for a little more, she agreed with me that abortion was a terrible evil and that it was never okay.
I spoke with a student who told me that he didn't have an opinion on abortion because he felt that he wasn't sufficiently educated on the topic. So we discussed human rights for all human beings, and at one point I asked him, if we know from science that humans can only reproduce other living humans, and if we know that abortion kills those human beings, wouldn't that make abortion a human rights violation? He thought about that and said, wow, that makes so much sense the way you just explained that. You really got me there, because I was just thinking about how human rights should be for all human beings. He left the conversation agreeing that abortion is wrong because it's a human rights violation.
Last week at a choice chain in Woodstock, I talked to an older gentleman who told me that he did not know what to think about abortion. Asking him to open the pamphlet I just handed him, I said, if you look at the image of the abortion inside, what do you think? Do you think this is okay? He looked at it for a couple minutes and said, no, I don't think that abortion is ever okay.
During choice train, I was talking to a guy in his early 20s, and he told me he thought abortion should be a woman's choice. I pointed to the sign I was holding and asked him, do you think we should be allowed to do this to other people? That it should be our choice? He looked at the sign and said, no, I guess not. We can't do that, that's wrong. He then walked across the street and told another team member that he was going to read the pamphlet and rethink his position on abortion.
I talked to a young woman at Mount Royal University while doing choice chain. She told me that she saw both sides of the abortion debate. She didn't personally like abortion, but she thought that if somebody else wanted to have an abortion, they should be allowed to make that choice. We talked about the humanity of the preborn. We talked about whether all humans should get human rights. And towards the end of the conversation, I asked her, would you ever say to somebody, I'm against killing innocent born humans, but if somebody else wants to kill an innocent born human, they should be allowed to do that? She said, no, that's crazy. So I asked her, what then is the difference between that and saying, I don't like the idea of killing an innocent preborn human. If somebody else wants to kill an innocent preborn human, they should be allowed to do that. She thought about it for a moment and thanked me, and said that she was now completely against abortion in all circumstances.
Yesterday, while doing Choice Chain in London, I met a young woman named Rachel. She told me that as she approached our intersection, she was horrified by the pictures on the signs that we were holding. When I asked her what she thought about abortion, she said she wasn't sure yet. We talked through a little bit about human rights, and we looked closer at the pictures that she found so horrifying. And she told me that in the end, it was the pictures that changed her mind in just showing her the reality of how awful abortion was. She thanked me for our conversation and asked for another pamphlet so she could show her sister.
Welcome everybody to the CCBR Giving Tuesday live stream event. Thank you for joining us. We are looking forward to all the many topics that we have today. In this broadcast today, we're actually looking to raise, we have a goal of $40,000 towards our Giving Tuesday campaign. And we are well on our way there. We're about 40% of our way to our goal. And so we ask that you consider supporting us through this campaign. To start things off, I am going to introduce you. We're going to bring in Jonathan Van Maren, and he is going to share with you 2020 year in review for CCBR. Welcome, Jonathan.
Many of you will know that originally CCBR had been planning to go on a cross-country tour. We actually had most of the locations for that tour booked. We had new messaging, we had new signs, not only for on the street level, we had a new postcard designed, we had new signs for our trucks. And we were really, really looking forward to introducing Canada to this new project. But then, as you all know, shortly after our campus tour in February, which had an unprecedented level of recruitment success, we had a huge team of people that were really geared up and looking forward to joining the team. Suddenly, COVID-19 hit, the pandemic started shutting things down. We have offices in 3 provinces, and those offices started experiencing different levels of restrictions. And then, of course, we realized that we couldn't actually do the major summer internships that we were initially planning to do. And so the many, many people who had signed up to work with us for the summer, many of whom are still interested in joining CCBR, joining the team either for another internship or are actually considering coming on staff, could not do that. And so I actually have an incredibly encouraging message for you this afternoon, because I just spent the last couple of weeks gathering the statistics from our team in Vancouver, our team in Calgary, our team in Winnipeg, and our team across Ontario. And the numbers really did blow me away. Our whole team has been working nonstop throughout this year to ensure that despite a COVID-19 pandemic, we absolutely can reach the maximum number of Canadians with the truth about abortion. And through nonstop contingency planning, a lot of creativity and elbow grease, we managed to have a pretty incredible year. So in 2019, our goal for views of abortion victim photography had been 4 million, and we exceeded our goal and reached 4.5 million last year. Those of you who are familiar with the statistical analysis that CCBR independently commissioned to determine the effectiveness of our projects will know that over 65% of people who view an image of an aborted baby feel more negatively about abortion explicitly because of what they saw, not because of conversations, not because of the messaging we have on the postcards or on the signs, just because of what they saw, which is why showing people the truth about abortion is the foundation of CCBR's strategy. And so this year we were very worried in March and April that we weren't going to be able to reach a whole lot of people if we weren't allowed to be on the streets. But I'm incredibly encouraged and excited to announce to all of you today that we actually managed to exceed our 2019 goal this year. And we reached over 4 million views of abortion victim photography across the country. And so despite the fact that so many of our offices had lockdowns, people were working from home for various periods of time, we weren't allowed to do activism on the street for certain periods in different provinces, we still managed to exceed our goal last year. So I'm going to walk you through a whole bunch of the different numbers and then share with you some of the things we were working on during the time when the lockdowns were in effect. So one of the things that many of you will know is that we started to hold a lot of webinars, online training sessions, and taking advantage of the fact that a lot of people were stuck at home and a lot of people were looking for something to do. And so what CCBR wanted to do was to reach as many people as we possibly could, put them through pro-life apologetics training while they were at home, and thus end the lockdown, end this pandemic season, whenever that does end, with a number of fully trained people who had already gone through essentially what amounted to an online internship. So we had over 650 views on our Facebook live streams on pro-life strategy and apologetics. We launched webinars in both the West and the East. Our church series has been used by a number of different churches and groups, and we've even had schools such as Mount Cham Christian School in Chilliwack, BC, run their students through our church series. And our online talks, webinars, and the church series course had a total audience of 6,194, which far exceeded expectations. We were overwhelmed actually by the response and the enthusiasm. And by the end of this year, many of our speakers still have several more presentations yet. I have a couple more before people start breaking for the Christmas holidays. We'll have conducted 70 webinars, and we'll have spoken to audiences in Mexico, Ecuador, the Netherlands, Australia, Austria. And so that's been really exciting. We've also managed to speak with and train leaders in Europe, in the United States, and of course in Canada. And I had the opportunity to speak at the Irish March for Life. I was supposed to speak there in person, but I still got to join their March for Life through this platform. And this combined reached an additional audience of all of our different speakers on all of these different platforms. We had reached an audience of well over 40,000. So because so many people had time to join online pro-life events, to engage with our webinars and our church series, we ended up reaching a substantially larger number of people this year just through our talks than we ever have before. Now, we don't, of course, expect that to continue into the future, because I suspect people are looking forward to getting back to in-person events. I know I certainly am. But in the meantime, we were able to do most of our presentations online. So for myself, I was supposed to be on the road for a couple of weeks this fall, speaking in various venues. Most of my talks didn't get canceled. They got moved online. And so on that note, Blaise Elaine and I had the phenomenal opportunity we both addressed the Canadian Physicians for Life conference for the third year in a row. We're now providing a lot of their apologetics training on both assisted suicide and abortion, which is an incredible opportunity to meet nurses, midwives, doctors, medical students. And we've heard back from medical students that they're taking the arguments that CCBR is providing them at CPL, and they're actually utilizing them in class to persuade their fellow students, and in some instances, in at least 2 instances, even persuading their professors to come over to the pro-life position on some key issues. And so our ability to take the arguments that we use effectively on the street level and to introduce people who are going into the field of medicine is something that we're very, very privileged to be able to do. As I mentioned earlier, we have our international outreach has also gone up. We've had the opportunity beginning a couple of years ago to start working with leaders around the world who are looking at what we're doing here in Canada, and they're looking at our expanding reach. They're looking at our ability to recruit large numbers of young people who, despite the pushback on the streets, are still so willing to come out and do this, not just for one summer, but often for multiple summers, and then often even coming on staff. And so they wanted to know how do we at CCBR actually attract young people, especially considering the fact that so many groups consider our projects to be controversial, and they actually want us to share our tactics with them. And so we've had the opportunity to share our tactics. We actually had several leaders of the organization Pro-Life Europe, which is working with student groups and pro-life organizations right across the continent, fly down to join us in Florida this February to experience our projects and our training firsthand. And as a result of those experiences, we've been working more closely with them and taking some of the most effective strategies and tactics that CCBR uses and transplanting them in many other countries. So I gave you the number 4 million abortion victim photography views. So let me just break down a little bit what those numbers amount to. So although our primary summer internships were shut down, which was obviously a huge disappointment for all of us, we put a lot of work into planning those programs, activism was able to start up. And in each province where CCBR has community groups and where we have offices, we were butting right up against the restrictions. As soon as it was legal to do so, we were out there doing activism and conforming to all of the various restrictions, but ensuring that we were still reaching people with the truth. So with only 2 staff members in Manitoba, we accrued over 500 man hours of activism. With 1 part-time staff member and now another staff member who went on maternity leave in September in Vancouver, we accrued 270 man hours of activism. Throughout the pandemic, our truth trucks were on the road in Toronto, Calgary, and Vancouver. A huge shout out to our truck drivers. They managed to reach an enormous number of people in all of Canada's major cities. We had to adjust our view count, of course, because during the heart of the lockdowns and the restrictions, there was less traffic on the road. But they just they really carried a lot of water for us this time. So if any of you know Jeremy Hughie and or other truck drivers, please reach out to them and let them know how much you appreciate what they've been doing. So in the West, which is BC, Alberta, and Winnipeg, we did Choice Chain, which is our street outreach, over 100 times. More than 25,000 postcards were hand-delivered, even though we had to conform to COVID restrictions. And we managed to knock on over 1,000 doors for face-to-face abortion conversations. At the time, I gathered all these statistics. Over 2,200 man-hours of activism were done despite restrictions, including over 600 Truth Truck hours. And our director of outreach, who you'll be seeing throughout the day, estimates that the West will reach just under 2.3 million views by the end of the year. So moving to the East, for the first time, we had a fall internship operating out of London. There were a lot of people who wanted to do our summer internships, who were really interested in still getting involved in doing a program. And so we had a fall internship operating out of London, and we managed to reach a huge percentage of the population there. It was a very successful internship. Those who took the internship were, despite the cold, despite the fact that it was fall, not summer, despite the fact that there was a lot of restrictions placed on how we could interact with people, they had a phenomenal experience. And we basically had 1.8 million, just over 1.8 million views in the East. Our 8-month internship, which was cut short in April due to the lockdowns, accrued 47,778 views. Our truck, again, this is a shout out to Jer Hugim, had over 1.1 million views. And the London internship, which just ended last week, accrued 370,455 views. And here's another one of the surprising statistics that I found that are really encouraging, especially considering how chaotic this year was and how many of our plans we had to cancel. We've actually seen an increase in the community groups that have been forming and staying busy throughout the pandemic. So we've got community groups in the East here operating in Oxford, Windsor, and Hamilton, and several other cities across the province. And they achieved a total of 150,555 views, which is an increase year over year of 100,000, even with the shutdown due to growth, as well as the addition of Waterloo Region Against Abortion. The London internship, which ran throughout the fall, totaled approximately 2,500 man-hours of activism. So to encourage all of you who support CCBR, the reason I provide the number in man-hours is because that gives you an idea of people out on the streets, going door to door, delivering postcards, doing Choice Chain, doing all these projects, and the number of man-hours that we can do on the streets reaching the public based on your support. I think these numbers are phenomenal, and I'm really grateful that we actually managed to exceed our 2019 goal of 4 million, even while we were canceling our big projects and even while we were sort of coming up with contingency plans to figure out how do we reach the Canadian public despite all of this. Because CCBR has faced roadblocks in the past. There's been groups that oppose us. We've had difficulty in different cities just trying to figure out our way around bylaws and restrictions. And so we approached the pandemic and the restrictions the same way we would approach anything else. It's okay. Here's a barrier to us getting to the Canadian public with the truth about abortion. But everybody who supports us, our entire team, we exist to reach the public with the truth. So what are we going to do to get around those restrictions? And so this year we actually managed to do that, despite the fact that the barriers were much more difficult than in past years. These statistics, by the way, just to give you an idea of how I calculate the numbers, is what I always do is I add up all the numbers from all of our different projects, and then I always shave some off the top to ensure that the number I'm giving you is 100% accurate. So the number of just over 4 million views of abortion victim photography doesn't actually include, for example, the 2 weeks of campus activism we did in February, which would be tens of thousands of more views. And I've actually subtracted views just to be 100% certain that the number that I'm giving you is a lowball number. In all likelihood, the number I'm giving you is 100,000 or more higher. But just to ensure you can absolutely trust that the numbers that we're giving you are absolutely what we're accomplishing, that's kind of how I do that calculation. So we're hoping to get another community group started in Montreal soon. And I just want to walk through a couple of projects that we worked on during the period of lockdown when we weren't allowed to go to our offices and when we couldn't be on the streets. So you'll be hearing about the podcast that we launched, hosted by Peter Boss and Cam Cote later. So I think that's a really phenomenal project. I think it's been enormously helpful in reaching people and basically helping to train people on on how to be a good conversationalist on the abortion issue. But I won't steal their thunder, so I'll ignore that section of my notes and let them cover that later. But another one of the projects that we worked on during lockdown, which those of you who listened to our last live stream might be familiar with, is a book tentatively titled A Mom's Guide to Raising Pro-Life Kids, or more accurately, A Parent's Guide to Raising Pro-Life Kids, which Micah Rosendahl and my wife Charmaine Van Maren have been working on now for several months. And the reason that we launched this is because so often at our presentations, people will ask us, okay, but I'm at home with my family, I can't maybe go to Choice Chain or deliver postcards. So what can I do? And our response often is, well, the thing that you can do is to raise your family. Having kids is the most pro-life thing you can do. But there's a slight amendment to that, because raising pro-life kids is the most pro-life thing you can do. We see from statistical data that huge numbers of children leaving pro-life homes who haven't really been taught anything about the issue end up losing their pro-life convictions once they enter university, which is why campuses are such an important place to do pro-life outreach. And so the first draft is complete. I've already obviously read through it. I think it's true. I think it's a really phenomenal resource. And it's one of those resources we've always wanted to have the time to work on, but we're so busy with other things that we didn't have time. And so now, the very first week that we had to be locked down for a while, we sat down. We said, okay, so we need to use this opportunity to create a new resource, to work on some projects. What is something we've wanted to do that we now have time to do? And that was this resource. And I really do think it's going to be a groundbreaking resource. It does not exist yet. The first draft is phenomenal, and it's going to get better. And so I'm really looking forward to that. Just to blitz through a couple of other numbers for you before I turn it over to the next presenter. CCBR also experimented with online outreach during this period. So you can ask Peter Boss about this in the comment section when he comes on, but he experimented with some different social media platforms. And just to give you a bit of an idea, our CCBR Facebook reach reached 490,782, a number which more than quadruples if we factor in the Bridgehead social media stats. Instagram reach, 129,000. Twitter reach, 139,446. And TikTok reach was 2,971,342 for a total social media reach of 3,730,570. Now, those numbers are great. We needed to, of course, find out ways to reach people where they were at when everybody was indoors. And we're going to continue doing social media outreach, but this is not something, if you're wondering, if CCBR is going to be pouring enormous resources into online outreach. We are very hesitant to do that. And the key reason for that is all of CCBR's projects are poll tested. So when we tell you we've reached people with views of abortion victim photography, all the projects that we're doing on the ground have been tested by an independent polling agency, and statistical analysis was done on that data by somebody independent of CCBR who actually works at a university in Texas. And so social media, it's great for reach, and 3.7 million is an incredibly impressive number, but we don't quite know what the full impact of that is. It could be, the impact could be great. The impact could not be great. We just don't know. And we are really laser focused at CCBR on essentially engaging in projects that we can actually measure the impact of, to ensure that every supporter dollar and of course all of our time is being used wisely and effectively, because we're in this to actually change hearts and minds, and all of our projects have to measurably do that in some form. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next speaker. I hope you feel really encouraged by everything I've just shared with you. I was really encouraged by the numbers, and I wasn't sure what the numbers were going to look like. I knew that every single opportunity we had for activism and outreach, we were on it. We were going to use it. But at the end of the day, the fact that we exceeded our goal last year when we had no pandemic and we were running a summer internship, just due to the sheer amount of time a lot of the activists poured into it, due to, again, contingency planning, and due to a lot of creativity. I'm really encouraged by these numbers, and I hope that all of you are very encouraged by these numbers as well.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. We are looking forward to more great sessions today. And on the lines of social media, we have some new social media stars to the platforms. We've got Cam Cote and we've got Peter Boss of the Pro-Life Guys. And so we're going to let them share with you what they have been up to.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Pro-Life Guys podcast session. Who are we? We are two guys who are passionate about ending the killing of preborn children in Canada. And this podcast that we started not too long ago, is dedicated to giving you the tools you need to change minds and save lives from abortion. My name is Peter. I'm the host of the show. And like every time on the podcast, like every single episode, I am joined by the one, the only, Cameron Cote. Hello, sir.
Hey, Peter, I am fired up to be here. I am totally psyched to be part of the show, and I am incredibly excited to be part of this live stream where we are raising funds and awareness about CCBR so that we can reach more people through the podcast and through CCBR's outreach across Canada and the impact that we're having around the world. Super fired up to be here.
Yeah, that's sweet. It's always good to be in studio with you, sir, even though we are on opposite sides of the country. But let's kick things off. People have asked me, people have asked you, people have asked our staff here at CCBR, why did we start a podcast? Is it just, to get some fame? What is it, sir? What's the reason we started this podcast?
So in a lot of ways, I feel like I can trace my own podcast journey back to 2013, though I didn't know it at the time, when I gave an apologetics workshop to the 40 Days for Life group in Victoria, British Columbia. And that workshop was about 3 hours and 45 minutes long. And the people were begging me to finish and just stop talking. And what I realized then is that we have an awful lot to talk about. We have a lot of insight that the team has gathered from tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of conversations. And it is a podcast that people have been asking for in one way or another through presentations like mine that was way, way too long and tried to cover way too much content, or other people who are just interested in learning more about the 201, 301, 401 levels of how to have mind-changing and life-saving conversations about abortion. People just want to hear more and more content so they can have good examples for how they can have conversations within their daily life.
Yeah, that's right. And that really ties into what this podcast is all about, or what you can expect when you tune in. Every single week, we have episodes drop every single Tuesday morning. We had one drop this morning, which was really, really good. I don't know if our friend Loretta can put up the banner to show you the conversation that we had, and the handsome person that we had a conversation with, Mr. Samuel Say. But yeah, that's what you can expect on the podcast. We discuss comprehensive, time-tested apologetics that we use when we're on the streets. Time-tested because we at CCBR have used them for at least a decade now on the streets, having thousands upon thousands of conversations. What we want to do is provide in-depth analysis on some of the leading pro-abortion arguments. I know you hear them. I know I hear them. Cam, you hear them all the time, whether it be on the news, whether it be at family Thanksgiving dinner, if that's what you talk about at your family Thanksgiving dinner. But we hear these pro-abortion arguments, and so we give you some analysis on these pro-abortion arguments. We have interviews and conversations with some leaders in the pro-life movement, some phenomenal people we have been able to have a conversation with. We share stories of the thousands upon thousands of conversations we've had on the streets. If you talk to Cam, he will tell you that he has had roughly 10,000 conversations with people in the last decade. I believe it's closer to 13,000. I haven't counted mine. Perhaps it's close to maybe 4,000 or 5,000, so a little bit less than Cam's, but certainly a lot of conversations. So we like to share some of the stories that we have that we've had with people on the streets. And I think one thing that really highlights a key component or a characteristic of our podcast is we're not the podcast that's going to be like the pro-life guys debunk you, or Cameron Cote comes out with this amazing argument, pwns you, and pwns abortion activists. That's absolutely not what we want to do. What we want to do is give you the apologetic tools that we use, the apologetic tools that have been used time and again on the streets, and that we have seen used to change minds and save real lives from abortion, save preborn children, little boys and little girls from abortion. And so we want to give you these tools so that when you have an opportunity to have a conversation about abortion, maybe you're not doing the kind of work that we are doing, but perhaps you are most certainly in a barber's chair or talking to a friend or something, and this conversation comes up. It's happened to the best of us, and we want to equip you so that you know how to have good and meaningful and winsome conversations about the topic of abortion. Cam, I have this problem almost every time. Just feel like I need to talk way too much. I'll give it right back to you, sir. Anything else? Anything else that this podcast is about?
Oh, so many things. I find it interesting that you mentioned the barber's chair, because I don't know the last time you were in a barber's chair, just looking at the sick flow that you got going on there. But in reality, a lot of people that I've talked to have given me the impression that they think that conversations are not for them. They say, you know what, I'm so glad that you guys at CCBR are doing what you're doing. I'm so glad there are more and more young people coming and doing your Florida mission trips and doing your internships and all that kind of thing. But you know what? It's just not for me. I don't think that I can have good conversations. I'm far too emotional. I'm far too logical. I'm far too this, far too that. And as I mean, it is kind of edifying to be like, oh, wow, yeah, I'm actually really good at something. On the flip side, we are absolutely not superheroes in any particular way. We
That's right.
are two regular guys that have had an awful lot of experience. We've made a lot of mistakes in conversations. By God's grace, we've been able to have some really productive conversations as well. And we want to help show you that you can have those exact same conversations. This is not something that is exclusive to people who have dedicated years and years and years to study. This is not exclusive to people who have degrees in pro-life apologetics, or I don't even know where you would get that degree. Actually, I do know, and that's a spoiler alert for one of the upcoming sessions, actually. However, I digress. This show is all about equipping you with the tools that you can use. And maybe, like Peter said, maybe you're joining for Choice Jane in London, Ontario. Maybe you're joining for door knocking in Winnipeg. Maybe you're joining for formal activism that we're doing countrywide. Maybe you're helping to lead or start a new activism group and you want to bring in CCBR's projects and apologetics content. But maybe, like Peter said, you're just having those quick conversations. We're planning bit of a spoiler alert. The next episode we're doing next Tuesday, we're going to launch an episode that is going to cover how you can have productive but still manageable conversations with friends and family members over Christmas. Obviously, there's a lot going on at Christmas, especially this year with all of the pandemic restrictions and higher stress and higher emotions and all that kind of thing. And yet, when we consider the urgency that there is, and also the fact that many of you are doing a ton of pro-life outreach already, what are you supposed to say when your aunt says, "Hey, what have you been up to this year? What is the highlight of your year?" Are you supposed to pretend that saving that baby while doing Choice Chain wasn't the highlight of your year? Are you supposed to say that doing all of this incredible activism with CCBR isn't a mainstay in your Saturday schedule? No. How do you have good conversations, even with friends and family members, where it's just different than talking to somebody on a street corner, because you need to maintain that relationship going forward. You don't want to be excommunicated from your family or something like that. This is all about making high-level apologetics very, very accessible and manageable so that you guys can have the same kind of conversations that Peter and I are having.
Yeah, and I really like that, Cam. I think one of the things people think about when it comes to the abortion conversation is that it's really hard to have a good and meaningful conversation about abortion with someone who stands in opposition to you on the topic. And that's what we want to show. We want to show that that is absolutely not the case. Anyone, whether it's Cam, who's had thousands of years of experience doing this, or whether it's you who have you're just starting, having your first conversation, we want to show how accessible these apologetics are and how helpful they are in getting people to see the humanity of the preborn child and turn from abortion. Well, Cam, we talked about guests. We have these guests on the show. That is a beautiful mug. We are going to be talking about merch very shortly. Look at that, Pro Life Guys podcast mug. If you want that, stay tuned because we are going to talk about that. Yes, sir. All right, share with us, sir, some of the guests that we have had on the podcast, some of the conversations we've had. What are some of the highlights for you? And just share who we've had on.
We've had a ton of incredible guests from all different areas of the pro-life movement, different wings of the pro-life movement. We have had Tabitha Ewart from the We Need a Law campaign of ARPA Canada. She came and joined us to talk about how to respond to questions about legal restrictions on abortion, how to compassionately and yet still with a compelling defense of legal restrictions for abortion, and how the education flows into a change public policy. And it was great to have Tabitha on. Also coming from Canada, we had Laura Clausen, a name of arguably the new face of the pastoral arm of the pro-life movement. We've worked with a ton of different pregnancy care centers across Canada. They are doing incredible, phenomenal work. And Laura Clausen, in many ways, is bringing that outreach to social media, to people, regardless of where they are, connecting them with their local support. She runs gift registries and all that sort of thing to help people who are in tough situations. She talks to hundreds, if not thousands, of mothers and fathers every single year. It was great having her on and talking about the process of engaging mothers and fathers who are contemplating abortion and how to walk them towards a life-affirming choice that doesn't result in their preborn child being dumped in a trash bin. And so that was super great. Countless others. We've had people from within CCBR offering their expert insight and whatnot. We had Jonathan Van Maren, the previous guy that was just talking. He's a huge inspiration of mine and a mentor and leader in the pro-life movement, and sharing a little bit about CCBR strategy, how it is that we came to this twofold strategy of publicly exposing the reality of what abortion does to preborn children, coupled with compassionate and compelling conversations about abortion. Jonathan's a champ. And the Blaze conspiracy himself. We've had Blaze Elaine come on twice now as a guest to share a little bit about theory of change, how we as a pro-life movement can work backwards from our ultimate goal of abortion being made unthinkable in Canada, changing public behavior so the abortions never happen, both because people don't want abortions, because they realize the value of that human life and that all humans should get human rights, and those human rights should start when the human life begins. All those kind of things. It was great having Blaze on. Blaze's protege and up-and-comer Vanessa Otten joined us to share a little bit about her experience of doing activism on the street. I can go on and on. Peter, maybe you want to share a couple of the American folks that we've had on, because they've offered some great insight into everything that's going on in the States right now, and some other incredible insights as well.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the guests we had on was cultural commentator and author Danielle D'Souza Gill. She is a phenomenal young woman. She wrote the book, The Choice, The Abortion Divide in America, and we were able to have a really good conversation a few weeks ago with her about that book. We also talked with Seth Dreyer from Created Equal, phenomenal guy doing some phenomenal work with the team of Created Equal in Columbus, Ohio, but not just there. I mean, they're traveling everywhere. They are showing the photographic evidence of abortion, the intentional destruction of a preborn child from the womb to thousands upon thousands of people. They are having conversations highlighting the injustice of abortion, highlighting the humanity of the preborn. And so those are two of the guests we've had from the United States, doing some really great work, providing some good cultural analysis, especially in light of the recent election that just happened and what our response should be as pro-life activists. So those were some really good conversations. We have some great conversations coming up as well. I don't know if you mentioned this one, Cam, the one that dropped today with the one and only very handsome man, Samuel Say. Absolutely loved that conversation about the abortion rate in Black communities, how it's higher than in other communities, how Western countries like Canada are just throwing billions of dollars into African countries like Sam's own hometown in Ghana, pushing for abortion, even though so many people in those countries are opposed to abortion, and so much more. Don't want to give it away, but those are some of the conversations that we've had. And like I said, so many great guests coming on. We're not going to share them all now, because those are surprises for the Tuesday morning when they drop. All right, next up, let's talk briefly, Cameron, about, I never call you Cameron, Cam. Let's talk briefly about some of the stats. So just some of the few things about the Pro-Life Guys podcast. Started on July 29, 2020. We are 19 episodes in. The one that dropped today was episode 19. Could you continue on, sir? Could you share a little bit more about some of the reach that we've had and just some of that?
Yeah, 100%. We really didn't know exactly what the response would be, but the statistics have been incredibly encouraging. Like you mentioned, 19 episodes in, we already have over 550 subscribers. We have an average download download growth month over month of around 176%, having had over 3,600 downloads already, not including Sam's episode, which I know that people are going to be very, very interested in. It's going to be an incredible episode. Not going to be, it is a fantastic episode, and definitely encourage people to check that out. And one of the super neat things that I spend a little bit of my day every day checking in on, so on Chartables, we have gotten some really exciting and really interesting rankings in the how-to genre of podcasts. In America, we've been rated in the top 50. In Canada, we've been rated in the top 5. In the Netherlands, we've been rated very, very highly as well. And that all comes back to our incredible subscribers, to people who are offering good reviews and good comments and all that kind of thing. We love it when people share their thoughts, whether it's questions that they have about the content that we're already putting out, whether it's ideas, whether it's suggestions, all those sort of things. We love them. Every time you comment, it boosts up the likelihood that somebody else is going to come across our podcast. And so we certainly encourage all sorts of feedback that comes from there. And it's been really, really exciting to see all of the responses that we get in. It's been an overwhelming positive response that we've received so far. And Peter, I don't know if you want to share some of the cool comments that we've had posted and feedback that we've gotten from different people on the podcast. But I love seeing it. It brings a smile to my face every morning when I get to see more and more feedback come in from people who are enjoying the show.
Yeah, we've had some good feedback. I just saw Tabitha in the comments, and I heard some feedback after the conversation we had with Tabitha Ewert from We Need a Law and Alyssa Globe from Right Now about their work in the political realm of the pro-life movement. And people just felt encouraged after those conversations. At first they thought, what can I do in politics? How can I have any sort of effect on any of the conversations that are happening? And those two conversations really showed people, and this is feedback that I heard several times, that you can have a good effect in politics by having conversations with your representatives in the various levels of government, or some of the other things. So that was really good feedback. We've had our content translated into a number of different languages. That was really cool. And not just our content, but like people listening to the podcast, finding the arguments that we're using, translating those arguments, and then posting them on various social media platforms. Really, really, really sweet. We've seen some of the analogies that we've used on social media and in various other places. Some of the things that we've shared used in conversation because they learned it from the Pro Life Guys podcast. That is extremely encouraging. People have also been buying the books. I mean, we have talked about Stuck, a complete guide to answering tough conversations about abortion, a book by our colleague Justina Van Manen, several times. And people have been buying the book, and people have been letting us know that they are enjoying that great apologetic resource as well. So we thank you so much for the great feedback that you all have been giving us. It means a lot to us, and really motivates us to continue on for the babies, not just for us, but so that more people can be equipped to have good conversations about abortion. To close things off, we just have a minute or two left. Let's talk a little bit about where we hope to go forward. One of the projects that we have for the new year is going to be called The Pulse. It's going to be a monthly episode, doing it once a month, sharing with you pro-life news from around the world. So we are going to gather all the news that's happening around the world, or a lot of the news that's happening around the world, and we're going to put that into a 20, 25, 30-minute episode. So it's all there for you. You can have an idea of the good, the bad, the ugly, everything that's happening in the pro-life movement. Let us know, Cam, what's the other series that we hope to start come January?
We are really excited to be launching another series called Humans of the Pro-Life Movement, a little bit of a play off of the other Humans of sort of series. Humans of the Pro-Life Movement, just showcasing the incredible men and women who are involved in our volunteer teams across the country, showcasing their skills, their background, and the fact that everyone has a voice in this pro-life movement. Whether you're a stay-at-home mom, whether you're elderly, whether you're very young, everyone's got a voice in defending the voiceless, namely those who aren't old enough to defend their own human rights, those preborn children in the womb. Not only that, we got some merch coming out. We're going to have a whole Patreon page coming up. We got a lot of new stuff coming out starting January 1. and moving on and on and on. We've been encouraged by you guys, and there's going to be lots more series, and we love your insight, feedback, ideas as well.
Yeah. And final thing, go find us, the Pro-Life Guys podcast on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Castbox, SoundCloud, you name it. Wherever you find your episodes, wherever you find your favorite podcasts, go subscribe to the Pro-Life Guys podcast. You can also check us out on our website, prolifeguys.com. That's prolifeguys.com to find our content, to find our episodes that drop every single Tuesday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your commitment to having good conversations to defend and protect preborn children from abortion. Thank you so much. We appreciate you all. And that is the end of our segment. If you have any questions, put them in the comments. I'm sure someone will be on the Facebook or on YouTube checking those and responding. So thank you all. ProLifeGuys.com. Find us on Spotify or your favorite podcast catcher.
Boom.
Thank you so much, guys. I certainly appreciate the voice that you guys are giving. And we look forward to hearing more episodes. We are currently at almost 60% of our financial goal towards our campaign today, so that we can continue to share the truth about abortion and see minds changed and hearts changed and lives saved, essentially. So at this time, I'm going to just share with you a quick video before we throw it over to our next session. The next session after the video is going to be talking about taking apologetics online, which we've been doing a lot more this year. So we're going to throw it over to a testimony right now first.
I was choice training at a high school, and I asked a young lady what she thought about abortion. She said, "You know, I don't think it's good, but there are so many hard circumstances, and I think it should be allowed." We talked a lot about the humanity of the preborn child, and at the end of our conversation, we both agreed that there were many hard circumstances, but that it was never okay for a woman to have an abortion.
Hi there. I am so excited to be here with Cam, my Western counterpart here. I'm the Eastern Outreach Director of CCBR, to talk about the work that we've been doing with online apologetics during the pandemic. So as you've heard today already during the live stream, a big part of what we do, like the main thing that we do, is to reach the public with the truth about abortion, to reach everyone with abortion victim photography and with human rights apologetics. And in order to be able to do that, we need to be able to train pro-lifers in effective pro-life strategy and effective pro-life apologetics. So that training is in the service of our outreach, so that we can send people out to engage in the culture who are knowledgeable about the issues. So it was great to hear more about the Pro-Life Guys podcast in the last section as a great source of training for apologetics. But that wasn't the only online apologetics thing that we've been doing since the pandemic. In Toronto, through the Toronto Against Abortion Project, normally we would be holding seminars on campuses in order to train volunteer activists from around the city in embryology and apologetics and strategy and politics and hard apologetics. And when the pandemic hit and in-person events were canceled, we started to bring those online. And since March, all the way up to this week, we've got the last one coming up tomorrow night. We've been running about 50 webinars so far to bring that kind of training online, both introductory training for people who are new to activism, as well as advanced training to deepen our knowledge so that we can be effective ambassadors and an effective voice for preborn children. We've also been doing live streams and the church series webinars and lots of other content that we're excited to talk to you about here. I just want to start by explaining a little bit about the webinars that we're doing and how it impacts activism and trains our volunteers to be effective ambassadors. So through the webinars, through the seminars, we run a mix of introductory content for people who are brand new to CCBR activism and advanced content. So if you're new, it's how to present the human rights argument and the pro-life case against abortion using science and human rights in an effective way that will reach people on the street, that'll reach people in our communities. It's strategy, why we use victim photography, learning the lessons from successful social reform movements of the past, and understanding how it's been successful in applying those lessons to the abortion issue in Canada. It's politics, understanding the current state of the law in Canada and what's going on in terms of legal attempts to get legal protections for preborn human rights. It's heart apologetics. It's understanding how to effectively minister to a wounded culture, where many people have been affected by abortion, have had personal experience with the trauma of abortion, and how we can communicate the truth in love and with empathy in conversations. And then as we get into more advanced topics, when we have activists who've been on the street, who've learned that, who've put it into practice, we also have an opportunity to dive deeper. Let's understand more about embryology. Let's understand more about philosophy, about moral relativism or bodily autonomy or about personhood. Let's understand more about medical ethics and medical dilemmas and how we can navigate them in an ethical way and save lives and treat both child and mother as patients. It's making sure that we are as knowledgeable as we can be about the issues about embryonic stem cell research or cloning or vaccines, so that when we're engaging with people on the street, we're equipped. We've heard the issues, we've heard the arguments, and most importantly, we know how to communicate effectively about them when we reach out to others. So through these 50 webinars that we've brought online, seminars that we've brought online as webinars since the start of the pandemic, it's been great to not only have the usual people we would get involved in Toronto Against Abortion, but people from across Ontario, across Canada, and even from some new places, even from Quebec, where there isn't active community groups yet. We've had a group who've been attending from Mexico, from Ecuador. We've had people from all over the place attend. So it's been a great opportunity to be able to train even more pro-life activists during this time where we can't meet in person, so that we're all that more equipped to go out and reach other people. And Cam, what about some of the other online training programs that we've been doing to bring apologetics online during the pandemic?
Yeah, 100%. And so not only are we doing, like you said, building up our existing pro-life communities with the mentorship and education, we're also trying to provide more and more content for people just in the general public as well. We've done a wide array of different topics that have just been done live on Facebook, on Instagram, in other areas where we share about things as simple as the human rights argument, asking the questions, should all human beings get human rights? If something is growing, even from 1 cell to 2 cell to 4 cell, isn't it alive? That living organism has human parents. Isn't he or she a living human? And wouldn't that make abortion a human rights violation? Facebook Live events that allow us to record, whether it's short content like that, whether it's extended apologetics workshops, and allow people to be able to share those within whatever Facebook communities, whatever groups they're in, share them to friends and family members to give a sound background to the pro-life argument, to the pro-life worldview, that this is something that everybody can relate to. This is something that everybody knows intuitively, and we can provide those reminders to help people realize that human rights must begin when the human's life biologically begins. And so not only that, but realizing that through this pandemic, not only is it essential to maintain the community groups that we have going, not only is it essential to maintain the growth and development of our existing volunteers, but because of the fact that with this pandemic has come an increased level of financial uncertainty and just general fear, we've realized that the risk for abortion is likely even greater this year than it has been in years past. And so we need to be equipping more and more people with these tools, reaching out to groups that maybe we haven't connected with before. And in many ways, that's what our 3 distance summer interns were able to do over the summer. Olivia, Michael, and Danae though they weren't able to join in person in Calgary. We have one of our offices. They joined from Vancouver, Thunder Bay, and south of the border to reach out to different communities, whether faith-based communities, whether pro-life groups across Canada, and engage them in one-on-one trainings, in group trainings, in conducting our 5-part video series that my incredible colleague Rachel put together last year. This 5-part video series that has an accompanying facilitator's guide and participants guide, so that we can walk people through in a small group setting the foundations of the pro-life worldview, how to make reasonable, rational, and relatable arguments that will resonate with people. That this isn't simply about standing up on a soapbox and proclaiming information, but rather inviting people into conversations, which is why questions are so heavily used in all of the outreach we do. These tools have been incredible in engaging a much wider audience than we were already in touch with, as Blaise said, drawing more and more people into that further development and mentorship through TAA and other opportunities for them to grow in their pro-life background. And so it's been really, really exciting seeing these different opportunities and seeing more and more people reach out to us saying, you know what, I tuned into your Facebook Live a couple of weeks ago, and I thought that it was really, really cool how this wasn't a religious argument per se. This was based in science and very, very simple philosophy. Or Christian leaders saying, you know what, we've had a difficult time empowering and equipping our congregation. This 5-part video series has been incredible in getting people within our church congregation more and more active. And so it's been great seeing more people get active across the country. And we're excited to continue growing our apologetics reach. As Jonathan mentioned in the first episode, that while we don't have plans to permanently reside online, I think that we do have some really cool ideas of what's going to be happening going forward with online.
And I think it's been neat to see the different opportunities that have opened up in terms of, you know, there's all the downsides of not being able to meet in person, but we start to see the upsides about the online training. So, for example, you know, some of your like some of the community support interns who were supposed to be working out of the Calgary office, who were working remotely, trained some volunteers in Toronto through online one-on-one video training, right? Or some of our staff in Toronto train volunteers for other community groups in Ontario. Or we had different community groups in Ontario collaborating on training, because you don't have to be in the same place as the person. And it's just been way more convenient for getting new activists up to speed with the basics. And I think the way in which you and Peter were explaining the Pro-Life Guys podcast has a lot to do with our general approach to apologetics. Like, at the end of the day, it's not rocket science, right? But it's taking the experience that we have from being on the streets and sharing that with other people, so they can start, you know, 10,000 conversations ahead of where we might have started, right? You know, like I remember when I first got involved with CCBR activism way back in 2006, the apologetics was very different than the training that we're doing now. I mean, it's the same basis, it's the same core pro-life case, but we've become much more effective and efficient at being able to make it quickly and effectively in a way that's going to reach people. So, you know, people can start from where we're at in 2020 instead of 2006 by just getting the tips and tricks that we've learned from the streets, and by being able to share that with other people in whatever medium. You know, that's why we've produced the books, or why we have things like the crash course. But with the online focus during the pandemic, we've been able to make those available in live streams that are still archived and viewable for people to go back and watch in one-on-one trainings and ongoing webinars, you know, to take that experience and share it so people can get that head start from the most effective way to communicate the pro-life message.
Mm-hmm. And this includes updating the Pro-Life Classroom that we've had on our website for the longest time, so that we can continue to share bite-size content for people who might have particular questions about the pro-life worldview, or maybe have difficulty responding to particular opposition that comes up. Maybe they don't know how to respond in a charitable way to people who bring up the horrific situation of sexual assault. Maybe they don't know how to navigate conversations about bodily autonomy, things like that. We are certainly excited moving forward to continue to develop more and more content that can be shared as more and more people find themselves glued to their devices, spending more and more time on social media. While it'll never replace in-person, very real interactions that we continue to have on street corners and doorsteps across the country, these bite-sized pieces can continue to help people in the interactions that they're having on social media and going beyond that. And just one plug that I'll make, one project that we have in the works. There's a lot of work left to be done on it, but developing more and more of an online apologetics course so that people can work through the content, get not only standardized feedback, but also personalized feedback from our incredible team of volunteer coordinators and pro-life apologetics experts to help hone your skills so that you can adequately and competently and compassionately convey your pro-life worldview, drawing people towards that life-affirming position. We're certainly excited to continue developing that course that'll have multiple different levels and video and written content, quizzes and assignments, that whole sort of thing, just as another way to complement the training that we're already providing. As Blaze, I'm sure, can attest, there's lots of groups who are interested in getting trained in pro-life apologetics. We're constantly receiving speaking requests, which we're always excited to be a part of. And yet this can make it even more accessible to independent groups. Maybe it's you and your roommates. Maybe it's your family want to have some in-depth pro-life training, but it's difficult to line up every Tuesday or Monday or whatever day the TAA webinars are. Maybe it's difficult to tune into the Pro-Life Guys podcast each episode, but they want to work through a very well-defined course. We're working on more and more content in that direction as well.
And let me give one really neat example about how we've taken what we've learned from, the need to go online with more of these training and pair it with the ability to get back to being in person. And that was at the beginning of November with a Pro-Life Day of Action we organized in Ontario. Big shout out to Maria McCann, who as a volunteer spearheaded this whole thing and pulled it together. But what we ended up doing is we had about 5 or 6 different community groups from across the province come together through a video call in the morning to do a morning worth of training, to do, pro-life apologetics 101, 201, some medical ethics, heart apologetics, and a whole bunch of people who were new to activism got trained for the first time. We were able to do that together in different places across the province. And then each group went out to do activism locally with the new volunteers that had just been trained, right? So a perfect example of a hybrid approach. Like we've learned, like people have become more accustomed to online video calls and training. And we find the balance between doing that training more efficiently from people in different places all across the province, but then coming together to do outreach in person and have those real face-to-face conversations with all the necessary public health measures in order to actually put it into practice and reach the general public. And I'm really excited going forward to be able to carry these lessons that we've learned forward from online apologetics as we continue doing more and more in-person stuff in the future.
Exactly. And I'm certainly excited to be able to get back to those in-person trainings and workshops, but even another anecdote of just how efficient it can make things as well. There was a day in July, I believe, that in the morning I did a presentation for a group of people spread across Canada. In the afternoon, I did a presentation for a group of people all in Victoria. And in the evening, I did a presentation for a group of people all in New Brunswick. And to be able to hit people in all different parts of the country without having to log any frequent flyer miles or anything like that, it makes this so much more accessible to small groups, to large groups, to anyone who wants to learn these apologetic skills.
Right. I gave a presentation on assisted suicide for a group in Edmonton while I was at a hotel in Quebec for a conference there, so it does allow us to bilocate in some ways and be more efficient.
100%. Cool. We keep going on and on, but I'm sure Loretta's gonna jump in here in just a moment because there's lots more exciting news that we have to do. But at the end of the day, it's been really exciting how we've been able to adapt, I think, to bringing a lot of these apologetics online. And as much as we're excited to bring a lot of them back in person as soon as we're able and safe to do so, I'm sure that many of these will remain online because, as we've kind of talked about through this entire segment, it's great to be able to engage people from all different parts of the world all at the same time and mobilize people towards sharing this absolutely essential, absolutely vital pro-life worldview with the people in their communities, whether within their immediate sphere of influence or within just their neighborhoods and communities.
Absolutely. I look forward to applying these lessons in the future.
Thank you so much, guys. I've been certainly enjoying being able to get online and really to expand our reach, to be able to bring our team to you at home through these live stream events. We did the one back in May, and that was a fantastic opportunity for us to so that you guys could get to know us a little bit better. And we want to invite you to take part in our campaign. Again, as I mentioned before, we have a couple different websites that you can donate. They're on the screen there. So we've got endthekilling.ca/donate. That's our regular donation page. And then we have our campaign page up and running right now. So you'll see the links of those on our social media pages. So we certainly appreciate your partnership with us. It allows us to do more programs such as more of this online engagement that Cam and Blaze were talking about. It allows us to create new initiatives like the Pro-Life Guys podcast, and of course our regular ongoing activism so that we can have conversations on the street, that our team can have the supplies they need to be able to get out there and see those minds changed and those hearts changed as they see the truth about abortion. So thank you so much for your support. Right now, we actually have matching donors going on right now. So your donation will be doubled if you donate. So thank you so much to those who are providing those matching donations. It's go a huge way. And thank you for each of you who can donate in each of your small ways. So thank you again. And now we are going to turn it over to have a conversation about the pro-life message on social media. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Boss, host of the Pro-Life Guys podcast, although that's not what we're talking about right now. We are talking about the pro-life message on social media. Michael, could you introduce yourself for a minute, my friend?
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. My name is Michael Roy. I live in the beautiful city of Vancouver, British Columbia, and I am currently the social media coordinator for CCBR. I facilitate our main social media pages, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and design posts for all those different platforms.
Yeah, that's sweet. You call yourself a social media coordinator. I call you a social media guru. So thank you so much for all the work that you are doing. So let's get started. I mean, we're talking about pro-life message on social media, and everyone is thinking, does that even work? Can I even effectively talk to people about abortion on social media? And is this even something that I should take time and do? Well, let me tell you that it most certainly is. And we'll give you a few reasons. We'll talk about this for the next 20 minutes or so about why it's important to share your pro-life convictions on your social media platforms. To start things off, I think one of the things that each and every one of us knows is that there are so many people who are using social media. I mean, we could talk about the stats and we could talk about how people are addicted to social media, and that's a total different conversation. But we recognize that a lot of people are on social media. And just think, for the last 8 months or so, when we went into lockdown, social media has just skyrocketed. You know, people had a lot more time. A lot of people weren't working. A lot of people were staying home. And a lot of people were using social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, you name it, to talk to friends, to share a little bit more. They just had a lot more time to be on there. And so one of our thoughts here at CCBR was, hey, if people are going to be on social media, we might as well give them some content that is worth looking at. You know, we might as well share with them some of the news that's happening around the world. We might as well share with them what abortion is, engage people on social media, and have the conversation continue on it. A little bit earlier today, if you were on, if you're not, you can check it out later. Jonathan Van Maren, one of the big wigs here at CCBR, he shared a little bit about our social media stats and our social media outreach. And you know, he said that this wasn't the sole thing that CCBR does here. I mean, we recognize that it was a lot harder to be on the streets, but we didn't want social media to just replace everything we did on the streets, which is why our social media numbers didn't get counted in our final view count numbers which is over 4 million views of abortion victim photography throughout the year. And yes, social media is important. I mean, lots of engagement happens on social media. Michael, to continue on a little bit, could you share with us, as the social media guru, where do you post content? Where can we find some of CCBR's content on social media?
Sure. Yeah, first of all, I wouldn't call myself much of a guru. I kind of just came into the role in September, and I'm still kind of figuring things out, but I've really enjoyed kind of the process of trying something totally new, because what I was formerly was the Vancouver outreach coordinator, and so yeah, totally different experience, which is really neat. But yeah, you can find CCBR. Currently, the main platforms we post on are Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can find most of our main posts there. However, while Peter was social media coordinator, or was at least helping with social media, he started accounts on a bunch of other different platforms that we are also on, that we post less frequently. So that would include TikTok, Parler, Tumblr, Reddit, yes, thank you. And then also Loretta posts pretty frequently on LinkedIn as well. So that's particularly for people who are, in the work community and want to sort of, learn how to, work in the pro-life movement. That's a really great platform to find us on. Yeah, is there anything I missed, Peter?
No, that sounds good to me. And I was just thinking as you were speaking, the comment thread is highlighting a little bit of why it's important for us to be on social media. We really need to clarify what the pro-life message is. I've heard people say that the pro-life message is just a bunch of people trying to take control of your reproductive rights or take control of your uterus or anything like that. But if we really understand what abortion is, we recognize that at the heart of the matter is the question of, what are the preborn? I mean, if they're not human, then abortion is a procedure like any other procedure. However, if they are human beings, and if they are human beings deserving of human rights, I mean, a lot of us would say that we believe in human rights and human rights for all human beings. And so if we ascribe to human rights, the human right to life for all human beings, then we would have to conclude that because the preborn children are human beings, because they're living, that abortion is a human rights violation. And so one of the key elements of getting the pro-life message out on social media is to clarify what the message really is, to show the humanity of the preborn children, and to really highlight the inhumanity of abortion, an act which severs the head from bodies, which tears arms from torsos of little boys and little girls who are not yet born. So a real injustice that we're dealing with. Michael, could you share a little bit about some of the highlights that we've had? I could jump in as well with some of the conversations that have happened on social media, but could you share a little bit about some of the highlights that we've had on social media this past year? There are some pretty cool ones. Yeah,
I'd say for me, I guess the main highlights, the things that I really like to see the most are when our posts get, for one thing, when they get really popular. Once in a while we'll have, especially on Instagram, our posts will hover around usually in the 100, 200 range, but then once in a while we get a post that just blows up and 600 likes, and that's always really encouraging to see that lots of people are engaging with our content, whether it's people who are pro-life or pro-choice, that people are seeing this and maybe learning a little bit, whether it's Jonathan's Bridgehead articles or our events, that kind of thing. So that's really exciting. And also, it's really encouraging to see people who share our posts on social media as well. A lot of people will tag us in their stories, and that always just brightens my mood to see that people care about CCBR and about the work we're doing enough to share it with the rest of the world. And like you were saying, Peter, it's so important that we are engaging and being honest about our pro-life views on social media, because it's almost like there's a vacuum in a way when it comes to people sharing their views on these things, because we're so worried about judgment and things. But just having a more active presence, I think, is really good for the babies, first off, because it builds more support for the pro-life movement, and yeah, for the pro-life movement as a whole. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that's right. One of the highlights that I had, this was pretty cool. I never thought I would join TikTok. I feel like I'm a little too old for TikTok. 27. I feel like the main demographic of TikTok is a little bit younger. But I joined, created an account for CCBR, started some videos that just tried to challenge, the popular notion that abortion is just a woman's right. They should be able to do that regardless of what anyone says. Even though abortion is a human rights violation. And one of the videos went viral. Never thought I'd go viral, especially on TikTok. I mean, I have a little brother, and he was watching my my TikTok video, so that was kind of cool, going viral. But that moment, and a lot of others like that. We didn't quite go viral with a lot of other videos, but a lot of other interactions that we had on social media were great opportunities for myself, for you, Michael, for a lot of our staff members and friends in the movement to ask some of those probing questions, to really challenge people with their pro-choice views, their pro-abortion views, and to show what abortion does. I'm also thinking about a story. We have a friend, a mutual friend, Michael, you and I don't know if I should mention her name, but she's been having a really great time having conversations on social media, a real champ, I have to say. But one of the conversations that she had, we at CCBR have been posting, some of the pictures we've been posting are images of abortion victims, young preborn children who have lost their lives, who have become victim to the procedure of abortion. And she was having this conversation with someone who basically said right off the bat, just because I see gore in this picture doesn't mean that abortion is wrong. And I mean, we can find common ground there. Just because there's gore doesn't mean that any procedure is wrong. We completely agree with that. But we have to ask ourselves something a little bit more fundamental, and that's what our friend did about who the preborn are, And this person talked about, well, it's just a fetus. A fetus is not not a human being, not worth the dignity and respect that we should get, and all of that. And so our friend asked, well, what kind of fetus are we talking about? Because an important clarification that she was trying to make is that the term fetus doesn't actually tell you what something is, it tells you how old something is. I mean, dolphins have fetuses, and many other animals have fetuses, and so we need to ask ourselves, what kind of fetus are we talking about? And a very quick and a very simple look at human biology and embryology will show and will highlight very clearly that human life begins at the moment of fertilization. Michael, that's when you began, that's when I began, that's when everyone in the comment section began. And what we're trying to argue is that each person, whether a young boy or whether a young girl, should get human rights. And that's what our friend did. And they had an ongoing conversation, a really good conversation, where this person shifted in her opinion. I don't know where she stands now. I haven't had a chance to interact with her, but did shift in her opinion. And I know a lot of other conversations that have happened. They started out in the comment thread. They ended up getting a little personal, going to private, direct messages, and really meaningful and winsome conversations happening in this world of social media. And so perhaps we should touch on the point, Michael, for those who are listening. I mean, we have pro-life followers, people part of the pro-life community who are following us. Let's talk a little bit about why it's important, why we think it's extremely important for them to interact with not only our content, we love for them to interact with our content, but any sort of pro-life content that they see on social media.
Yeah, so you bring up a really good point, Peter, that as I was mentioning earlier, it's so important that pro-lifers are engaging on social media. I think a lot of people have the idea in their minds that, well, it's not really fruitful because just trying to talk with one individual person in a comment section on Facebook, it never works. I never see, them suddenly do a 180 and change their mind. So what's the point of it all? And I think one thing to keep in mind is even if you don't change that person's mind, which in my experience, I agree, it's not super often. But what it does do is it shows the perhaps dozens, hundreds of people who are scrolling through those comments, who are reading those comments and, taking part in these comment threads. They see that, and they oftentimes, if they're seeing, a really polite, rational, compassionate response to certain pro-choice arguments or questions, it can do a lot for the people watching. They internalize that, they take that in, and they think about that. And that's often how most minds changes when it's not, right in person. It's after they've taken their own time to think about these things and debate it in their own minds. So I think just having really good, compassionate, and wise pro-life defenses out on social media is so important for the pro-life movement. We see, the pro-choice movement has many platforms, whether it's mainstream media, whether it's academia, all these different areas, and pro-lifers don't really have that many options. So social media is kind of one of the most, I'd say, democratic platforms. Like it's open to everybody, and it's a really great opportunity to get our voices heard and to make people see the reason and the logic behind the pro-life position.
Yeah, and that's a key point that you highlighted there. It's not something that's specifically social media related, but something we teach everyone. We really want to show is important to our interns, to the people that work with us, that treating people with respect. I mean, it's sometimes hard on social media to see the person on the other side of the screen. You're just looking at a comment, and it's really easy to make just unintelligent perhaps, but just nasty comments. And that really does nothing to win people over to your side. But we've seen this at our projects, whether it's choice chain displays, whether it's abortion awareness project, wherever it might be, we've seen people recognize that for the most part, it was the pro-life activists were treating each and every person with dignity and respect. And that was a huge factor in saying, okay, maybe I should listen to these people. Maybe I should actually take into consideration some of the arguments that they are presenting. And often people recognize that the arguments we're presenting, they're not just emotional arguments. They're not just, men are trying to do this or women are trying to do that. It's listen, guys, like let's really challenge ourselves to what the preborn child is. I mean, are they human or are they not human? Are they living or are they not living? And if they are, then abortion is a human rights violation. And but those are good points, Michael. I think one other thing as well is when people are interacting on social media, the algorithms kick in, and it helps the post. So it helps generate a little bit more reach. So if you're a pro-life person and you're thinking, is it even worth it to just put great work or something on the social media post? It most certainly is. Well, Michael, you're the social media guru. You know what? Before I go, I have to give a shout out to our colleague Kana. Kana, she really took social media before we did, and we inherited a lot of the stuff from her. She's currently on mat leave with a wonderful and very beautiful little girl, Sophia. And I got word a little bit earlier that they are watching our live stream. So hello, Kana. We really, really thank you for all the work that you've done on CCBR social media platforms, but also in the movement as a whole, having the conversations and everything else you have done. But Michael, as we go forward, I mean, you're the social media guy right now. I've done it as well a little bit. But are there plans for, a little bit more focused plans on getting more people involved? I mean, is there anything else we can do going forward, or is there anything that we're looking forward to here at CCBR?
Actually, there is. So we haven't been able to get it started just yet. We've been a bit busy, with the live stream and with some other big projects. But one thing we really hope to do, hopefully sooner rather than later, is develop a social media activism team that's particularly, so as everybody knows, we have volunteers doing on the street outreach across Canada, and when it comes to social media, we've noticed that's, especially during this pandemic, a really great platform to reach people and engage and talk with people. And we've noticed, it'd be good to make sure that the people who are engaging are the most trained, the most, giving the most compassionate and wise arguments. And so, especially for people in remote communities who aren't able to participate in in-person activism, we really want to give them an opportunity to engage on social media and hopefully bring in more people that way into the pro-life movement. So that's something we're looking forward to hopefully starting in the future. So please be on the lookout for that. And yeah, if you have questions about it, feel free to ask us, message us on Facebook or Instagram. And yeah, that's something you can look forward to in the near future.
Yeah, sweet. Do tune in. Do look forward to that. Find us on Facebook, Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform, Instagram at End the Killing, Twitter at Canadian CBR, or search us on the other platforms. You can also find the Pro-Life Guys podcast, a project of CCBR, on your social media platforms. And here's the thing, guys, just to close it off. Social media is another world. It's a marketplace of ideas. Every idea that you can think of, whether you agree with it or not, is on social media. And so what we want to do as pro-life activists, but not just activists, as people who recognize the humanity of the preborn children and the inhumanity of abortion, what we want to do is engage with people on the topic of abortion on social media in ways that are winsome and effective, so that on social media too, we can see people change minds and we can see lives saved. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of this live stream.
I asked Eddie what he thought of abortion, and he said he didn't know what to do with the conflict between the woman's rights and the preborn child's rights. I agreed with him that a woman should have choices as long as she doesn't harm another person with her body. And I used an analogy to ask him if it would be okay for me to use my arm to hit him. And he agreed with me that would never be okay, and that abortion should thus never be an option. He thanked me for our conversation and for showing him the truth, and said, I guess I was just brainwashed by the culture.
Hello and welcome everybody who's just joining for this session, or if you've been here the entire time, thank you for joining this particular session. This is our session entitled Engaging with the Church, the importance of activating and working with Christian churches, Christian communities in Canada for the purpose of making abortion unthinkable. But first of all, I'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Jeremy. I work in the Mississauga office in the Greater Toronto area, and I have some experience working with churches, and I'm joined by two colleagues. Let's start with you, Sam.
Yeah, my name is Samuel Say. I joined the staff, man, it seems like so long ago now, but just last year. Yeah, I work as a community liaison to the same office in Mississauga with Jer at the Eastern Irish Department.
All right, and Kyle?
So my name's Kyle Coffey, and I work as the Manitoba Outreach Director here in near Winnipeg. And so I lead the initiative on behalf of CCBR here in Manitoba, working with great colleague Mandy Halleck. And I've been on staff since 2017.
Excellent. And we are thankful to have you both on staff. So to start things off, we want to talk about why churches are important. Some might ask the question, why do you need to bother engaging with churches? Aren't they already pro-life? Shouldn't they already be doing something? Is that kind of a topic that they don't need to hear about because they already agree with us? We should be reaching other people. So Sam, can you start off by just sharing the important significance of reaching churches?
Yeah, as you said, the church is the most pro-life institution we have in Canada and really throughout the world. All three of us belong to a church, and I think that's true for every single member of our staff. Nevertheless, many of the churches are inactive. So I'll read a text. We Christians, we believe, as the Bible says, that religion that is pure and undefiled before God the Father is this: to visit orphans and widows in their affliction, and to keep oneself unstained from the world. So our religion, churches, we are called that if we are to be faithful churches, if we are to be a pure and undefiled church, we're supposed to be established in justice. And yet we know that in America particularly, but also very much true here, there's a survey that shows that 40% of women who get abortions say they're a Christian. That's 40%, right? And then you have 15% to 20% who go to church regularly, at least once a week. And I know this personally, and many of us would know this personally. I had a friend many years ago who reached out to me saying, Sam, what would you say to a girl considering an abortion? And At the time, I didn't know that she was asking that because she was being pressured into getting an abortion herself. Well, I mentioned this because, unfortunately, about a year afterward, I learned that just days after asking me that question, she got an abortion. The main reason why I'm saying this is because this was a church member. Her and I were going to church. I was not equipped at the time to talk to her about abortion. I didn't know anything about it at the time. So that's the problem right there. I belong to a church, yet I don't know how to communicate to somebody else about abortion. In the meantime, here is a woman who goes to church, yet she doesn't trust the elders to or the pastors to be able to go to them to hear the truth about abortion. So that there shows part of the problem and shows why they're important because there are many churches, there are many women right now who are who are pregnant, who take their babies from the church and directly into abortion centers. So that's a problem, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to stop that. We want to meet women at the churches, we want to meet the pastors, we want to meet everybody at the church, so that they can learn to change minds and save babies inside the church and outside the church as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for sharing that story, Sam. It's tragic to hear. And if you want to hear where those statistics come from, they can be found with the Guttmacher Institute research arm of Planned Parenthood, as well as a study by CareNet, an American affiliation of pregnancy resource centers. And that absolutely is true that there is abortion that happens within Christian communities. And there's also, as you said, there can be apathy. There can be people who are pro-life but who are not active. And so we want to remind them that the Bible, the Word of God, is full of a pro-life worldview, of, as you said, rescuing the weak and the needy, speaking for those who cannot speak for themselves. And there's also full of grace and hope and healing for those who have had abortions, that this needs to be spoken clearly at for those who are post-abortive. It's not the end of the story. There can be recovery from that. There can be help so that people don't have to make that choice again. So we know why they're important to work with churches. But Sam, could you elaborate a little bit more on what is our goal with churches? What do we hope to accomplish if a church is willing to hear us a little bit?
The Bible says that we should learn to do good, seek justice, and correct oppression. Well, the first part of that is important, right? It says learn to do good. Many churches want to do good on the abortion issue. They want to do good within the pro-life movement, but they don't know how. So our job is to teach them and to train them to learn how to join the pro-life movement, how to speak compassionately and courageously about the abortion issue. So we have several projects where we train people, we teach them to become more effective pro-life advocates to their church members, to their family and friends. And there are many churches out there who are involved in some kind with things like the pregnancy care centers, and they do a great job. That's very, very important. But there's more side to the pro-life movement than just working with pregnancy care centers, right? So what we do is we want to train churches to speak prophetically to the culture on the abortion issue. Also, we know that one of the biggest issues is that many churches aren't quite aware of all the options available to them within the pro-life movement. They may not be aware of CCBR. So what we're trying to do is to get them to become more aware of our projects. So one of the things we've been working on, and I've just finished this, is a church list that we, for a database to figure out every single church in Ontario, particularly where you and I are at, Jer, where we can reach out to both, not just the major cities or the churches that we're more familiar with, but just all the cities, all the churches across all the cities and regions and small areas of Ontario, including also a number of different kinds of diverse churches. Because we may have sometimes, not necessarily with CCBR, but as a pro-life movement, we may sometimes have a tendency of reaching out to just particular kind of churches that we're more familiar with. So we've been trying to get all kinds of Christians and all kinds of churches to become more aware of CCBR through this church list. Especially one of our goals too, of course, is that, as I said before, the church is very pro-life, but we're not very active. We're not as active as we should be. So we're trying to get them to become more aware of us, so that we can learn to train them, activate them, and encourage them to join the staff. We need more people to volunteer, to support, which of course is one of the main reasons why we're doing this today, and also just to pray. Not everyone can join or volunteer or support, but everyone can pray. So that's one of the things we're trying to do right now.
I think you're muted, Jer.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Kyle. CCBR does offer a lot of opportunities for Christians to volunteer, opportunities that you'll hear about today and throughout the rest of the live stream, whether internships, volunteering, week to week, whenever you can, financially supporting as well. Kyle, could you highlight some specific programs that would be particularly beneficial that CCBR could offer to churches?
Yeah, for sure, Jer. We at CCBR were very pleased to have a variety of programming for churches to activate the largest pro-life community in Canada in the fight to end abortion. And this can range across a wide variety of options. So starting first with standalone presentations that we can bring into your church. We also have a 5-week, 5-part study series, and also a 24-hour crash course that we offer to churches. And whether the topics that you want covered are maybe learning how to talk about abortion, teaching your congregation how to talk with family members, to talk with friends, to have compelling and compassionate conversations in a way that is winsome and effective. Maybe your needs are to share some compelling strategies on how to end abortion, how social reform has been done throughout history, for example. Or maybe you're looking to motivate your congregation to have a heart for preborn children. And lastly, maybe your congregation is at that point where you would do well with having a case for life presentation, showing people why they should be pro-life from a human rights, from a scientific, from a biblical perspective. Regardless of whatever your needs are at your church, we have something for you. I want to talk a little bit about our 5-week church study series. So as I said, it's broken up over 5 weeks. You could really do it in 5 days if you wanted to. And during COVID, you can have this online. CCBR could potentially help facilitate this series. But it's also designed so that your church could facilitate it in-house. There's a facilitator's guide, there's participant packages, everyone would get one. And how this course is laid out is that there is a professionally done 30-minute video for each session, covering a variety of topics such as abortion in Canada, what is abortion, talking about the history of social reform and what lessons we can draw from that and apply to the fight to end abortion today. Also a couple sessions on how to talk about abortion, as I mentioned. And then lastly, how do we love our preborn neighbors? What is the Christian duty in this historical context? And after we play the video, then people can break into group discussions so that they can process that video and really tease out some of the implications of what it was learned that day. And so this study series is very effective. I want to read just a few testimonies out, if you will let me. There, Jer. So one testimony that a participant had was they said that this information was excellent. The videos were professional and compelling. And what I enjoyed most was the group interaction via Zoom during the COVID-19 quarantine, being able to learn and share and stay motivated in a time that could have instilled apathy. So they saw this as a very good use of their time during COVID here. Another testimony is, I did not know what really happens in an abortion. And after watching the videos, it opened my eyes to the cruelty it does to the children. And another testimony that I would like to share is from someone here in Manitoba. His name's Tim Scatliff. He works as a board member on the Winnipeg Life's Vision. It's a local Right to Life group. And he was very pleased with the study series, so pleased that he's going to be bringing it to his local church. And so I'm going to share my screen now and play this video for you.
Excellent.
Alrighty, here we go.
group of 8, everyone commented on how effective and well done this series is, and the value it offers in helping us to be comfortable in difficult discussion as the subject of abortion is. The video series was not only very convincing, it was convicting. As a member of the board of Winnipeg Livestream, we unanimously voted to make the CCBR study series a strategic tool in our toolbox as we work to provide pro-life education in our province of Manitoba. I highly recommend this study series.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Kyle. That's really encouraging to hear that. Did you also want to share a little bit from someone who was benefited by the 24-hour crash course?
Yeah, certainly. So our 24-hour crash course involves an evening presentation on strategies on how to end abortion, and then a whole day of dialogue training. And then people will actually go out and talk with members of their community about abortion, putting those tools into practice. And one fella who took our crash course recently here in Winnipeg, he said that before the crash course, he was not confident in having this conversation at all. Yet after the crash course, he felt that he was confident to have this conversation and to have it frequently. And that was something that he planned on doing. So that was a very successful event as far as I'm concerned. And with all that, I'd like to hand it over back to you, Jer.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kyle. Yeah, we've heard other testimonies of that. We've heard people who are partially pro-life, kind of in the middle, become more pro-life from taking these courses in the study series. So please reach out to CCBR. Contact us. The info is on our website. We would love to help facilitate these things in your churches or communities, whatever way works best for you. The need is certainly there. I just want to take a brief look for a couple of minutes of successes we have seen. Just highlight a few churches and pastors where we've seen a pro-life worldview put into action out of love for our neighbors. Sam, can you share an example with us?
Yeah, one of the there are a few examples, but one of the greatest examples is Pastor Shule, whom some of the audience, people who are watching, maybe if they watched the last live stream, they will remember Shule because you and I, Jer, interviewed him. I mentioned him because he and I we talk regularly, and he's become so passionate about the pro-life issue. It all started because one of his church members signed up for for a summer internship. And then through that, he was able to reach out to us, and then I went to his church to speak at his church. And then after that, him and many of the other church members were so, encouraged and wanted to join the pro-life movement. So then Pastor Shule joined the crash course. And again, he and I have talked regularly, and he never fails to talk about the crash course. He talked about how he changed everything. He didn't know, as a pastor, how well he could communicate, to so many different kinds of people on the abortion issue. So he's easily one of the greatest success stories that we have at CCBR.
Yeah, excellent. I was privileged to meet him as well. I just want to highlight another church in Toronto that has given us a lot of financial support, venue space, given us interns out of their young people. I also just want to call out a thank you to all pastors who are speaking faithfully about abortion, who are seeking to take action on the issue. Probably a lot of them we don't even know about, perhaps. Maybe we haven't even heard of them, but all of you who are using your voice for that, and Christians who are active day in and day out, whether it's in public ways or private, thank you for that. Just as a final call to action before we switch to the next session here, I want us all to remember, I hope all Christians can remember, that a lot of things have stopped. Sadly, many church services had to stop during COVID-19. Let's remember that abortion hasn't stopped. It's still considered essential, even when churches are sometimes not considered essential. And I hope we take heed to the words Sam shared earlier, as well as other scriptures that command us of what is essential for a Christian, that we do rescue those being taken away to death, that we do speak for those who have no rights, who have no voice, who cannot speak for themselves, namely the preborn children and often the parents who are vulnerable to abortion as well. There is help. There is something that every Christian can participate in. You don't need to work for CCBR or go to seminary to participate in this kingdom work. It can be for any Christian, and we would love to be of any help that we can for that. With that, I think our time is up. So thank you, Sam. Thank you, Kyle. And I would love to turn it back over to our host.
Thank you guys so much for sharing. Yeah, it's great all the work that you guys are doing and the rest of our team. And we thank you for all of our financial partners who are making that possible. We come to you today with it being Giving Tuesday, a day that comes after the Black Friday events and the Cyber Monday events and everything, all the spending that's encouraged there, and just ask that you would consider a donation towards our work, that you would consider partnering with us financially and enabling the work that we do so that we can continue to reach out to more Canadians, that we can show the truth about abortion, that we can love upon the people in our community and show them how much their child is loved and how much they are loved. So thank you again for partnering with us in this campaign. Again, we do have matching donors going right now, so your donation at this time will be doubled as you do that. You can do that at endthekilling.ca/donate or on our WonderWe page, and which we have posted on our social media. At this time, I am going to turn it over to our next session, and that is empowering community groups. So I will turn that over now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Loretta. It is great to be back. My name is Cam Cote. I'm the Western Outreach Director for CCBR. I'm also the co-host of the Pro-Life Guys podcast, which we shared about a little bit earlier. And I'm really excited to share a little bit about our community outreach and how we work to empower community groups to bring CCBR's projects and apologetics to their home communities. And I want to chase back a few years to when I first got involved with the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform. Then executive director and co-founder Stephanie Gray Connors came to my university at the University of Victoria and did a public debate with a philosophy professor named Dr. Eike Kluge. And during that presentation, Stephanie, as she does in every presentation before then and since then, offered such an eloquent and powerful defense of the pro-life worldview, showing very clearly that human life begins at fertilization. This was nothing new. This is something that you learn in like grade 8 or grade 9, generally speaking. However, you often forget it, whether in later years of university or something like that. And so she walked through this very clear, very concise defense of the pro-life worldview, and then empowered us in Victoria to consider getting more actively involved. And I had the great opportunity in 2011 to do a Florida mission trip. I did the internship in 2012. And at that point, I realized that if I wanted to pursue full-time pro-life outreach, I would have to come on and join the Calgary office of CCBR. I love living in Victoria, growing up on the West Coast. And yet I realized that if I wanted to do what I had found to be the most effective pro-life outreach that I could possibly do, that I would need to relocate and move to Calgary. And I've been living in Calgary ever since. And yet, building on the End the Killing plan, which we launched in 2011, 2012, this comprehensive plan that laid the foundations for how we could work backwards from the ultimate goal of changing public behavior, making abortion not happening in Canada, and tracing that back through a change in public opinion, changing the way people think about abortion, the way they understand abortion and how it directly and intentionally kills an innocent human being. I mean, as an aside, I find it bonkers that this is a radical worldview to hold, that killing the weakest and most vulnerable members of the human family, to be against that, to be against killing those human beings, is somehow radical or not embraced within society. And yet, as we reflect on that plan, which traced how we could change public opinion and how through a change in public opinion, we'd see a change in public policy flowing from that, leading towards an ultimate change in public behavior, which is our ultimate goal. Obviously, we don't want illegal abortions any more than we want legal abortions. We don't want any child to be directly and intentionally killed, regardless of whether they're what crimes of their father or how their life began. Anything like that, we want to support and care for mothers, fathers, and children, so that all humans get human rights. And all of this leads up to a conversation that really got going in 2016, 2017, as the management team at CCBR realized that this was a great opportunity 5 years into our End the Killing plan to, in some ways, kind of update and integrate a lot of the experience that we'd gathered, a lot of the strategy and foundations that we'd built, and how do we ensure that we actually achieve our ultimate goal of ending the killing of preborn children in Canada. And what we found is that it kept coming back to community groups. What we realized was that, yes, having excellent offices in Calgary, Toronto, now in Winnipeg and Vancouver as well, we'd be able to reach a huge majority of the Canadian population. And yet at the end of the day, there is already an incredible network of passionate women and men working to lead either in volunteer or paid capacities, their local pro-life initiatives, people who oftentimes had been actively involved in their community for decades, holding fast to the pro-life worldview, engaging people in their community. And yet, as we developed more and more experience and were able to refine a lot of our apologetics, we realized that this was a beautiful opportunity to partner with these community groups and help them integrate CCBR's activism and apologetics into their home communities. And this really actually reshaped a lot of the way that we made plans, especially in Western Canada, where we aren't as highly populated in a single area like Toronto. We're a lot more spread out in Western Canada, obviously. And while we still have certainly a high focus on places like Calgary, Vancouver, Winnipeg, growing in Edmonton as well, we realized that we really wanted to empower people not only in the 15 largest communities throughout Western Canada, including Victoria and Abbotsford and Chilliwack, Kamloops, Kelowna, Prince George, and countless others across the prairies as well, but we also needed to give them the tools that they needed to be able to successfully integrate a lot of these protocols, a lot of these policies, to ensure that the standard of our activism remained very high. Obviously, we understand that abortion victim photography, for some people, can be likened via metaphor to a power tool. That when used appropriately and when used with well-trained volunteers and staff members, we're able to achieve an awful lot of very, very effective pro-life activism. And yet, if those volunteers aren't familiar with the proper protocol or policies or apologetics to surround that activism, it may not go nearly as smoothly or nearly as effectively. And so my incredible colleague, Megan, went to work becoming our Western Community Outreach Coordinator. She worked with another colleague of ours named Oriana, and the two of them built an incredibly comprehensive and sophisticated community support package, a package that included dozens of different documents and guidelines and protocol, not only for how to conduct activism, not only for how to really implement our apologetics and host apologetics workshops and mock dialogue trainings and how to debrief and follow up on the various conversations that people are having on the street, but also how to make this work, how to financially grow that organization so that they could bring in speakers, so that they could purchase the signs, the pamphlets, the brochures, everything that we use to convey the pro-life message to those in the community. And so a huge shout out to Megan and Oriana, who put in so much time and energy building this incredible platform so that we can help empower these community groups. Because as important as Calgary, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Toronto are, obviously we need people being able to work within their home communities, right? That while I've come to grow in my appreciation and love of Calgary, it certainly may have been a different conversation if we had an active opportunity in Victoria where I could dedicate myself full-time in Victoria doing the same effective pro-life outreach that CCBR is doing right now. And so I want to share a little bit about some of the success stories that we've had to work with. As I mentioned, our goals now for Western Canada are to empower community groups in all 15 major cities being those that have at least 50,000 people living in them. Not only that, but we want to work with dozens of smaller community groups as well, so that we can reach the entire population of approximately 1.1 million people living in Western Canada. This abortion conversation doesn't end simply by converting everybody in Toronto or converting everybody in Calgary. Certainly, we need to reach everybody in both of those metropolitan hubs. However, we need to be going doorstep by doorstep, street corner by street corner, all the way across the country. And so just to share about a few of those. So we've already been able to successfully partner with around a dozen different groups of varying size across Canada. I want to give a few shout outs to the community groups that we're working with, and then I'll draw as I wrap up towards how you, if you're leading a community group somewhere in Canada or arguably around the world as well, how we'd love to partner and help you bring CCBR's various outreach projects to your home community. And so one of the main areas that we draw local community leaders is from existing pro-life initiatives. We've had the incredible opportunity to partner with groups like Kelowna Right to Life. Marlon, the executive director out there, is an incredible advocate for life. He does phenomenal work bringing the reality of abortion and compassionate, compelling apologetics to the people of Kelowna and throughout that Okanagan area. And it's been such a pleasure to be able to bring a team from Calgary out to meet with Marlon and his volunteers in Kelowna to be able to share some more apologetics to help improve conversations that their volunteers are having, partner with them in activism that they're doing on the campuses in that local area and in the general public as well, and really come alongside groups that have existing pro-life presences within these major communities already happening. Not only that, but we've been able to partner with other groups that are in some ways kind of offshoots of existing groups or groups that have a particular specialization within that area. And I'll highlight the Abortion Awareness Project in the Lethbridge, Alberta, a group of phenomenal volunteers down there. I'm not just pumping tires. Even after we have scalped many of their top leaders, many of the people working for CCBR right now have come from the Lethbridge area, and we've been able to draw some of their most passionate people. There's incredible passion that remains in Lethbridge. We love partnering with them on different workshops and different outreach events. We've had the opportunity to go down again and partner on workshops and presentations on campus. I remember going down and doing an abortion awareness project event at the University of Lethbridge and partnering with people like Caleb and countless others in their work on campus down there. I know that they've had a tremendous ability to engage people in their community through our postcard project. And I think that they are now hoping to implement some door knocking in their area as well. And so groups that already have a very vibrant pro-life presence, supplementing that with CCBR's projects for direct engagement, exposing the reality of what abortion does to preborn children, and coupling that with the conversations about when human life begins and whether all members of the human family should get human rights. So those are a couple of examples. I want to walk through a couple more. The other area that we get many of our community groups coming from are intern alumni who go home and realize that they had such an excellent experience over the summer doing the internship. They realized just how much can happen. Many of these people have been active in other pro-life initiatives, and while they are super valuable to have a very wide array of different pro-life activity, when they realize that people's minds are changing day after day after day through CCBR's outreach projects, they want to bring them back to their home community. And I think of a good friend of mine named Angela, who did an internship back, I believe 2016 was the year that she did the internship. And she realized that her home community of Red Deer, Alberta, didn't have a very proactive engagement kind of system that was changing the volume of minds that we were able to change through CCBR's outreach projects. There's certainly an incredible established pro-life group there, and yet she was able to bring back the idea of coupling her experience with the infrastructure that was already existing in Red Deer to be able to share the pro-life message with more and more people, again, through our various projects, our choice chain displays, our postcarding, our door knocking, all sorts of different projects we were able to implement in Red Deer because of somebody who had done an internship, had really had the fire lit under them, not only with regards to the urgency of the abortion situation in Canada, with 100,000 approximately preborn children being killed every year because of abortion, but also how manageable it truly was to be able to integrate these apologetics into some of the pro-life outreach they were already doing, and then how to supplement their existing pro-life outreach with CCBR's projects. Similarly, sticking in Western Canada, I've had the great opportunity over the last couple months to work with a group in Edmonton Against Abortion, spearheaded by Deirdre and Linda. We've been trying to work with them, mentor their volunteers locally to help empower them in the activism that they're doing, because this can't simply be a one-off. You've got your training, now go off and do everything on your own. We want to come alongside, constantly mentoring in a similar vein to what Blaze and I had talked about before, about the ongoing apologetics work that we offer to volunteers near our offices, but also volunteers in these community groups as well. And so we want to work with the leaders of these initiatives, regardless of whether they're full-time staff for their local Right to Life group, whether they are part-time staff, whether they're volunteer leaders. We want to help coach and mentor them through all of the work that they're doing on behalf of preborn children. One last group that I'll highlight, and I'm sure that Blaze will do this as well, not only because it's in Eastern Canada, but because Catherine is an absolute champ when it comes to defending life. Catherine is the executive director, founder, owner, the whole shebang, chief cook and bottle washer of Windsor Against Abortion. Catherine had the opportunity to do a couple of internships here in Calgary. Actually, one internship, one temporary staff position with us here in Calgary. And she took all of the lessons that she learned, integrated it with a ton more experience and insight from people living in the Windsor area, and launched a whole new initiative called Windsor Against Abortion, implementing our various outreach projects, our policies and protocols to help change minds and save lives within that area as well. So all that to say, we have worked with some incredible pro-life leaders, and maybe you're a pro-life leader. Maybe you're interested in bringing CCBR's outreach projects to your home community. We would love to partner with you in that capacity. We'd love to be able to not only provide that initial training, connect you with all of the various resources, documents, everything that Megan and Oriana put together in the community group support package, but also have an ongoing relationship, helping you troubleshoot whatever concerns, whatever challenges you're encountering in your home community. Every community is a little bit different. People always obviously respond to our outreach in a wide variety of ways. How do you mobilize people who are pro-life already? How do you respond to people who are not pro-life already? How do you continue to grow your team and mentor your team in a way that keeps them actively engaged? How do you inspire them? How do you connect them with newer and newer volunteers so that your team continues to grow? We want to partner with you. We want to help coach you through that entire process. And I mean, I can, on a personal note, I've made incredible friends through this process as well. I speak with Catherine in Windsor and Deirdre up in Edmonton and Angela. Certainly not as often as I would like to because of all the other stuff that we have going on at CCBR, but it's incredible to talk with these incredible leaders. I know I've said that word incredible like 14 times in this segment alone. However, I'm just super excited about the work that we're able to do, the work that is being done. If you're an established pro-life group already and want to bring us in to help supplement or grow the activism and outreach that you're already doing, we're happy to do that. If there isn't an active pro-life organization in your home community, or if you'd like to start one that has a different flavor or different strategy than the existing ones there, certainly excited to work with you in that capacity as well. And that's not just phone calls necessarily. That often means bringing a team of people, whether from Calgary, whether from Ontario, whether from one of our other initiatives or offices. We are always keen to continue partnering with more and more community groups with our goal of having established offices in the 3 hubs that I've mentioned, Calgary, Vancouver, and Winnipeg, with the 15 major cities that have at least 50,000 people living in them, and with 20 or so other people, 20 or so other towns and villages rather, of less than 50,000 people. We will be able to reach around 75% of the population in Western Canada. We want to reach 100% of the population, but that will be a very, very good start. And this is really what we want to do in the next 5 years. We want to continue to grow the groups that are already established. We have groups in many of these communities already. We want to continue to grow and expand into areas that we don't have an existing CCBR outreach presence in, areas like Grand Prairie, Fort Macleod, Brandon, Manitoba, places like that we want to continue building our reach. And so that's wrap up my section. I'm really excited about community outreach. I want to invite you to financially partner with CCBR. I'm sure that I'm stealing the words right out of Loretta's mouth. Financially partner with CCBR so that we can always increase the amount of support that we're giving to these community groups, to make it easier for us to travel to and from community groups with teams of people, to partner with their volunteers, with their team there. Financially partnering with CCBR allows us to better support and better empower community groups across the country. So thank you very much. I'll invite Loretta back on and look forward to the next segment coming up on this Giving Tuesday.
Thank you so much, Cam. It's certainly a great pleasure to be able to collaborate and work together with our coworkers. I was talking with Cam because I was recently on a road trip and I was really connecting with many of our supporters and donor base, but also had the opportunity to meet more people who were part of local pro-life groups in their communities, and certainly love to see them be able to be connected and trained up more as well. So thank you, Cam, so much for the work that you're doing in that area and the collaboration that we can do. We are going to turn it over to another testimony video here in a moment, and I just want to continue to encourage you to please partner with us so we can expand our reach, as Cam mentioned there. And again, we do have matching donor going on right now. We have a matching donor of up to $5,000. So we've got plenty of room in that right now. So please do donate and your impact can be doubled. So I'll turn it over to the testimony video now.
I was doing Choice Chain the other day, and as a man walked by, I asked him what he thought about abortion. He told me he didn't know. And so I pointed at the sign next to me and I said, "What do you think about this? Do you think this is okay?" And he looked at the sign and he thought for a minute, and then he said, "No, I don't." And I asked him why, and he looked at me and he said, "Because it's a life."
Hello, everyone. I have a few questions for each and every one of you. Are you passionate for preborn babies and want to spare them from being killed by abortion? Are you motivated to spare people the trauma of abortion by reaching them with the truth of what abortion is? And do you want to do something to achieve these goals? If you answered yes to these questions, we today have a program for you. We have an opportunity for you. That opportunity is the VIP project, the Vancouver Intensive Program, a new project that we have. But before we get into that, I'm excited to hear from Michael and Brittany about the VIP program, the Vancouver Intensive project or program. Let me share with you a little bit where that came from. As many of you will know, and probably many of you have been on this trip, every single February we take a number of teams of people actually, down to Florida to spend time on university campuses having conversations with people about abortion. This is known as the Abortion Awareness Project. A one-week trip, we had a number of one-week trips where we raise these big displays on university campuses. We provide the volunteers with intensive training, and then we go out and engage university students with the truth about abortion, asking hundreds of students what they think about abortion, listening to them to hear what sort of arguments they have, and then responding well. And it's one of the projects that we have seen many, many people change their minds. We have stories of people who have changed their complete life trajectory so that they could get on board with the pro-life message and spread it in politics or in different areas. And we have testimonies and stories of babies who have been saved because of the Abortion Awareness Project. And it's one of those weeks. I'm sure many of us who are in the pro-life movement can point to a specific week or perhaps an intern trip where we look back and we say, that was the hardest week that I've gone through, but the best one. A truly life-changing week for many, many people. One of the questions that we often ask when we are debriefing, when we're having conversations with our own team, is what do you think about this week? Looking back, how would you describe it? That's one of the words that people usually use. It was a life-changing week. And for many, it's a life-changing week because for them, it's an opportunity. You know, they haven't really changed people's minds before. They didn't really see how they could have effective and winsome conversations. They didn't see that they could actually make a difference in the abortion conversation and in the culture war that we're in. But then they get some training, they go out on university campuses, and their minds are blown because of how many times people are changing their minds because of the really good conversations that they are having. Now, because of the COVID situation and the travel restrictions between countries, this is a project that we're not able to do this year, or next year rather, next February. And so we have this replacement. And when I say replacement, it's not a downgrade. It certainly isn't a downgrade, but something that we are extremely, extremely excited for. So let me turn it over to you, Michael. Well, I mentioned already, I know you were going to do the big surprise. This was in Vancouver. I apologize for taking your thunder there. But could you share with us, why did we choose Vancouver as the place where we are going to be running this project?
That's a great question, Peter. Yeah, so Vancouver, I've lived here for my whole life. I love the city. It's a great city for one thing. Maybe I'm a little biased, but I really like Vancouver. And I think there's several reasons that Vancouver is just really ideal for a project like this. One of them is that it's got a huge population. We're the third largest metro area in Canada, from what I believe. It's predominantly unreached as well. So we've had a activism group here for the past couple years, and we've had a lot done here so far, but there's still quite a huge portion of the population that's yet to be reached. So for that reason, it's a great opportunity. You get to reach a lot of people who have never been reached before. Plus, because it's such a big metro area, there's lots of great activism spots all across in cities like Surrey, Vancouver, Burnaby. There's just so many places to like activism spots where busy intersections, especially the downtown core, like there's people walking past just all the time, like dozens of people any given moment. So for that reason, it's great for getting views and getting people to interact with. And also, it's just you get a lot of good quality conversations there because many of the people in Vancouver are either pro-choice or on the fence. There's quite a huge population of people who aren't necessarily pro-life. So those are exactly the kind of people we want to reach with when we do projects like these. And finally, Vancouver is just a really dynamic, fun place to be. For one thing, like the views there are beautiful. You're right by the water. You got the mountains there. And of course, there's a lot of things that are not allowed to be used at the moment because of COVID, but there's still plenty to do there. And it's just going to be just a really great place to experience activism, especially if it's your first big pro-life project.
Yeah, that's great. And for many, Michael, as we know, it is a lot of people's first pro-life project. And I want to highlight that because I don't want you to think that you need to be experienced. You need to have a lot of activism under your belt. You need to have X amount of conversations done before you get a chance to come to the Vancouver intensive program. Rather, and on the contrary, if you have never had conversations with people before, this is the perfect opportunity for you. I'm going to do a brief anecdote, I guess. In 2015 was the first time that I went to one of these projects, and I was there for a week. I was kind of nervous, not really sure how to have really good conversations. I'd had a few prior to that week, but not really a lot, not a lot of good ones. But the training that I received and the mentorship that I received, I mean, I had conversations, I didn't really know where to go in some of them. I would go to some of the staff that were there, ask them some questions, and they were really, really good in guiding me to show me how to have these really good conversations. And so a really, really good week of mentorship in how to be a good and effective pro-life ambassador. Brittany, you've been on the planning team, and I haven't been on the planning team, so I can't say this firsthand. But I have heard to prepare for this program. Could you share with us a little bit about some of the details with the Vancouver Intensive Program? What are some of the plans that you guys have prepared for us?
Sure. Yeah, so basically it's going to be a Monday to Friday deal where we'll get our attendees all trained. Like you said, they don't have to be experienced. We will train them and we'll equip them to go out onto the streets and have these conversations. So throughout those days, they will also go out onto the streets and put all that training into practice. They will receive mentorship from us throughout that all as well, just to really make sure that they're really on firm standings, that when they go back home from this trip, that they will be able to also do this work either with community groups in their own area or by talking to coworkers or friends or whoever is around them.
Yeah, that's great. Do you have dates for us on the top of your head, Brittany, for when this is going to be?
It's going to be in February. There's 2 weeks that you can apply for. The first week starts February 8th, and then the second week starts February 15.
Sweet. Awesome. Okay, so February 8 to 13, I would assume, and then February 15 to 20, 2021. If you want to learn a little bit more about this, do check out our website, endthekilling.ca/VIP. That's endthekilling.ca/VIP. You'll learn a little bit more information there, and that will be the place where you can apply and begin the process to come on. All right, so we've talked about some of the training that we're going to receive. This training is going to revolve around abortion victim photography, why we use the images, why we're showing people the real aspect of what abortion is. It's easy to talk about abortion. I mean, as pro-lifers, we can use rhetoric. As pro-choicers, they can use rhetoric as well. But I think one of the things that we can all agree on is that, or here in the pro-life movement anyways, that the images kind of just make their way through the rhetoric, take it all to the side, and really show and highlight what abortion actually is, the inhumanity of abortion, the inhumanity of ending the life of young preborn children. So we are really, really excited for that. One of the questions I have has to do with COVID restrictions. You guys are well aware of what's been happening the last 8 months around the world. So are you guys making any plans, just to make sure that everyone will be safe, in terms of COVID-19?
Yeah, for sure. So we're trying our best to keep on top of everything that's going on over in BC. Obviously, it's a little hard to know right now what things are going to look like in February, but we're really working hard on making sure we have a plan in place that whatever is happening, we can still do this program. That might mean some changes to what it's looking like right now, or it might mean that it'll be easier than what it looks like right now. But we're making sure we have those plans in place, that we're not thrown for a loop when February rolls around.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good, and that's one of the things we really want to highlight is we are taking every precaution to make sure that we are not going to be spreading COVID-19 amongst some of the programs that we're doing, not just this one, but all of the other ones as well. Well, Michael, you've been involved in the movement for some time. I'm not sure if you have been to an abortion awareness project, but let us hear from you. Why do you think people should apply to this program? What are some of the great benefits? I know we've mentioned a few of them already, but what are some of the great benefits that people will be able to enjoy by applying to the Vancouver Intensive Program?
Great question. You're actually right. I haven't attended an abortion awareness project in Florida before, so I don't quite have that as a reference. But I think, regardless, this is a really great event to get involved with for several reasons. For one thing, as we all know, COVID-19 has meant canceling a lot of fun events. There's so many things that we wish we could have done this year, and permitting that COVID restrictions allow us to continue with this event. This is a really great opportunity to just have something not only important and that will save a lot of lives and change a lot of minds, but also just it'll be a lot of fun. You'll get to meet people from all across Canada who are pro-life and who care about this issue as much as you do, and possibly make some lifelong friendships out of that. So I think we could all use a really exciting event after this crazy year. And then also, what's really great about this kind of condensed week-long event is you get basically the experience almost of an internship, minus, many things that you can fit into 4 months, but you get a similar experience combined into your reading break week. So you don't have to set aside 4 whole months. You can get a really great experience just while you're taking a break from school. So that's another really great part. And then another thing is that you'll be the first ever people to partake in this specific project. As we've been mentioning, this is the first time we've done something quite like this. So I think, just to have that, under your belt as like the first VIP participant, that's pretty cool in my opinion.
Yeah, that's right. And as you're mentioning that, Michael, I was just thinking, just knowing some of the colleagues we have here at CCBR, I suspect that in 2022, if we are able to do things more normally than we have been this year, I suspect that there will be both an abortion awareness project in Florida and a Vancouver intensive program in Vancouver. That's just the way that our colleagues work, which is really, really great. Brittany, you were at the Abortion Awareness Project this past February. I was there with you. It was a great time, in my opinion. Lots of conversations happened. But from your experience at the Abortion Awareness Project, why would you invite people to join the Vancouver intensive program that's happening next February?
I would invite people to this program because I've seen the energy and excitement that a week-long program builds in people. It's really great in that it builds community in the participants. They are all going through the same thing together. They're all getting the same training. They're all experiencing the same activism, the same hard conversations, the same mentorship. And I find it really encouraging watching others go out and change minds and save lives. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm just thinking about some of the first times that I had conversations about abortion, just me and someone else, no other mentors there. And it's pretty intimidating, if you're not really sure how to have these conversations. But some of the things you guys are saying is we get to join a bigger group of people with similar passions and similar desires when it comes to abortion in Canada, which is getting the number from 100,000 down to 0. But this is an opportunity where if you really don't know how to have these conversations, if you're really not sure how to navigate your way through some of the justifications for abortion that you hear time and time and time again, wherever it might be, this is the opportunity. I mean, this is where you come down. This is where, you're with a group of people who are in a very similar position to you, and you get to have some great mentorship, some great training. And like you said, Michael, this certainly isn't the internship. It's not 4 months of constant training and consistent activism, but you certainly do get a lot of the experience that is similar to the internship. Certainly experience in changing people's minds on abortion. So that's absolutely great. My final encouragement would be something along those lines as well. I mean, we recognize the humanity of preborn children. We know what abortion is doing. As pro-lifers, we are aware of what abortion is doing, and we need to ask ourselves, are we just good to do something, or do we need to do what is most effective? And here at CCBR, our call and our argument is that using abortion victim photography coupled with time-tested apologetics, that is what is most effective in reaching the culture with the truth about abortion, not just to reach them, but to see people change their minds, to have these winsome conversations around who the preborn are and see people change their minds and to see lives saved. And so that we want to encourage you, go check out our website, www.endthekilling.ca/VIP. www.endthekilling.ca/VIP. It's on the screen right now. Check it out right now. You don't have to be a certain age. Well, you should be. Like if you're 10, maybe wait a few years. But if you're young, if you're old, this is a great opportunity for you. Go and apply so that you too can have good training and get experience. Actually see people change their mind on abortion. The dates, let me just repeat that for you one more time. The first week we're going is February 8th, 2021. That's 1 week starting February 8th. The second week is February 15, 2021. Once again, check out our screen, www.endthekilling.ca/VIP. Michael, our social media guy, Brittany, our truth truck and admin, just wonderful, wonderful work you guys are both doing. Thank you so much. And yeah, we look forward to seeing each and every one of you at the Vancouver Intensive Program next February 8th and February 15th.
I'm here in Toronto and I just had this great conversation. It was a long conversation with this lady. And she was following, but it wasn't clicking with her. She opened up her pamphlet and she said, wow, you should have just showed me these images right away because it literally just changed my mind. It was amazing.
All right, welcome to the next segment. We'll do brief introductions here. We're going to be talking about activating through internships. So how do we get people involved through the internships? How do we change hearts and minds? A lot of CCBR work that we do each year is done through the internships. So I'll briefly start by introducing myself. My name is Alex van der Broenhorst, and I'm the Western Internship Director. So I work here at Calgary, and I'm in charge of the internships here out west. We typically run one internship in the west and one in the east. So I used to, before I became involved in the pro-life movement, I worked as an automotive mechanic. I did that for 8 years, so a bit of a switch there. And I've been working full-time with CCBR since 2014, so that's more than 6 years now. Time does fly, so that's me.
And I'm Vanessa. So I actually just read in my journal yesterday that I started doing street outreach in 2015. And for the past 2 years, I've worked full-time with CCBR. Little thing you should probably know about me is I love doing street activism. Like, it's just my favorite. Having conversations with people about abortion and like just watching so many people change their minds. Yeah, so I'm the outreach coordinator here in Ontario. Yeah.
And I'm Hannah. I am the office manager for the Eastern Outreach Department. So my job when it comes to office management, I mean, a lot of it comes down to event planning. So whether that means our speaking tours, our crash courses, our internships, our abortion awareness project, all those kind of events that we have throughout the year, I help plan. I also drive our truck in Toronto. I help Jer do that. That's pretty recent as of this past summer. Yeah, just a lot of behind the scenes stuff that, you know, a lot of different office people will do. Unlike Vanessa, I'm not as great or confident with activism, but I do go out when I can because I realize how important it is to talk to people about abortion. And yeah, so I was introduced to CCBR through ARPA, the Association for Reform Political Action. I was looking for a few years ago, and they sent me to Florida for the Abortion Awareness Project. And yeah, I became hooked on the strategy and realized how important it was and effective it was. So that was in 2017. So 2 years later, last spring, I joined the staff. So it's been about a year and a half now.
Cool. Thank you, ladies. I should also briefly introduce Peter. Peter Boss, you guys have seen him on a number of the previous segments. He was actually the internship director for the London internship that Vanessa helped lead on the ground, but he was not able to join us for this segment. So shout out as well to Hannah and some of the other admin colleagues. Yes, so those of us who are mostly on the streets and leading the interns, doing the activism, yeah, in a sense we get to see the frontline action, but that wouldn't really be possible if it wasn't for people behind the scenes like Hannah keeping stuff going. So we appreciate it. So internships, I want to give a little very brief introduction overview as to what they are, how they work, why we do them, talk about some of the things that we did this year, and then hand it over to Vanessa and Hannah as they were involved with the London internship. So the internships, it's a program that we run each summer, and it's mostly young people who join our team full-time for either 2 or 4 months, and that's in the summer months, so either May through August or July and August. So young people, they fundraise for a salary, and then they join us full-time for that amount of time. And during the 2 or the 4 months, they're with us full-time, like I said, and we give them training in a wide range of subjects. Now, obviously, the foundational one is pro-life apologetics, how to actually engage people effectively as the main purpose of the internships is to go out there, get on the streets, engage with everyday people and change their minds on abortion so that we can save the lives of children. So obviously one of the main parts of training is pro-life apologetics, how we engage with people. And then also further training throughout the summer in terms of leadership, history, strategy topics, pro-life work in the law, a wide range of training that goes on throughout the summer. So there's the training aspect, but then there's also just a ton of on-the-street activism. A very large part of CCBR's annual reach is due to the internships. We see a ton of minds and hearts change on the issue of abortion. We see a lot of people who were either pro-choice, pro-abortion, somewhere in the middle. We see a lot of people changing their minds when they see the images that the interns are helping to display, when they have conversations with the interns. And we get to see lives saved as well. And it's a tremendous privilege to be a part of that for myself here as the internship director for Calgary. So full-time program, we get training, and then a lot of activism. We go out on the streets, we do things like choice chain, postcarding, and obviously the interns, they get to see the change that they're helping to bring about. But aside from those obvious things, the work and the training itself and seeing lives saved, another thing that stands out to a lot of our interns is just the great community that is formed. When you get a team of young people from all across the country, you get them together for a summer, and they all have the same purpose. They're all there to save lives. They're all there to save babies who are at risk from being killed by abortion. And they go through what's often difficult and grueling work of engaging people on this issue, changing hearts and minds, delivering postcard after postcard, kilometer after kilometer, standing on the street corners for hours with the signs. It's hard work, but it's good work. And we see it's just great communities are formed. And that's another aspect that a lot of interns appreciate about the internships. So yeah, in summary, full-time in 2 or 4 months, and we get a ton of activism done. We see a lot of people changing their minds. Just want to share one brief story. So this was last year, 2019. I was out with the interns doing activism. We were postcarding, so delivering the literature with the images and information from house to house. And a lady came out of her house and met me, and she actually recognized the postcard that I had dropped off because the previous year, during the 2018 internship, we had been in that area with the interns as well. And she'd come across one of these postcards. She saw the images. It really affected her deeply. It really disturbed her because abortion is disturbing. And when I met her then in 2019, she actually pointed to her pregnant belly and she said, "Keep doing this work. This is great work. It saves lives. It saved this life." And she proceeded, and my jaw almost hit the floor, she proceeded to share with me the story of how the previous year, before she was pregnant, she'd come across this postcard, she'd see the images, and then a couple months later, she got pregnant, and there's people in her lives trying to pressure her to have an abortion. But she said just seeing those images, that was what gave her the courage to stand up to those people and say, no, I saw what abortion would do to my baby, and I'm not doing that. And now my wife and I are actually still in contact with her, and it's amazing to get to see the fruits of the internships and of the activism that we do. So fast forward to this year. This year has obviously been a strange and it's been a strange year. COVID, nobody saw that coming. And to make a long story short, based on the circumstances, based on how little we knew about the virus back in March, based on the varying levels of lockdowns and restrictions, we were forced to make the decision to cancel the summer internships, at least the conventional ones. So what did we do instead? Jonathan has already covered that. Some of my colleagues have covered that. But in brief, we were able to do, in terms of the internship, able to do 2 main things. The one was the online return program. So we had Olivia, Danae, and Michael, and they were able to help and work with Cam to get the online training program into many different communities. And they had a ton of people go through the 5-part study series and get equipped with apologetics and with the basic tools so that once the restrictions locked down in whichever community the participants were, they would be able to join the local groups and go out and do activism. So they're able to get a ton of those study series into different communities. And then at CCBR, what we also did is we had an online training program. So the people who had originally signed up for our summer internships this year, were able to get quite a few of them to follow an online curriculum. And we shared quite a bit of the training that we'd normally share through the internship. And thus we're able to stay in touch, give them the basics, and as well as kind of give them the basic training that they would normally get during the internship, so that hopefully they could also apply that in their home communities. And then this fall, when we had a better understanding in general of how the virus behaved and what the different kind of restrictions could be expected, then we were able to actually do an internship, an on-the-ground, boots-on-the-ground internship in London. And that's what I want to hand off to Vanessa and Hannah, as they were there. They were in London. I joined them for a couple of days, but they were the ones that were running it, as well as my colleague Peter. So Vanessa, if you want to share a little bit about the London internship.
Yeah, sure. So we actually just finished it last week. It was a very great experience in London. So we had a team of 5 interns with 2 of us staff members on the ground in London. And then we had some support staff. So we would take the interns out 4 days a week to the streets doing activism. And then we would do, as Alex has previously mentioned, some training on one of the days. So you could see a huge impact in London from when we first came to when we left. It was actually crazy. And then we also targeted different local communities, so different against abortion groups, and we would support them in their outreach. So while working in London, we would get connected with London Against Abortion, and then in the other spots, we would connect with different against abortion groups. We had a lot of, I would say, a lot of growth in all the interns, and you could just see them getting more and more comfortable in conversations. And then we did a lot of street outreach. So as Alex has previously mentioned, it takes a team of interns on the streets and support staff, and then also takes behind the scenes. So Hannah, you're with us right now. If you'd want to share your role in the internship as well.
Yeah, sure. So as office admin, there's work that goes into our internships before they start. So before our internship started, I was involved with all the communication, or a lot of the communication with our interns. So their fundraising, all of our interns have to fundraise a portion of their salary. So connecting them with that, giving them some advice about that, and just giving them updates on their fundraising, looking into housing for them, just logistics like that. None of these people were from London before, so they had to move there. All of the stuff that goes with that. And then during the internship, I was mostly responsible for tracking our statistics, which I'll talk more about later. Our incidents, if there were anything happened to us or our team members or our property, I would look after that, follow up on that kind of thing. And just different behind the scenes things that went into planning activism or different events that would happen throughout the internship I would be involved with. And then of course, joining the interns for activism when I could was always a highlight. I think Blaze talked about the London Day of Activism earlier. That was one of the best days, I think, of the internship, where we could see such a huge impact on the city in that one day. And yeah, just a shout out to Peter again. He was our internship director, so he did a lot of the behind the scenes, bigger picture kind of planning as well, going into the internship and throughout, managing the schedule, contacting the different community groups, and yeah, all that kind of stuff that went into the big picture stuff as well. So
thanks. And so I wanted to mention a few more things about the internship. And one thing is, when I think back to the first week when we were doing training, everyone was all scared to do activism and like, oh dear, now we have to actually go and put this in practice and have real conversations on the streets. And just like every week, just seeing more and more growth and just seeing them like get way more comfortable. Now I'd say like at the end of the internship, everyone was super comfortable having conversations, could handle a conversation without any trouble. And it was just a great experience because you're with a really, like Alex mentioned before, you have a really good supportive community. So like everyone's on the same mission. We all hate that abortion is literally ripping apart and tearing children in our own country, in our own cities, in London, Ontario. So it was really great to be with a team like that.
If I can jump in,
go for it.
Briefly, Vanessa, like you mentioned at the beginning, a lot of the interns were nervous. I think that's a really normal thing. I remember the first time I did choice chain, it's years ago now, but I was so nervous I was almost sick. Like it's pretty normal to like this is not a normal thing, going out and confronting people on something like this. It's pretty normal that a lot of people are pretty nervous about it, and that's one of the great things about the internship. You were just leading into that. I could hear. you're part of a team, right? You get the training. We're there to come alongside you. We're there to help you make a difference, even if you have no background in this. A lot of us have little or no background in the pro-life movement. And again, that's one of the big things that the internship is good for. Even if you're nervous, if you've never done anything like this, well, there's a community, there's training, there's help, there's mentorship. So.
Absolutely. And then you'd have, so many times you'd learn to have conversations. So you have better and better conversations as the internship progresses. And yeah, there were some really cool testimonies from the interns. So there'd be really good stories, and then there were some conversations that were hard and very difficult. So we all get a mix of those. They don't all end with people being like, "Oh, I'm completely pro-life now." Like sometimes it takes time. And yeah, so actually, one I just want to quick share with you. One of the interns was talking to a guy, and he was like, "No, he's pro-choice." And recently, he had found out that his girlfriend was pregnant, and they were talking about having an abortion. And the intern, Kateri, she said she had a short conversation with him. They talked about human rights being for every human equally. And then she said the image was so powerful and she could watch it change his mind. She said she really emphasized what they were looking at when they were looking at that image. And then he left the conversation being like, "No, I actually am not okay with that. I don't support it. I can't do that to our child." So there's some really cool stories as well. So that was in London, Ontario. And yeah, it's very exciting. So just looking overall at the internship, Hannah, would you want to share the stats for the internship? So,
yeah, for sure. So like Vanessa mentioned, the interns in a short 3 months had such a huge impact on the city of London, Ontario. So CCBR, we measure our effectiveness by how many people see abortion, because we know that we've done polling that shows that 67% of people who see abortion, like Jonathan mentioned at the beginning, who just see it, will have a more negative view of it. So we reached nearly 385,000 people in London with the truth about abortion. We had that many views of abortion for the 3 months of the internship. And so that statistically means that almost 260,000 people will now have a more negative view of abortion. And that breakdown of views we do through our different projects. So we have postcarding, delivering postcards door to door, and the interns delivered almost 70,000 postcards. We also have what we call choice chains, so street activism, where they hold signs at street corners and have conversations. And of course, you get people walking by and vehicles driving by. So that project, there was 30,000 views of abortion through that project. And then we also have banner or vehicle choice chain that targets vehicle traffic, and that had almost 270,000 views of abortion. A good chunk of that was that day in London, like we talked about, where we had so many volunteers and staff come. And then we also had the Truth Truck come to London that day as well, and that racked up 15,000 views of abortion as well. So incredible that in this 3 month period, we could, the team could have such an incredible impact on the city. We know that London is changed because of it, and the conversation is ongoing for sure.
Super. No, thank you, ladies, both for sharing. It was, I think, for a lot of us here at CCBR, it was encouraging to see, as good as the online programs were and the effect that we had through them, I think it was really encouraging for us to still see an actual people on the ground, an actual internship in London this fall. And it was good to see, like you said, Vanessa, to see how far the interns came in their skill level, in their comfort. And it was good to see the amount of people that were reached as well. So yeah, definitely a different year than what we'd expected. But thankfully, we're still able to reach a ton of people. We're able to train a lot of the people that we'd hoped to train. And so what's the plan for next year? Obviously, we're still dealing with COVID-19, and that seems to be an ever-changing situation. So what are we planning for next year? Well, if possible, we want to take a lot of our plans that we had for this year and see if they can be executed next year. So we have a couple of different contingency plans based on the different levels of lockdowns or the different levels of restrictions, even that vary from province to province. And that was one of the big benefits. Earlier this fall, we had a strategic retreat with our staff, and we were able to get together and spend several days strategizing. Okay, a lot of our plans got put on hold, had to be canceled, had to be postponed this year. How do we make sure that we put in place different contingencies so that next year we're not caught off guard like this. And so we're able to come up with a number of different plans. If there's these restrictions in place, we can do this. If there's those restrictions in place, we can do that. So long story short, what that means is that barring a total lockdown for next year, we're looking forward, Lord willing, to once again hit the streets with great teams of young people next year to fight for little boys and little girls who are at risk of being killed by abortion. So we are very confident that next summer we should be able to run internships again. And if you or anyone you know is interested in getting involved in seeing what you can do to stand up for these babies, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, message the organization, message any of us personally, send us an email, get in contact with us, and hopefully we'll see a number of you next summer.
Thank you guys for all the work that you guys have been doing on the streets and training up new people. So thanks to this incredible team. We're getting close to having $25,000 in our campaign now. Plus we do have that $5,000 matcher who is going to come through as soon as we get that matched. So please do support us financially so that we can continue with our activism projects, our internships, and really get more of the message out there and see more lives saved. So thank you for that. We have another panel coming up here, and this one here is discussing the outrage, responding to feedback. You may have seen some of the feedback already on social media just now, and we haven't been able to get to all of those right as the stream is going, but I will turn it over to our team so that they can discuss the kind of emails and phone calls we get and how to respond to those.
Super, thanks Loretta. I think we'll start with some brief introductions again, just for those of you who are tuning in. We'll keep the introductions really brief. But in case you're just tuning in, I was on the last segment as well. My name is Alex. I work here in Calgary as the Western Outreach Western Internship Director rather. That's Cam's role. Western Internship Director. So I'm in charge of the internships that we run here in Calgary. My background to this, so before I became involved in the pro-life movement, I worked for 8 years as an automotive mechanic. So that was definitely a bit of a switch. But through a long story, I ended up here, and now I've been working full-time at CCBR since 2014. So that's me.
Cool. I'm the actual Western Outreach Director. I'm sure Alex would love to have my job. But yeah, so I've been working for CCBR full-time since 2012. And before that, I graduated with a degree in biology with a focus in genetics from the University of Victoria. And then I did this internship that I thought would be a one-off, take off my pro-life involvement box and get back to normal life. And yet I realized just how incredible of work CCBR was doing and the opportunity and obligation that I had to be able to continue on with that. And so I've been full-time since then. It's my great pleasure to be able to oversee all the outreach we do in Western Canada, and also on the side be the co-host of the Pro-Life Guys podcast, which has been a new initiative and a lot of fun. And that's me. That's not a very graceful transition. I'm sorry, Carolyn. You're muted right now. Carolyn's a champ. If she unmutes herself, she is a champ. She is one of two people that's been at CCBR for longer than me, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I'll throw it over to you, Carolyn. Yep. Maybe not. Oh, there she is.
Oh, sorry. My phone. I was frozen. I'm the administrator for CCBR. I've been working with CCBR since the fall of 2011, so I've been here a little bit, and I get to see all of the emails and most of the voicemails that come in as the first point of entry into our organization, and I generally forward them on to various staff members or respond to them as I see fit. So I'm excited to be here with Cam and Alex, who get to deal with the bulk of what I forward on to them.
Yeah, so as Carolyn mentioned, and as the title here shows, for the next 15 minutes or so, we want to share a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at responding to people who leave us feedback. Like we've mentioned several times, that the work that we're doing here is incredibly effective. We get to see a lot of people changing their minds on abortion. At the same time, we also know that there isn't a silver bullet, and we definitely run into our fair share of people who are not happy with us raising awareness about what abortion does to preborn children. We run into our fair share of people who are even outraged, and the feedback is all over the spectrum. Some of it's funny, some of it's encouraging, some of it's just ridiculous. And then, of course, there's some people with real questions who have real concerns and heartbreaking stories, and there's just a wide range of feedback. So when we're dropping off postcards, there's a phone number that people call, there's a website, and so there's a number of ways that people leave us feedback. And so I want to give a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look into what it's like getting and responding to some of that feedback. So I've done some of the callbacks in the past, but it's mostly been sporadic, kind of here or there. And for quite a while, it's mostly been Cam who's been handling, I would say between Cam and Carolyn, they've been handling the bulk of responding to people who reach out to us after they get a postcard or see one of our projects. So Cam, before we dive into some specifics and take a look at kind of, what are some of the main types of feedback we get, maybe do you want to share a little bit about what it's been like to be the main guy at CCBR who gets to call these people back who are angry that they've, got a postcard. And then maybe related to that, maybe share too, if has that changed how you view or how you do activism at all?
Yeah, two really good questions. And so yeah, like Alex mentioned, I've kind of been one of the go-to people. Over the last 5 years, I've probably made around 1,000 callbacks sort of thing. Generally, the rate that we see is around a 1% callback rate from our postcarding. And it's been a really, really interesting experience because we do get, like Alex said, a huge range of feedback. We get some people who are very supportive of the work that we're doing, and they hadn't really thought about abortion that way before, and they just want to let us know they love what we're doing. We get some people who are pro-life but don't agree with the strategies, they don't agree with the way we go about doing it, and we get a lot of people who are very supportive of abortion, who come with all sorts of different feedback, some of which we're able to build in to how we do our projects a little bit better. We can think about things as simple as simplifying the postcard. Our old postcard designs used to have very, very convoluted messaging in them, trying to tap into different headlines and themes and topics which had been in newspapers weeks before, something like that.
And we'd have a whole bunch of postcards with like different focuses, right? So like it takes is the wrong person to get the one that's focusing on the thing that, it was a bit of a mess.
Oh yeah, a bunch of them were just complete lightning rods. We had some that were showing, we have profound outrage when we have oil tankers go down. Why don't we have the same kind of outrage when preborn children are killed, and all that kind of stuff that while they may have been valid comparisons, it kind of spread out the line of conversation. We want to focus on abortion, so we've been able to narrow in just on abortion, that kind of thing. It like Alex said, there's some really funny things that come up at times. The accusations of being old white men, I've actually come to think that some people just are really bad at gauging age, to be honest, because we'll have people like Vanessa out doing postcarding. I'll get all these callbacks being like, you've got your 8-year-olds postcarding again. And
it's like, oh, Vanessa's on the street again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Vanessa doesn't look as old as I do, but
I thought you were going to transition to a bald joke before you went to Vanessa, but yeah.
Oh, no, I'll spare you that, Alex. I'm sure you get enough of those already. We get a wide range of things. And in some ways, like I said, it does impact how we do activism. I know different people have different takes when they're out doing something like postcarding, but I've realized as the guy who delivers postcards that it's probably quicker for me personally, at least, to have a conversation with somebody as they come out of their house and want to know why we're delivering postcards. It's 2 minutes for me on the street because I've got body language and facial expressions and all that good stuff.
It is harder on the phone.
Rather than a 15-minute round of them screaming their face off because they can disassociate me from any kind of humanity sort of thing. And so there is a lot of benefit to being able to interact with people in person, but it is very, very cool to be able to interact with all of these people who have often very legitimate, very real questions about our strategy, about the pro-life issue itself, and to have that opportunity to get back to them and respond as best as I can to whatever concerns or questions they might have, and help them realize that, we're a pro-life organization that's put a lot of thought and time into developing this situation.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's kind of cool to hear your side of things, because like I've said, you've done quite a bit of this over the past couple of years. So I have a number of different, like I said, I've only recently in the last few weeks been taking on a little bit more of the role of doing the callbacks, but I haven't actually gotten to doing the callbacks yet. I've just been logging the voicemails and making notes of the different people that want to call us back. So at this point, I've just been going through and logging them, and I kind of see some common themes. And Carolyn, you probably get this too, because you deal more with the emails and stuff that come in. So I got a couple here that I can ask Cam for his thoughts on. But Carolyn, do you have any kind of common emails that come to mind?
A lot of the emails that we get is just people who really want to tell us what we think, but don't want to hear from us what we think. It's very common. In fact, they'll state very explicitly in their email not to contact them, which makes it easy for us because then they're not asking for a response. So that's probably the most common email, people who don't actually want to hear back from us.
And I'm sure that you've learned the lesson, just don't open attachments. Just generally speaking, don't ever open an attachment.
Never open an attachment.
Yeah, bad idea. Yeah. No, for sure. So Cam, like as I've been logging, I've seen and heard quite a few of the people that leave us feedback. They either are or they claim to be pro-life themselves, but they take issue with how we go about trying to stand up for these children. So this isn't a real voicemail, but just to kind of, what they sound like. It's often along the lines of, hey, my name is, let's say, Bob, and I agree with your message, and I'm totally against abortion, but I think the way you guys are doing this is just wrong. Like, this is disgusting. Like I'm off with your message and I'm pro-life, but I think the way you spread your message is messed up. Like, these images are graphic and awful, and you shouldn't be shoving this in people's mailboxes who aren't ready to see something like this. So when you're calling these people back, so they're pro-life themselves, but they, as you can tell, just really don't think that we're doing it the right way. What are some things that come to mind when you call these people back?
Yeah, it's a good question. And like you said, this is one of the main themes that we see time and time again. And generally there's two routes that I often go. One of which is just kind of sharing what our approach actually is. Because a lot of people come to this not necessarily being very familiar with the pro-life cause, pro-life movement, formally speaking, I guess. And they're thinking of this in terms of like marketing. They say, I'm pro-life, but these graphic images, they're not going to win anybody to your side, sort of thing. That you're not going to increase memberships. Nobody's going to want to donate towards your organization. Nobody's going to want to follow you on your social media platforms and whatnot. Obviously, as we can see from the comment section, we do actually get a lot of these people following us on our comment sections and social media platforms. However, it does give us the opportunity to share with them that our goal isn't necessarily like pure kind of capitalist marketing sort of thing, where we're trying to present a better product than our neighbors of, what, people are showing abortion to be this great thing and we need to make pregnancy look even better than that. This isn't about don't go to their store, come to my store. This is about, regardless of whether you come in my store or not, you can't go to their store because they're literally killing people over there.
Yeah.
Like if you don't want to identify with our camp,
Yeah, it's like there's a huge difference between trying to win someone over or to sell them on a specific thing versus trying to get someone to realize how horrible something else is. Like, completely different approach, right?
Totally. And the second thing that I often bring up, and I cite my good friend Jonathan Van Maren and his incredible resource, Seeing is Believing, to show this isn't a new strategy, right? That this is a strategy that has been used throughout history to end injustices time and time again, stretching all the way back to William Wilberforce, Hannah More, Thomas Clarkson, and the abolition of the slave trade, to most recently, I mean, we can consider even the Black Lives Matter movement and the Syrian refugee crisis. That images, whether static photographs or videos, are incredibly essential, absolutely essential towards not only changing people's minds, but also mobilizing them, regardless of whether we agree with all of the actions that these groups take or not. We have to recognize that images provoke action time and time again. And this is a theme that I try to share with people, that, while now we name boulevards and stadiums and whatever after people like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Louis Hine and the like, at the time that they were doing their public outreach and trying to fight injustice, they were the most despised people in society. And so we have to realize that we're not simply out here to make friends, though obviously today our goal is to find some financial partners to help us reach our goals and to continue changing minds, saving lives. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I don't really have a whole lot to add there. So then another one, and Carolyn, you've probably seen some of these too. People who, and I've come across a similar thing in Choice Chain, but like when we're talking to people on the streets, but I find it surprising when they leave us voicemails. They say that they're personally pro-life, but we shouldn't interfere with other people who want to have abortions. We shouldn't tell other people what to do. Like, I'm pro-life, but don't tell other people. And that one always gets me because, well, if you're pro-life, then don't you know what abortion is? And if you know what abortion is, which is it kills a child, then why would you say that's okay for other people? So that one really gets me, especially because they claim to be pro-life themselves. What do you say when you talk to those people? What are some things like? Do you find you're able to get them to rethink their issue or their stance?
A theme that we very often fall back on at CCBR, whether it's Choice Chain, whether it's callbacks, whatever it may be, is this notion of trotting out the toddler. We want to make analogies to make this principle more real for the people that we're talking to. And so I'll say, like, would we ever say, I'm personally against child abuse, but if you want to abuse your children, then you're allowed to do so? I'm personally against genocide or sexual assault or whatever, but if you want to do that, you're totally okay. Like, no, we're never going to say that. I think diving a little bit deeper into it, sometimes people say, well, I don't want to be the person who physically restrains them from having an abortion. And obviously we're not asking for people to like go and chain themselves to people's houses or cars or whatever. Like, if you're not the person to personally stop them from having an abortion, you might not be the person to physically prevent them from abusing their born child or killing their born child or something like that. However, that doesn't mean that you can't have a voice, can't have an opinion on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just looking at the clock here, we're starting to run down the clock. We have about 4 minutes left, I think. Just a couple more I want to get through. Carolyn, feel free to jump in too. So I think one that's important to address is people whose kids see. So this is especially for the postcarding. People whose kids see the postcard. I mean, obviously that's not our target audience, but we realize that if we're doing widespread public outreach, you can't avoid sometimes, unfortunately, having children see this. So I think it's important to address that one. Yeah, and then I think
another
we'll
one
have time
that
for maybe one or two more. Go ahead.
Another one that we see a lot of is people who suggest how to do our strategy differently. And the thing is, we've actually taken some of those strategies and tried it. So people who say, put your postcards in an envelope, and then we've tried that, and we've adapted what our postcard looks like based on feedback that we get and trying out different things. And Cam, maybe you want to go into more of what the evolution of our postcard design is?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that you hit on a very good note there with the envelopes. Obviously, we've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people say, why don't you just put your postcards in envelopes? And like you said, we've done that in a few communities where we haven't had the opportunity to deliver them door by door. But the reality is, I mean, as I'm sure everyone can expect, when you get unaddressed mail in a blank white envelope, whether it's an offer for a credit card, whether it's a new cell phone provider, whether it's anything, you're almost certainly going to throw that straight in the recycling bin. And so the way that we found, not necessarily a compromise, but how we've built that feedback in is by putting those flaps on the outside of the pamphlet so that you see those naturally developing preborn children. You know the beauty of when human life begins. And you also know that this is a pro-life postcard, that there's no ambiguity about that whatsoever. You know exactly what you're getting into. And so when you take that out in the big stack of mail that you've received in your mailbox, you know what you're getting into. And yeah, so we've made some adjustments like that. To touch on, Alex, what you had said about children seeing the images, obviously we go so far out of our way to make sure that that doesn't happen. And that is evidenced by the fact that the most common callback that I ever received is my kid could have seen this picture. You dropped this off at my house, my kid could have seen this.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
And I think that speaks to exactly the point that many of these kids aren't seeing it. And yet at the end of the day, like you said, Alex, some kids do see it. We do have to recognize that.
Yeah, we do.
And when we're making decisions about this activism, we have to not only consider what has been done historically, what has been embraced historically, but also, do we elevate the emotions of born children above the lives of preborn children? Obviously, we have to care about the emotions and feelings of born children.
Yeah.
That's why we go so far out of our way to make sure that those kids aren't seeing the pictures.
Yeah.
And yet, if the projects, as we've demonstrated statistically, change minds and save lives, I can't place the emotions of a born kid over the life of a preborn kid. I just have to do everything that I possibly can to make sure that it's the homeowners who are receiving those postcards.
Yeah, because a big part of it is that there's a very real cost to staying home and not showing the images, and that cost is other little kids actually get killed. Like that's something we can't forget. Let's see, we have, I think, 1 minute. Cam, if you have time, could you briefly respond to, so people, they often, we also sometimes see people leaving, voicemails or messages about a difficult situation they've gone through, whether they've had a difficult pregnancy or they've had an abortion for some heartrending reason, or various difficult circumstances that people find themselves in. What are some things you bring up when you're talking to these people who are really hurting?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole gamut of stuff that we could talk about when it comes to heart apologetics.
It's hard to fit into a minute, but yeah.
Trying to connect with them on a personal level, understand where they're coming from, show them genuine love, and clarify that we're not sharing this pro-life message to condemn people for what the decisions that they've made, but rather to condemn a choice and help people not make that choice, and help those who have made that choice find hope and healing. A number of mothers and fathers I've connected with groups like Silent No More Awareness Campaign and other post-abortive healing groups through these callbacks, after having talked to them for half an hour, sometimes even longer, about their abortion decision. It's truly beautiful to see some of them come to realize how much pain, how much sorrow, how much grief they're still experiencing from that decision.
Yeah, no, same. And for me, it's been like, I've been doing less of the callbacks, right? So for me, it's been more on the street, meeting people with that same experience, that who've gone through hard things themselves. And yeah, for people who've made this choice, for people who've had abortions, there's still love. Like, just because we've done something in the past that's wrong, we can still love that person. We can help them find forgiveness, help them find healing. Absolutely. Okay, so our time is really running out. Just to leave on a positive note, a whole other segment of voicemails and emails that we get to is people who are supporters. And so this is people, some of the neat ones are people who didn't even know that the pro-life movement was this active in their city, and suddenly they get a postcard and they contact us and they say, I'm so encouraged, abortion, it's been a burden on my heart, but I just didn't know that there's people doing stuff about it. And it's so good to see that you guys are out there and people get in contact with us and they want to join, or they want to see if there's something they can do locally. And so we get a number of that kind of feedback as well. I was actually just postcarding with the interns in London, and I actually had a guy come after me and say, hey, can I donate to you guys? And so we get that kind of feedback as well, because there are many Canadians who realize that abortion kills children, and they want to do what they can to fight it. So I think we'll leave it on that note, as we are, I think, 2 or 3 minutes over time. So hopefully it's given you a bit of a peek behind the scenes as to what it's like to respond to the feedback that comes into the organization as a result of the activism we do on the streets. And
And by way of transition, one other thing that we hear sometimes in callbacks that we're seeing more and more in reality at times is people threatening, whether it's legal action or questions about bylaws and other action like that, or threats of censorship. This is something that we deal with at CCBR very, very frequently. And I'm really excited to invite my very good friend, Blaise Lane, who's the Eastern Outreach Director, to join in. He is an absolute guru. It was one of the greatest days of my life when a lot of the legal background stuff switched from my plate to Blaise's plate. I had a wonderful time working with Carol, our constitutional lawyer. She was absolutely wonderful, especially when it came to spelling things out in small words for me and understanding the legal fight. But I'm really glad that Blaise has taken this on, and he's going to share a little bit about our fight for freedom of speech in Canada.
Great. Thanks so much, Cam. Yeah, so as was mentioned, I'm the Eastern Outreach Director for CCBR. So I'm focused on our efforts here in Ontario. And to talk about freedom of expression and the importance for sharing the pro-life message today, first I want to put some of this in context. Right. So at the beginning of our live stream today, if you've been tuned in for, 3 hours now, Jonathan Van Maren went over some of our stats for the year, right? We anticipate that even in this pandemic year, not anticipate, estimate that even in this pandemic year, we've reached 4 million views of abortion victim photography across the country, which was our goal for 2019, right? So when we're reaching millions and millions of people, as Cam and Alex and Carolyn were just talking about, you know, from some people, we get the thumbs up. From other people, we might get the middle finger. From many in between, they either see the photos, take a brochure and go on with their day, or we're able to have a conversation with them. But I want to focus today on the small fraction of people who seek to stop us from being able to share the message. And when we're reaching millions of people, that starts to add up, and it's important to be able to deal with it effectively. One of the first things that we do that we've talked about through this live stream as well, for example, when Cam and I were discussing online apologetics earlier, is to communicate the pro-life message with conviction and compassion, right? It is always our practice and conversation to find whatever common ground we have with whoever we're talking with, right? To build real human connections, to listen to other people, not just with the intent to try and win an argument or figure out how we can score some points, not for gotchas or grandstanding, but to genuinely understand, what is this person trying to say to me? What are they trying to communicate to me that maybe they aren't putting into words, right? Listen, seeking to understand, not just figuring out how to respond, finding common ground by putting what we call hard apologetics into practice, by starting with common ground when we're talking about the science and human rights, by being sensitive to the wounds and traumas that abortion experiences have caused in people's lives. That goes a long way to dealing with some of the initial shock and outrage. And I'll tell you, you know, that was my experience before I got involved in the pro-life movement. I was shocked and I was outraged when I saw abortion photos and videos for the first time, because it should shock us. It's a disturbing reality that innocent human beings are being killed by abortion, but we need to be able to focus on having productive conversations. And that's our sort of first line of defense. It's just, you know, reaching the person in front of us, which is our primary objective anyways. But if we can reach the people that we're engaging with in an effective way, we can change hearts and minds and have productive conversations instead of facing obstacles to sharing the pro-life message. But when we do face those obstacles, one of the key parts of our End the Killing plan is to route around gatekeepers, right? 300 children are being killed by abortion every day in Canada, and there is an urgent need to reach the public with the message. So as Jonathan mentioned at the beginning of our live stream as well, that's how we handled the COVID-19 pandemic. The public health situation, the pandemic, posed a unique series of obstacles and continues to do so. And while public health is our #1 priority, we need to figure out how we can route around these obstacles to safely and effectively communicate the pro-life message. But that's what we've been doing from the beginning of the End the Killing plan, right? If we know that we need to reach everyone with the truth about abortion, with abortion victim photography, and with human rights apologetics, then we need to route around gatekeepers who seek to censor that message, right? If we can't get that up on a billboard, we're going to bring our own billboard to the streets on a truck, or through something like the Banner Project, where we can hold up our own signage for motorists to see, right? One of my favorite examples of this is with our experience helping students at Ryerson to start up Ryerson Against Abortion. I'm actually a part-time student at Ryerson in the nonprofit stream as well, in the nonprofit continuing education stream. And when we started doing regular activism at Ryerson, the student union at Ryerson had banned pro-life clubs, regardless of their strategy, for about 20 years. And there were constant battles for club status. And one of the things that we did when trying to figure out how to bring abortion victim photography to Ryerson is just look up the law. And we realized that one of the main streets going through the center of campus that's closed to vehicle traffic, has been closed in recent years, is still a city street. It's still public property. In other words, We have a charter right to freedom of expression at the heart of the Ryerson University campus. We don't need permission from the pro-choice students union. We don't need permission from a university administration that would just rather not deal with conflict on any issue. We are strongest where we have our charter right to freedom of expression. So we can reach students at Ryerson, we can reach people across the country. Often the most effective way we can do that is by leaning on our charter right to freedom of expression. That's why so many of our activism projects are built around the exercise of that charter right. Now, we'll often explain in our strategy, it's not our story that needs to be told, right? We are not the victims. The babies are. It's the story of preborn children that needs to be told. That's why our messaging is built around showing photos of healthy preborn children and photos of what abortion does to them, and communicating the science of when life begins and making a case that human rights are for all of us, not just some of us, right? However, in order to be an effective voice for the voiceless, we do need to have a voice, right? So it's not our story that needs to be told, but it's our voice that needs to be used. So protecting our ability to be a voice for the voiceless is a necessary part of defending human rights, and thus exercising and defending our charter rights is a necessary part of reaching Canadians with the truth about abortion. I want to talk about two particular ways in which in which abortion advocates try to stop us from sharing the message through violence and through censorship, and maybe three ways, because I'd like to briefly say something about counter-protest as well. So a lot of my, if you know me, a lot of my activism background, I started at the University of Toronto with the Students for Life. That's where I first encountered CCBR and CCBR activism, and I first began the activism team that then grew into Toronto Against Abortion. And when you start making abortion impossible to ignore in a community, when you're really reaching everyone in the community, that's when sometimes we'll see opposition groups start to form. And one of the first counter-protest groups at the University of Toronto, I guess the first, well, definitely not the first, but one of the counter-protest groups at the University of Toronto, they come and go, the counter-protest groups. In 2015, the founder of U of T Students for Choice published an op-ed in the campus newspaper. Pro-choice, speak up. And I will always remember that because I have a great deal of respect for that, right? That is an abortion advocate who sees our pro-life speech and responds by exercising her own voice, right? By writing in the campus newspaper, and they organized a demonstration. And so they organized a demonstration. They were trying to counter-protest us, but we're in a different place, a different time every week. They couldn't find us, so they organized their own demonstration. And as they were set up, we came as well. We came with choice chain signs to bring photos of the victims to a conversation about abortion at the University of Toronto. And their 4-hour counter-protest turned into a 6-hour choice chain. We ended up having fantastic conversations with many of the counter-protesters. We turned it into a dialogue about abortion with the evidence of what abortion does to other human beings present. My friend Katie talked to one of the counter-protesters for 20 minutes. Afterwards, he put his sign down and left. He after bringing the pro-choice arguments to him, he wasn't able to defend abortion anymore. He wasn't willing to hold a counter-protest sign. But I think that's a great example of, a kind of healthy response where we're exercising our right to freedom of expression, and so are the other side, and we can have a conversation, because I'm confident that when we bring the photo evidence of what abortion does to innocent human beings and the science of when life begins and a human rights message, I'm confident that the pro-choice, the pro-life position is the truth, and that the pro-choice position rings hollow next to the photo evidence of injustice. With counter-protest, though, sometimes that counter-protest is not simply an exercise of free speech. Sometimes counter-protesters seek to try and block and censor our photos. And I think that's where there's a difference between a counter argument and a counter protest that seeks to cover up, right? It's the difference between a counter argument and a cover up. You know, it's often said that we have a few choices of what to do when confronted with the victims of injustice. We can be perpetrators, we can be bystanders, or we can be rescuers. Well, I've come to learn there's actually a fourth category and a fourth way to respond, and that's we can try to cover up the violence, right? And increasingly, I mean, this has always been a tactic of abortion advocates. The photos are unanswerable. They present the undeniable truth that abortion kills another human being. So in a way, it shouldn't be surprising that many abortion advocates seek to simply cover up the photos because they don't know how to respond to them. Thankfully, it's not very hard for us to respond to that. When people are trying to block a photo, it's not very hard to turn the sign and rotate it. And we've developed really simple tactics that will have counter-protesters walking in circles for an hour while the signs that we're holding are visible for 90% of that time. You know, it's not hard to turn a sign back and forth and for people to still see the photos. And also, you know, my background is in technology and tech policy. And, you know, one of the terms when it comes to internet speech, one of the effects in tech policy is what we call the Streisand effect, right? That when you try to censor information, it ends up just attracting more attention to it. And we see that with counter protests as well. When people show up to attempt to block the photos, not only does it not usually work to actually block the photos, but also it ends up attracting more attention to the abortion issue. It helps us make abortion impossible to ignore in a community by raising the level of debate and raising the attention to the abortion debate in a community. So it's kind of a win-win situation, right? If the counter protesters do not come, we get to reach people with the truth without speed bumps. If the counter protesters do come and present a minor tactical speed bump, we still get to reach people with the truth. We raise the profile of the abortion debate, and then we just keep showing up week after week. However, the more serious threats to freedom of expression that are also necessary for us to respond to are pro-choice violence and attempts to legally censor the pro-life message. So on pro-choice violence, I think, you know, I have a lot of respect for abortion advocates who exercise their free speech rights, but one of the concerning trends that I've seen is pro-choice counter-protest groups that are founded by people who start off by engaging in criminal behavior. They start off with theft, they start off with vandalism, or they might start off with assault. And they're the leaders in some of these counter-protest groups. And we've seen at places like Ryerson increasing trends of violence, and we've developed more effective ways to respond to it. So I always think back to fall 2018, where we faced a series of incidents with Toronto Against Abortion. There were 3 or 4 assaults, there were other mischief and vandalism, and I remember saying in September of 2018, when a pro-choicer who engaged in assault with a weapon against the campus president of the club of the pro-life club at U of T, she wound up in handcuffs thanks to his effective response, thanks to the kind of protocols that Cam was mentioning he helped to develop in his role as legal liaison, and she wound up in handcuffs and arrested for that. Like I said, I've never actually seen someone arrested like on site. I know people have been arrested after the fact, but I've never seen someone get arrested at activism. And then a week later, another pro-choicer got arrested at activism for another assault. And by the end of that fall, we had five different pro-choicers who had engaged in violence who were arrested. The most high-profile one was the Scorco assaults that my colleague Katie and I had faced at Ryerson University. And there's still ongoing litigation as we sued her and the Ryerson Students' Union for $23,000 as response to that. In response to these violence, and again, we're reaching millions of people and having conversations with thousands of people. Even if it's a small percentage of people who resort to violence, that's still very serious, right? But we've developed more effective protocols to make sure that people face justice when they engage in criminal acts. We have decided to speak out publicly at times to show the consequences. And we're willing to engage in litigation to recover costs for damages, because it's about safety. It's about deterring pro-choice violence and making sure that people know there will be consequences, and making sure that we keep our people safe. And we have a zero tolerance policy for criminal behavior. And when people do engage in criminal behavior, we are very good at bringing about justice and getting people arrested and making sure there's strong deterrence for pro-choice violence. Lastly, when it comes to attempts to censor the pro-life message legally, we have been proactive in defending our charter rights, because the charter clearly protects pro-life speech. It protects any nonviolent activity that seeks to convey a message that includes the use of victim photography. Even unpopular or disturbing opinions, or rather unpopular opinions or disturbing photos are protected by the charter. And we remind governments of that. We remind the public of that. And as was mentioned in the last segment of our live stream, we're not the only movement through history or even in present that uses victim photography, right? I was in Guelph in the summer on the street, walking past a restaurant, all the patio restaurants set up, and I saw on a TV screen facing the street, I saw the beating of Rodney King. I saw the murder of George Floyd, right from the street. I've been walking the streets of Toronto. I've seen vegan activists using victim photography. I've seen Falun Dafa talking about forced organ donation. I've seen the front pages of newspapers like the Globe and Mail or the Toronto Star showing victim photography, like Alan Kurdi during the Syrian refugee crisis, or like brutal vigilante street violence during a tragic earthquake in Haiti, right? So many other groups and movements use victim photography, and we remind the public and remind legislators of that. And at the end of the day, we also share our stories, because people see the photos, choose life, they spare their children's lives, and they spare themselves the trauma of abortion. And some people will thank us for seeing the photos. We don't often get to hear all the stories, but many people have thanked us for being there. We have productive conversations with people, even who strongly disagree with us, even with people who are angry at first. And at the end of the day, it's sharing those testimonies of minds changed and lives saved that reminds people why it's so important that we be a voice for the voiceless, that we exercise and defend our charter rights so that we can continue to defend the rights of preborn children. And I think I'm a minute or two over time here, but I'm so thankful to have had the opportunity to share about the work that we do in freedom of expression in the service of the work that we do on defending preborn human rights.
Great, thanks so much, Blaise. I'm just jumping in here for a quick moment to give an update. We are now at just over 25,000. We got 25,450 towards our Giving Tuesday campaign. So please do continue to donate towards our campaign today, as we look forward to reaching $40,000 today. I don't want to take up too much time, because I know Jonathan speaks much better than I do, and he's got a great session here entitled Man Up.
Well, thanks for joining us, everybody who's listening, and especially those who have stuck with us for so long. So today we're going to be just talking a little bit about men in the pro-life movement. And those of you who follow any pro-life post on social media will notice almost immediately that all of the comments below photographs of a male engaging in activism will say something along the lines of "no uterus, no opinion" is the standard one. Most of them use language a lot more foul and creative than that. But you get the picture. Most people say men should have no say in the pro-life movement. And there's many, many different reasons that I think that this is an obviously incoherent position. I could point out the fact that shared humanity means shared responsibility. So when we see people getting victimized, we all have a duty to speak up on their behalf. I could make the point that just because you haven't shared specifically in an injustice doesn't mean you don't have a duty to speak up against that injustice. Or I could simply point out that arguments don't have genitals, and that just because we are of one gender or the other, it doesn't actually mean that we don't have important things to say on this issue. Or I could lastly point out that obviously every child that dies through abortion has a father as well as a mother. I could focus on all of those things, but I actually want to look at 3 different reasons for why I think that it's so important that men are involved in the pro-life movement, and why I think that men should be encouraged to join the pro-life movement. The first reason I want to look at very briefly is that men historically, and I believe men today, have a responsibility to protect and defend the vulnerable and the weak. And this is a point of view that may seem antiquated to some. But one of the things I've often noticed when I'm reading the comments from pro-choice trolls, when I'm hearing angry arguments from people who say that men shouldn't be involved in the pro-life movement, is they so often refer to a man in their life that has done something painful to them, that has either been the subject of abuse, that's a deadbeat dad, work your way on down the list. And the reason they're so outraged by that is because that is a man fundamentally not living up to his duties, not living up to his manhood. And so throughout history, I think we've always seen that when men are at their best, men are defending the weak and the vulnerable rather than preying on them. And as we know, abortion culture gives men so many opportunities to prey on women. And in fact, if you look historically speaking at the history of how abortion was viewed by Western nations, so whether you're looking at England, the United States, or even Canada, if you read through the history, abortion was almost always viewed as a tool of exploitation. And it was almost always viewed as a very, very convenient thing for men that allowed them to abandon the woman they had slept with, to abandon the child that they had created with somebody else. And it's very interesting because all of the first wave feminists recognized this. If you look at Victoria Woodhull, Louisa May Alcott, Alice Paul, Susan B. Anthony, if you read the original works, even Mary Wollstonecraft, the original works that laid the foundations of modern feminism, what you see is women who understood that abortion was a tool of exploitation of men, and that men persuading women that abortion is a good thing was men attempting to gain sexual access to women without having to live up to their own responsibility. And it's interesting because if you look at how abortion became a mainstream feminist cause, that did not start with the suffragettes. It did not start with those who were advocating for the women's right to vote and women's rights. It actually started with second and then third wave feminism. And interestingly enough, a lot of those second wave feminists, even initially, were not huge abortion activists. Gloria Steinem, yes, but Betty Friedan never talked about abortion and the feminine mystique. And she and many other leading feminists of the time actually had to be persuaded that abortion was a feminist cause. And most ironically, they had to be persuaded largely by the men who founded NARAL Pro-Choice America, like Dr. Bernard Nathanson and Larry Ladler. So it's quite a recent idea that abortion is a fundamental component of female liberation. And if you read the original feminists, those who paved the way, they would denounce this idea entirely. And in fact, many of them wrote passionately about how vile and disgusting it was that women should be convinced that only by killing children could they achieve liberation and could they achieve freedom. And so I think it's important when you recognize both the fact that men have a responsibility to the weak and vulnerable in society, and if you look at how second and third wave feminism have really poisoned the legacy of the original feminists who were standing up for women's rights, who actually thought women were strong enough. So much of the rhetoric we hear now, actually, it's quite interesting because they seem to insist that women can't be equal to men unless they kill their children, which is an inadvertently insulting thing to say. And it's not a good reflection whatsoever on the people that they're referring to. It's actually quite interesting because I visited Susan B. Anthony's grave earlier this year when we were visiting some pro-lifers in New York State. And so we stopped by where she's buried. And every election day, a lot of feminists and abortion activists will come and put an I voted sticker on her gravestone. The vast majority of them have no idea that she was extraordinarily pro-life, that she was very anti-abortion, that she would look at their representation of the feminist movement with shock and with horror, because her magazine, The Revolution, for example, called abortion for what it is. It referred to abortion as child murder. And so it's important to recognize both that abortion was traditionally considered a tool of male exploitation and that men have a responsibility to defend the weak and the vulnerable. I want to share with you a question that really struck me when I read it in a column by the British commentator Peter Hitchens. He said that we so often enjoy thinking about the heroes that stood up against past injustices and asking ourselves whether or not we would have done the same thing. And he said, well, we know the answer because we do live in such a time and we do nothing. And he was, of course, referring to abortion. Now, I grew up in a Dutch immigrant household, and both sets of my grandparents lived through World War II. And so I grew up reading stories about those Dutch Christians who hid Jews and other people that were escaping persecution. And I always wondered if I would have done the right thing. And I thought after I read the Peter Hitchens column that if I do nothing to save babies, when it costs me nothing compared to what it cost those who stood up, nothing even compared to what the civil rights activists in the 1960s had to endure, the physical violence that they had to face. If I'm not willing to make small sacrifices to stand up for the preborn child in today's day and age, this new category of human beings being denied their human rights through flimsy and unscientific ideology, then really I should hang my head in shame. And so we need to look at what the responsibility of men is to collective humanity. And I would say that where the weakest and the most vulnerable members of our society are at risk, that is where men should be standing up for them with everything that they've got. The second reason that I think that men should be involved in the pro-life movement, and this is the reason that I think is the one I feel the most strongly about, because when I first started doing pro-life activism, I started on campus and we would be talking to people. And one of the really interesting things I found is almost all of the female students that I talked to would say some variation of, well, I can't raise the baby alone, and that's why abortion needs to be legal. And it struck me that they simply assumed that they would have to raise the child alone. They simply assumed that the father of the little girl or the little boy would be nowhere to be found. They simply assumed, essentially, that the man that they had slept with was just there to have access to her body and then to abandon her, to leave her, and then just expect her to get an abortion. Because once abortion is recast as female liberation, of course, men can expect women to get abortions. Once the baby in the womb is no longer considered a baby in defiance of everything that we know, then it's no big deal for a man to tell a woman to get an abortion. Why is there anything wrong with a man pressuring a woman to get an abortion if the baby isn't actually a baby? We all know what is actually in the womb. It's why when women say they're expecting, nobody actually asks them what they're expecting. It's because we do in fact know what this is. And in the conversations I had over the ensuing years, several themes developed. The first of which is that the vast majority of women that I met who had had abortions always had a sad and tragic and sometimes infuriating story about a man who had encouraged the abortion, had pushed her to the abortion, had threatened to break up with her if she didn't have the abortion, and in the worst and most infuriating cases, actually physically threatened her if she didn't have an abortion. I spoke with somebody recently who said that when she came home and told her boyfriend that she was pregnant, the first thing he did was beat her up. What was her response to that? She went and got an abortion. Right? As one of the original feminists said, yes, abortion is an awful thing to do, but thrice guilty is the man who pushed her to do the deed in the first place. I want to give you actually just a couple of statistics that really emphasize the degree to which men are responsible for a huge majority of the abortions taking place. And I sincerely believe this. I firmly believe that if every single man who got a girl pregnant stood up and said, I will do whatever it takes to stand with you, to help you emotionally, to help you financially, to help you raise the child, to do whatever it takes, I firmly believe that the abortion rate would evaporate overnight. I firmly believe it. And here's some statistics that contribute to that conclusion. So here's some evidence. The lowest estimates of coercion, I'm reading here from a report actually put out by the abortion industry, are defined relatively narrowly and may be influenced by the timing and location of the research. But one study defined coercion as, quote, perceived pressure from others. It was the Guttmacher Institute, named after Planned Parenthood President Alan Guttmacher, that stated 30% of women seeking abortions was because someone else, not the woman, actually wants the abortion. This totally concurs with the hundreds and hundreds of conversations we have had on the street. So often women seek an abortion, not because it's what they want to have, but because a man in their life or sometimes other family members are pressuring them to this. Another study indicated that 64% of American women, for example, who had abortions felt pressure to by others. In a report released in this country by the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada, they actually indicated in this report that over 60% of women who had abortions did so because they felt that they had no other choice. So abortion so much gets talked about as this woman's choice. It's a tool of women's liberation. But when you actually talk to the women who have had abortions, I've never met one who claimed that this was a liberating choice, that they liked the choice. And it's so interesting because so many of the people who protest what CCBR does, who condemn the pro-life movement for taking the position that we do, try to hold two positions at the same time. They say abortion is just like any other healthcare, and at the same time showing what abortion is, talking about abortion, condemning abortion. It's triggering, it's traumatizing, it's all of these things. Well, you can't have both of those. But the reality is that if abortion was just an appendectomy, or if CCBR was just showing photographs of a removed appendix or an open heart surgery, nobody would be getting angry, nobody would be getting upset. The reason they're getting angry and upset when we tell them what abortion is, when we show them what abortion is because we all know instinctively and intellectually that the child we're talking about is a child. And so often the reason that abortion took place is because there's a man, and so often it's the father of that child, the man who should be standing up for that child the most, the man who is most responsible for protecting that child is the most responsible for ensuring that that child ends up in a Stericycle bucket, in a medical waste container, in an incinerator, or in a trash can. One of the reasons that the abortion rate is as high as it is in Canada and in the United States is as a result of men pressuring women into abortions, and sometimes it's even worse. Let me read you a few more statistics just to ensure that those of you who doubt this thesis understand that that's a data-driven analysis. In a study of 252 women who were coping with past abortions, 55% reported that they felt forced by others to choose the abortion. 61% felt as though others were in control of their lives, and 44% were still hoping that the abortion clinic counselor would prevent another alternative on the very day that they went to the clinic. This is one of the reasons that abortion clinics want bubble zones. They don't want anybody presenting people other options because the fewer abortions that take place, quite frankly, the less money that they make. Again, I could add to this data by sharing so many personal stories. I can give you another story that I heard very, very recently, and I heard the story again firsthand, was a girl and a guy found out that they had gotten pregnant, and she badly wanted him to stand up and say, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll be there. I'll take care of you. And he thought, well, there's nothing that I can actually say. This is a woman's issue, and so I just have to support whatever choice that she made. And because he was silent, because he refused to be supportive, because he bought the lie that he should keep his mouth shut and not stand up for his own child, she went to the abortion clinic and has regretted it horribly ever since. She said it would only have taken him speaking up one time, and she would have grabbed onto that like a life raft. And again, I could give you hundreds of examples of stories just like that one. So when we're told that men shouldn't speak up, no, the problem with the abortion debate right now is that there are too few men. The problem with the abortion debate is that men are negating their responsibility. The problem is that men are pressuring women into abortions. The problem is that men see abortion as an escape hatch, that they can abandon their responsibilities, walk away from their children, walk away from the mothers of those children, and abortion tells them it's all okay. That is the message that abortion activists and the abortion industry, perhaps inadvertently, but that's the message they send, that it is okay. I'm always kind of amused when I see the pro-choice guys, the abortion bros outside trying to protest CCBR and, really trying to convince the pro-choice activists, I'm with you. And I'm like, I'll bet you are. I'll bet you're with them because abortion isn't convenient for you at all. There's no self-interest whatsoever in you supporting their right to get an abortion after having sex with somebody like, I don't know, you. I don't think anybody looks at one of these bros that are protesting in favor of the pro-choice position and is actually impressed by them. I really don't think so. And it's almost amusing to see them kind of sucking up to the pro-choice activists because it's so obviously self-interested. The third reason I want to take a look at is that the abortion industry knows that selfish men benefit from abortion and they are actively attempting to recruit men to their cause. I've seen this both in Canada with the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada, and I've seen this in the United States with Planned Parenthood, with NARAL. For the longest time, they'll say, no uterus, no opinion, men, shut up. most of their signs say something like 77% of pro-life activists are men, which is not at all an accurate statistic. In fact, most of the pro-life organizations I know are led by women. But they say this because they want men to stand up for the abortion industry, and they're directly appealing to men's self-interest. No, right? They're not saying, men, you need to be there for women. You need to stand up for your children. You need to protect your children. You need to assure her that you're there with her every step of the way. You need to make sure that if she wants to have that child, she knows she's supported, that she knows the moment that she finds out she's expecting your child, that you two have conceived together, that you're going to be with her every step of the way. That's not the campaign, right? The campaign is make sure that the women in your life know that you support their right to have an abortion. That's the angle that they take over and over and over again. There was actually a study that was recently done by the University of Utah and released in the Journal of Adolescent Health that explicitly made the case that abortion is good for men. And I'll read you a little excerpt. The study was led by Bethany G. Everett, who is an assistant professor in the university's Department of Sociology. And it provided insight into how males are abortion beneficiaries is the word that they actually used, a term used by Katie Watson. And essentially they make the case that because men benefit from abortion financially by not being tied to the person that they have conceived a child with, that men should be the biggest fans of abortion. And so I want to leave it there and turn it over to our next presenter. But when people say the problem with the pro-life movement is there's too many men, I would say it's the exact reverse. The problem with the pro-life movement and with the abortion debate is there is too few men. And if every single man stood up and promised to take care of his child, I think we would see the abortion rate collapse overnight. That is what I think the duty of men actually is. And so when you see abortion advocates advocating for men's involvement in the pro-choice movement, this is just a laughable appeal to self-interest. And I don't think that men with any sense of self-worth would be involved in that. Back to you, Loretta.
I was at the University of North Florida, and I asked a woman what she thought about abortion. She said abortion is always wrong, except for in the case where the parents can't take care of their child. I then compared that same situation to a toddler and asked if the parents had the right to take the life of that toddler. She said no and realized that abortion is never okay.
Hi everyone. My name is Micah Rosendell. I'm a speaker with CCBR and I joined staff in 2012. And I'm joined by my colleague Vanessa. We're going to be talking about the power of activism. So why don't you introduce yourself, Vanessa?
So I'm Vanessa, and I started doing activism when I was 14. I did my first postcarding shift. There's a picture of Jonathan and Marin and I together with the group. It's very embarrassing. But anyway, yeah, I've been doing activism since then. And I worked full-time for CCBR for the past 2 years. Really love it. And I've said this earlier in introducing myself on a previous segment. I love doing activism. I especially love having conversations with people on the streets about abortion. I find it very encouraging, and just seeing the change that happens definitely motivates me to keep going, keep working full time. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so we wanted to talk about activism because it's obviously an important part of what CCBR does. That's how we reach the culture. That's how we engage with the public. Now, you and I both have very different experiences when it comes to, our length of time with CCBR, where we're at in life. And so we thought it might represent different people in the pro-life movement who might be interested in doing activism or already are doing activism. But I thought maybe we could start with going back to our first experiences with activism. So I don't know if you can remember what that was like. It's quite a while ago for me, but do you remember what that felt like?
I remember being terrified. So the first time I went out and did activism was in Jackson Square, Hamilton, and busy place. And I remember offering out pamphlets and being like, "Oh dear, please don't talk to me. Don't actually take this. I'm not serious." But then slowly, actually, just in that first time, getting more comfortable. And I remember when I was standing there, one of the things I noticed was how people reacted to the images. That is like one of the first time when I realized how powerful they truly were when using them. Just seeing people walk by, look of shock on their face, and like really have to think about their position on abortion.
Right.
Yeah. So I remember, that was getting started in the pro-life movement.
So
Since
that when you were like 14?
that was when I was 16.
Okay.
We did postcarding, and then when I was 16, then I started doing choice chain.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I don't remember exactly conversations that I had first doing activism, because I don't actually think that I had conversations. Because the first few times that I did activism, I joined CCBR staff in Calgary. And I think it was a really good way of kind of easing into it, because it's kind of scary and overwhelming, kind of exciting too, because you're part of something bigger than just your own pro-life conviction, right? It can be kind of demoralizing to be pro-life and feel like you can't really do anything about it, and to be up against, the status quo. And then when you're part of activism, it's like, okay, we're actually doing something about it. But at the same time, going out on the street, putting yourself out there, especially with abortion victim photography, is kind of intimidating, and probably scares quite a few people to even think of doing that. So I remember feeling that, like feeling nervous. What if I don't know what to say? What if people get mad at me? What if there's an incident, right? Because you get prepared for what to do in case of an incident. But I think that I didn't actually have a lot of conversations the first few times. But that I just kind of stood with a sign, listened to more experienced pro-lifers, staffers, volunteers having conversations. And from there, slowly but surely started having conversations myself.
Mm-hmm. I had probably a similar experience. Slowly, as I got more familiar and did more activism, then I started taking conversations and having them myself. And then you just learn that it's not as scary as it seems. It seems
Right.
very scary to start out with conversations and be like, what if they stump me? But actually like doing it and realizing like, hey, wait, it's actually very simple logic. Like, we don't kill born children for these situations. So why kill the same child before she's born? And just like using the same simple logic it actually works, and it's very simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the experience of a lot of people, that once they join for activism or have a conversation with someone about abortion, that a lot of people have said to me that it's actually not as hard as I thought. I mean, there's definitely conversations where we do feel stumped, or where we think afterward, like, oh, I should have said this, or that didn't really go anywhere. But at the same time, a lot of conversations are not that difficult. And then especially when we're holding the images, they do a lot of the talking for us, right? They show exactly what abortion's about. Can you maybe share one of your favorite memories of activism or testimonies?
Sure. Okay, there's tons. I love and like trying to think let me think. Okay, so one time I was at a high school. I love doing high school choice chains. They're probably my favorite crowd of people to talk to. They'll get so like passionate and excited about it, and I'll have strong opinions already.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah. So I was talking, so I reached out to a girl who's just kind of off to the side looking at the images, and I'm like, hey, what do you think about abortion? And she started off with being like pro-choice. I support abortion. And then she's like, and I had an abortion. I'm like, I'm so sorry. And she started, so I asked her like, hey, do you mind if I ask how long ago that was? She said she was 13 years old. So that was a few years ago. She was 13 years old, became pregnant, was terrified, but actually had that child. Then when she was 15, she found out she was pregnant again and was like, I can't do this again. So she had an abortion. She's like, I didn't have support in my life, so I had an abortion. And in our conversation, we slowly transitioned from like that is so difficult to, I was like, can I ask you a tough question? What actually happened in the abortion? And we started actually focusing on what abortion does to preborn children. She came to the point where she was like, whoa, yeah, like it actually did kill my little child. And so we talked through that. That was actually very hard. And then she's like, I'm not okay with this. Like, I don't think abortion's okay. Like just the complete transition from someone who'd had an abortion and been pregnant very early in life to like see her mind change. It's like super encouraging to be like, even those who have had abortion, when we use the right approach in conversation, can change their mind on abortion. Yeah, and there's just a bunch of really cool testimonies.
Yeah, that's really powerful. But when I'm listening to it, I'm thinking it must have been a hard thing to ask her, like what happens during the abortion.
Yes, it's basically coming from a position of love, like carefully and lovingly opening up so that we can actually see what's going on. Because I have no doubt that her abortion was affecting her. And if it keeps hidden, there's always something that's affecting her, but she doesn't really truly know what it is. So opening up so that she can actually find forgiveness from her abortion and find that it was wrong. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's really powerful. So mine's definitely not as emotionally loaded as yours, and which is a really powerful one. But I thought through so many conversations I've had at Georgetown, at the campus outreach projects that we've done, right? Even just after presentations at universities, and there's so many different ones. But I thought you'd probably share like a personal one of someone who's personally experienced abortion. So I thought maybe a different one to complement that was one that I had on a campus in Florida when we were there with our project, big display set up. And this was in 2014. So I had only been doing pro-life work with CCBR for 2 years. And as I asked the person who walked by what he thought about abortion, he just kind of gave the typical, pro-choice answer that he supported a woman's right to choose. And when I asked him about human rights, whether he believed in human rights, of course he said yes. But then said, okay, it's obviously not a human yet. And then when he acknowledged that actually, yes, it is a human, it moved to personhood, it's not really a person yet. So it was a really interesting conversation in the sense that it kind of went by the book. Like it kind of went how we're taught in our training. I had just taken that training, what kind of questions to ask, what kind of analogies to use, and then just, as a certain reason for supporting abortion was rebutted, it would move to another reason for supporting abortion, right? And then, near the end of that conversation, when he didn't really have anything left to say to support his position, saying, that's really interesting. He said, you know what? I'm a professor here on this campus. And if every pro-life person argues the way you do, I think a lot more people are going to be pro-life. And I don't say that like to compliment myself or pat myself on the back. What I think is really cool about that comment is that by no means was I an experienced pro-lifer, right? Like I didn't have, 8+ years of pro-life experience, in the movement of researching, of having these conversations like I do now. I was just kind of starting out in terms of pro-life conversations. And I kind of wanted to say, well, everyone here talks like that. So this campus is going to be a lot more pro-life afterward. And I think that's just so encouraging, just kind of like what you were touching on earlier, how it's not as difficult as it seems, right? Mm-hmm. That there is, there's time-tested and street-tested apologetics and strategies that work and that, is on our side. So hopefully that encourages pro-lifers who are watching to learn those if they don't know them yet, right? You can find those in the webinars we've been teaching, but also in the book Stuck, written by Justina, our colleague Justina. And just that, like, if I could get that kind of response from a professor on a campus, I think anyone can.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So in terms of activism, you and I are both in different stages of our life, right? You just finished leading an internship in London. You were on the street almost every day of the week, working full time. I'm working part time. I don't do activism a lot. So touch on that a little bit. Like, what is that like for you? And then maybe I can kind of talk about mine. Yeah.
So this, at this point in my life, it is very convenient doing like full-time activism. I'm not married. I can be very flexible. So like leading internships, it's exhausting. But
Welcome to pro-life work.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's a good, I can basically like throughout my life, I can see a little transition. So when I was like 16, working with Niagara Against Abortion, my local group, I was in high school. Yeah, 2 evenings a week, we'd go out and do evening activism. It worked. And just as you transition, like as I got older, I took over the group, was still manageable, definitely. And then after college, I was like, hey, I believe I want to work full time in the pro-life movement, and I can. Like, I'm definitely able. And then same with like flexibility, like I can move around different places. So yeah, I guess for me right now, lately it's been very convenient on just moving around, doing a lot of activism type of stuff. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I used to be there, kind of. When I was in university, I did pro-life activism a lot. But when I joined staff at CCBR, I had 2 little kids, ages 3 and 1. I now have 6 kids. So I used to work full-time and now work part-time because I spend more time at home with my kids. And I would love to do activism a lot. I love talking to people on the street. It just really like lights the fire of why I do pro-life work when I talk to people, seeing minds changed and hearing of lives saved. But the reality is that I only have so many hours a week that I can do pro-life work. And as I have a different role than yours, for example, it just doesn't make sense for me to spend a lot of hours driving to an activism location when there are, staff members who are much closer to that activism location. And I can use all that time that I would spend driving doing things that are required within my role. So I'm not doing a lot of activism, regrettably, because I love it. But when I have the opportunity, I do. Like just a couple of weeks ago, we were in London, right, with a large group of people at many different locations in the city. And I was so excited to join. But when I do, it just reminds me of the importance of activism because it really shows where the culture's at, which is kind of easy to miss when you're just at home or in your office or going about your day not doing activism, but also how effective the work is, how effective the conversations are and the pictures are. And so for me, I can only do activism, every couple of months, maybe for a full day. But when I do, it's just so worth it. And, I was just thinking at the end of that day, because we were there with a large group of people, right? It was a big undertaking. We accomplished more than 14,000 views of abortion victim photography in just one day. Just while driving home, I was kind of dreaming, thinking to myself, like, what if this was every day? And I don't mean in the sense of like me being on the street every day, because that doesn't make sense. And I love being home with my kids and there's other things that need to be done. But what if this was every day? Like every day there was a team of pro-lifers like that on the street, reaching that many people every single day. Now that doesn't mean that you or I need to do it every single day of the week, but it does mean that pro-lifers need to prioritize it. And I think maybe we can encourage other people to, even if you can just do 1 hour a month of postcarding, you don't even have to have conversations, right? Like I did 2.5 hours of postcarding that morning in London and reached a lot of homes. So if there's people out there who are interested in joining for activism, who just want to do that, you don't even need to know apologetics. You could just ease into it at first. I think that could make a big difference in terms of us reaching more people if there were more of us pro-lifers just giving a little bit of our time regularly.
I totally agree. Yeah, and I would recommend everyone joining. So I said, as from Niagara Against Abortion, I'd recommend you also joining your local group.
Right.
They will train you. I've got to give it to those local groups. Like they do a lot of activism for the amount of people they have. And there's some very committed people that I really look up to and are inspired by because they're so dedicated. Yeah.
So if there's people watching who want to get involved and do a little bit of activism, on a regular basis, just send us a message and we'll connect you with the right people, whether it's someone within our organization or someone within your local group. But then to wrap up our segment, Vanessa, I just also wanted to touch on something. I thought to myself, for us to be able to have this many people on the street consistently in cities across the country, we need to have pro-lifers committed to that, not only volunteers, because we need those a lot, but also people doing the work, right? People like you who can do it full time and who can be on the street, 4-5 days a week. And CCBR can hire more people if we have more funds, right? So that's also the reason for this Giving Tuesday, for this fundraiser. We're obviously still trying to reach our goal of $40,000 in this day. And so if you are watching and you are able to donate, we ask that you please do that today so that we can do that kind of thing like we did in London 2 weeks ago, where we reached so many people. We had so many testimonies from changed minds. And also, we heard during the London internship of people who chose to keep their baby. And so that's the purpose of today's live stream. And please go to the website, and I'm sure we'll post the link where people can go and donate. And that was kind of the point of this segment, right? To talk about activism and why activism is necessary. And to make that happen, again, we need those funds. Thanks for joining, Vanessa.
Yeah, no, my pleasure.
You're an inspiration. You've always loved activism, and you're just like, I was just looking at our pictures, by the way, to put one in a newsletter, and so many of our good pictures you're in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right? There you go. So we're going to transition to the next segment, and that is a segment that I'll be doing together with Nick, who is next door in the office next to me. We'll be doing one together about. Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't hear you, though, is the issue.
Oh, that is an issue.
You can hear me, though?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. 1 second.
All right, so we are going to be talking about balancing doing pro-life work while having a family. And can you hear now, Nick? No, now we can't hear you. All right, so while you figure that out, Nick, we will just start, I'll start talking about that. Otherwise, you can just head over to my office and we'll do it from here together. But CCBR is obviously known for its large internships, and one of the main reason actually for CCBR successes in reaching so many Canadians on the street with abortion victim photography is the internships. And so it seems like the majority of people who work for CCBR, or everyone who works for CCBR, are young people who can do an internship for a summer or for 8 months even, and they really make it possible to get the activism numbers to reach so many Canadians, which is fantastic. I mean, this year was promising to be a really big year.
Yes, this year we had, before it all got canceled due to COVID, we had 46 summer applications approved, and then we had to shut it all down thanks to the pandemic. So that was really too bad. And the internship does take care of a big portion of our outreach budget. Sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. My name is Nick Rosendahl. I'm the president of CCBR. If Micah has already introduced me, I missed it. So glad to be doing this talk with such a beautiful young lady.
All right, we're married, for those who don't know. Like Nick said, we usually have a lot of interns. This year we were going to have more than we've had before, and that unfortunately didn't happen, although many of them are still hoping to join us next year. But not all of us are young or single, I can't say it, or interns. Some of us are a little bit older, some of us are married, and some of us have families. So we thought it would be interesting to do a segment about that, about what is it like to have a family while doing pro-life work.
Yeah, I believe when we started, or when we were hired in 2013, I guess you were ready in 2012, we were the only family on staff. And when we were hired, we were already, had a couple kids. I think we attended the first wedding, which was Fran and Alana's up in Calgary. But now,
our wedding, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But now we have where there's at least one full-time spouse working for us. We got Kana and Jose out in BC. We got Cam and Catherine and Alex and Megan in Alberta. Kyle and Allie in Manitoba, and then Jonathan and Charmaine, Peter and Melissa, and ourselves out in Ontario here. So we got a lot of spouses and families involved in the movement. It's no longer just single young people that are at the core.
Yeah, and it's actually really exciting to see how the CCBR family has evolved over time to have, people with more experience in the movement, people who are married, people have kids, and then, an enormous amount of young people joining for internships. And different people accomplish different things, right? So those of us with some more experience might be in the office doing management or accounting, or like I said in a previous segment, right? I'm not on the street doing activism a lot, but do speaking or do training. So together, actually, that everyone complements each other very well.
Yes, that's right. So we wanted to talk about balancing out family life and pro-life work. So for me, I think I have it pretty easy. I get to take off and go to the office for 8 hours and say, bye, see you at supper time. Whereas you have to manage the household. You're homeschooling 3 of our children and working part-time at the same time. So what is it like to balance it all?
Yeah, maybe it should be to part-timers who are actually doing this session, talking about what is it like to balance work with family life. No, I think that's oversimplifying things. I mean, since we both do pro-life work, it's something that we prioritize together, right? So when I'm gone for a presentation in the evening, you're typically home taking care of our kids, right? Or when you're out west on a fundraising trip, or you're meeting with staff, I'm home with the kids, and then we have a community of friends around us who also support us in that and who help out. But what is it like to do pro-life work as a couple? I think really comes down to that's a priority, and that the plight of preborn children is so important to both of us that we order our lives around that, around speaking up for them. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think of the times where you've been called in to sit down with a young lady or meet with someone, right, and sort of throws everything for a loop. Our routine is shot very quickly, but you put that sort of in our top priority, because that, you're trained in that, both with your education as a social worker, but with also your pro-life apologetics and your role at CCBR. You're just well suited for that role, and therefore, if I have to leave suddenly at 2 or 3 so that you can either go to a presentation or meet with someone dealing with a crisis pregnancy, we definitely make that a priority, whether or not it makes us eat pizza more often or something of that nature. But definitely, it is a matter of priorities. Yeah, and it's not just in regards to abortion specifically, I guess.
Yeah, because people sometimes ask, like, well, where's the balance in that, right? Like, if you're both doing pro-life work, then are you always busy with that? Like, are you always talking about that at home or at the supper table? Does it kind of dominate your life? So they ask, like, how do you balance that? And in a way, I think that, I mean, it comes down to what's important, right? So I mean, it's important to take care of ourselves. It's important to rest. It's important to make sure that we can keep doing the work and not burn out. At the same time, there's also a very serious situation of children dying, 300 Canadian children every single day. So how do I balance that with the things I want to do? It's not about that, but how do you balance that with having a family? Because that's really important.
Yeah.
But I think what you were about to say is right. Like
it does obviously come up a lot in conversation, when we're talking about work or things going on at work. The children hear about it and ask questions, and we take opportunity to point out certain things because that's our livelihood in a sense, or our careers. But it's not only like we're not super intentional about bringing up abortion and the pro-life movement necessarily. It's just, I think it's part of our Christian lifestyle to, we're taught to love God above all and our neighbor as ourselves. And whether that's, our senior neighbor beside us that lost a loved one during the pandemic, and you make a meal, you send a card, you stop by to help them with yard work, or like we mentioned before, that where you throw all your plans and your routine for a loop to sit down with someone and walk them through a crisis pregnancy. That's part of the balance, but it's not just because we're in the pro-life movement. It's just, I think it's part of being a Christian that, you do whatever you can to love your neighbor, and that's not always neat and routine, and not only according to plan or easy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think when people ask, like, where's the balance in that, it's I think it's very well intentioned in that people are asking, if you're spending so much time on abortion and doing pro-life work, what about the rest of your life? Yet, if we believe that we are called to love God above all and our neighbors as ourselves, then that's our life, right? And yes, we may also rest, of course. But then how do you balance that with the family, right? Is where kind of how we go back to that, which again, I don't think is unique to doing pro-life work. There are lots of Christian families who deal with that, right? Like when there's need around them, specifically people who are, doing mission work, but also just in general, right? Like if we have an eye for the need of the people around us, we include our children in that. Our experience is that our kids love to be involved with bringing a meal to someone, or making a basket of gifts for, a single mom, or babysitting for someone if that's what they need, or whatever it is, right? But it's just kind of part of our life. It's not about abortion all the time.
Yeah, and I think everyone has their busy or stressful times, whatever job they might be doing. So, you might have a crazy day at the office and come home and just be sort of wrapped up in it. But the best thing, or the nice thing about family, is that they sort of force you to balance it out, because you walk in the door, and I get that every evening coming home. As soon as I step in, I hear "Papa," and I got this little 2-year-old that runs, or 1-year-old that runs up and wraps her arms around me before I can even take off my shoes or anything, and getting the biggest hugs and kisses. And I've only been gone for maybe 8 hours, but they just, and then suddenly everything's fine again, and all that stress is sort of evaporated, just because your children are there, and in all their loveliness and cuteness. And that helps, and also being intentional with them. So I think of, like, we try once a week, I try to take out the kids for some one-on-one time, which we've gone into a nice habit of doing. And, whether that's going for a bike ride or going out for a walk, doing some sort of activity with them, we try to do that every Monday night. And that's a great way of not only connecting with them, building a relationship, but just unwinding and sort of, me getting some exercise, since I sit behind a desk for most of my work, and but also just unplugging in a sense, and being in nature and enjoying time with family. They're great for forcing you, in a sense, to balance it out, and taking you away from all the busyness of what's going on in the pro-life movement.
Yeah, because you're not. They're not thinking about abortion at that moment, right? It sometimes comes up in conversations, but they're just excited to see you. And so they actually really help with that. But it's also like what you're saying about being intentional is super important, because you want to make sure that your children also don't resent the work you're doing and trying to serve other people, right? I mean, it's easy if you're always busy with that and always gone, for children to begin resenting that. And so that's definitely something to watch out for, to guard our time as a family and with friends, and doing devotionals and nature walks and those kinds of things. But yeah, like you're saying, kids also help with that.
Yeah, and that balance is there for, I think of farmers or people that own their own business, right? That you're sort of wrapped up in it, and it's hard to take holidays because sometimes it's just you running the show in a sense. If you're on
every job has a season of busyness. Right?
Exactly. So that balance is needed, not just in the pro-life movement, but everywhere.
Yeah, true. So something that people often ask us about, or might be curious about, is what is it like to do pro-life work as a married couple, as a family with kids, in terms of finances, right? Because we have a fundraised income based on the gifts that people donate to CCBR that allow us to do this work. So what is that like?
Yeah, so when people hear fundraise salary, they're always like, "Oh man, that sounds crazy and scary and sort of daunting in a sense." But it's definitely hard work at first to build up a support network, to go out there and sit down with people, family and friends, and talk about the mission of CCBR and get them involved in that.
Well, nobody really likes fundraising, right?
No one likes fundraising, but you're doing it for the organization. You're not necessarily doing it for yourself. It all flows to the organization, and then it gets pooled there, and then from that, your salary gets paid. So it is definitely hard, but the nice part is when you get to a point where you realize it's not just the hard work of fundraising, but it becomes a partnership with so many different new relations and family and friends that you sit down and you develop a relationship on a different level in a sense. And that partnership of, we've heard that many times over the years, is that we're glad to put, to help out and play our part in allowing you guys to be able to do this work. And that's really sort of a beautiful thing, in that they're able to support us financially so that we can do it full time, because we need more full-time people in the movement. There's definitely a lot more people full-time in the abortion industry, and therefore the more people fighting against it, the better.
Right. Yeah, so seeing it as a partnership makes it easier to ask people to support you in doing this work, because then we can do the work because other people give of their finances. And people, like you said, have said to us that you guys can do the work and we'll fund it, kind of thing. So it goes back and forth. But maybe something good to touch on as well is that there's also accountability. Like, it's not, you already said that the money goes to CCBR and we're paid out of a fund that's in has our name on it, like every other staff member has. But it's not kind of a free for all, like as much as you raise is what you can get, or there's accountability, right?
Yeah. So it all gets pooled and accounted for properly for every individual staff member, but it goes through our board. So we have a board of directors that I'm a part of, but there's 4 other individuals from across Canada that form our board of directors, and they set a salary grid for each position based on how much experience you have, based on the needs, if you're a single person or a family. And there's a lot of flexibility in that, but there's also accountability, like you mentioned, where they set the standard and they review it every year. And if you need more because your rent or your mortgage in Ontario is higher, or Toronto specifically, compared to here in Brantford, then the board tries
Calgary.
to equal. Yeah, exactly. So definitely accountability there. And I think important thing to note as well is there's an extra level of stewardship that we feel because it is on a fundraised salary. So you're watching definitely not only as an organization, but also as an individual that you're sensitive with how you spend your money,
Right.
knowing that it, you know, for us, we have like over 90 people that are part of our support team, and they donate in order for us to do the work. But then you also don't want to be frivolous with it in a sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So in a sense, our situation is different than that of other families or other couples. But I also think similar in the sense that every Christian, I was going to say Christian couple, but really everyone who believes that, you know, the earth is the Lord's, right? Like everything we have is not actually ours, it's God's. And we are to be stewards of that. And we are accountable for how we use that money. Has those decisions to make, how to spend your money, how to do it to benefit our neighbors, to bring glory to God, right? Like that's how we think about what to give for tithing, which organizations to give to, those kinds of things. In that sense, our situation is not actually that much different from other people who are asking themselves those questions and prayerfully making decisions about that and balancing their finances with that worldview as well.
Yeah, that's right. So I think like definitely there's different aspects, and there's many pros and cons of working together for the same organization and in the pro-life movement. But I think that can be a struggle for many young couples or families in general.
Or just a challenge, right? Like it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I meant more than struggle.
Yeah. Okay, so we should probably wrap up. So I think with those similarities, by emphasizing those, that highlights to us that whether you work in the pro-life movement or whether you support the pro-life movement, all of us have a role to play, and all of us are accountable for how we spend our money and how we use it to the best of our abilities to help our neighbors in need, like preborn children who will otherwise be killed, and to bring glory to God with the funds He has given us, whether that's, you know, through supporters or through the work that you may do otherwise. And so if you have those funds as well, we ask you to prayerfully consider donating to CCBR today so that that money can be used to speak up on behalf of preborn children who have very few people to speak up for them, even though there are a lot of pro-lifers in our country. But of course, the greater the budget of CCBR, the more people we can reach in Canada on the streets, which will translate directly into more minds changed and more lives saved. So with that, we'll wrap it up. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that that update. It's I certainly love to hear the perspective of other people who are working for the organization, as we're all in different places in our lives. And so thank you so much for sharing how you and your family balance everything. We just got another $500 donation in, so I was just about to post that as that came in off donations offline. So then we're at $25,950. So that's coming along. We do have a couple other donations that I have heard are coming in this evening as well. So we are certainly moving along in our campaign, but we do need your help to support the work that we're doing to continue to grow. I'm going to throw it over to a quick testimony video here before we move on to Blaze and how he's sharing about some of the growth and momentum that's happening in the East.
I talked to a student named Julian who didn't know what he thought about abortion, but he thought that it was a woman's choice. We discussed the difference between good and bad choices and how our choices affect other human beings. I then asked him if any circumstance justified abortion. He replied that there was no circumstance that justified abortion and left completely pro-life.
All right. Well, I am so excited to be back. I'm Blaze. I'm the Eastern Outreach Director for CCBR, and I'm focused on our efforts here in Eastern Canada in particular. in Ontario. And when we were trying to figure out what kind of topics we wanted to cover through today's live stream, one of the things that I suggested is I really want to spotlight the work that community groups have been doing in Ontario. Now, there's been a lot of growth and momentum in Eastern Canada. You can find at torontomarchforlife.ca a live stream we did for the Toronto March for Life earlier, where I talked about all the growth and momentum, so much of it in the Greater Toronto area. And a little bit later on, we'll talk about our future plans for the GTA. But the reality is, with COVID-19, I mean, I'm here in Toronto. I live in Toronto. I work out of our Toronto office. We're in gray zone lockdown right now. I've spent so much time at home over the last several months. A lot of what we've had to cancel in 2020 has been in Toronto. So while I'm really excited about the growth we've had in our future plans, Toronto has been a COVID hotspot. That's been one of the places where things have been on hold. But one of the things that I've been really excited to see when going over the stats for the year in 2020 is what's been going on in Southwestern Ontario. Now, at the beginning of today's live stream, Jonathan went through some of the stats, and he highlighted that community groups in the East actually had an increase in outreach even during the pandemic year. And I want to zoom in. I want to zoom in on those stats for a little bit and just give a shout out to the fantastic work that community groups in Southwestern Ontario in particular have been doing. If you go to our website and you go to About Locations and you scroll down, you'll see not only where our offices and initiatives are, but also where the community groups are that run CCBR's projects, that put our training to use in cities where we don't have staff, where we don't have initiatives to reach even more of the country. And you'll notice a clump of pins on the map there around Southwestern Ontario. And that is the part of the country where we have the most active community groups right now. Within a couple hours drive, we've got Windsor Against Abortion, London Against Abortion, Waterloo Region Against Abortion, Oxford Against Abortion, Hamilton Against Abortion, Niagara Against Abortion. And I just want to spotlight the work that these community groups have been doing. So when the pandemic hit, we paused activism for about a quarter of the year. It was about 3 months before we resumed any of the activism projects that community groups were doing. So 2020, these community groups had 75% of the year to do activism. And when I went over the stats, Jonathan mentioned that he lowballs the stats. He chops some numbers off, lops them off, and rounds them down. Well, so do I. So the numbers that I'm giving to Jonathan are already kind of lowballed. And when I gave him numbers for the stats, when we compiled it about a week or two ago, we found that there was a 50% increase in community groups. And actually, when I number crunched today with more updates that we had received from community groups, they actually doubled. So in 2019, Ontario community groups reached about 100,000 views through 12 months of the year. In 2020, with only 9 months of outreach available, community groups in Southwestern Ontario easily reached over 200,000 views. So even in a pandemic year, we see growth and momentum in these community groups. And I think that's one success story that I really want to bring to the forefront here. So let me go group by group for a bit. If we look at Windsor Against Abortion, and Catherine, who's the founder of Windsor Against Abortion, already got a shout out early in the live stream. I'll give her one again. It's one of the most active community groups in the country. Windsor Against Abortion, with a large volunteer base. They did 42 choice chains this year, delivered over 3,400 postcards, and reached about 50,000 views easily in Windsor during a pandemic year. And like I mentioned, so Catherine running Windsor, large group of enthusiastic volunteers as well. Another shout out to Katura, who came and joined us in Toronto in the summer for a 3-day intensive program, and then to bring that training back to Windsor Against Abortion as one of the regular volunteers there. London Against Abortion had 16 hours of choice chain activism, delivered over 1,000 postcards to reach 18,000 views. And shout out to Ellie and Maria with LAA. Oxford Against Abortion in rural Ontario put in 5.5 hours of choice chain, finding places to reach pedestrians this year. Had conversations at dozens of doors through door knocking, delivered 1,000 postcards. Shout out to Lincoln and Sarah from OAA. Hamilton Against Abortion had over 50,000 views with 35 hours of choice chain, over 10,000 postcards delivered by Hamilton Against Abortion. Shout out to Tanya and the others from Hamilton Against Abortion. Also, I should mention with LAA, with OAA, I'm only naming a few of the volunteers. Shout out to everyone else who's shown up, who's been part of the leadership team, or who's come out and volunteered to activism in Oxford or in London. Waterloo Region Against Abortion, which just started in the fall of 2019. This is the first full year. They had 16 choice chains, got over 24,000 views. Shout out especially to Miranda King, who'll be on the live stream later as she is working to join CCBR staff in 2021, and to Micah and Demo and the other volunteers and part of the leadership with Waterloo Region Against Abortion. Niagara Against Abortion put in 42 choice chains, delivered 2,300 postcards, easily got 65,000 views. Shout out to Tim, who's been the long time part of the leadership at Niagara Against Abortion, as well as to Annie and to Elissa, who came to the crash course in summer 2019, the 3-day intensive in Toronto in summer 2020, and has taken on a new leadership role with Niagara Against Abortion. Overall, we add all these numbers together, and that's over 200,000 views just from Ontario community groups, more than twice as much in 2019, even though 3 months of the year was a write-off. That is a huge success story, and it's really exciting to see that momentum building. So I was doing a little bit of off the top of my head recollection of when some of these groups may have gotten started. Niagara Against Abortion is probably one of the oldest community groups, certainly in Ontario, got started around the start of the End the Killing Plan. So, 7, 8, 9 years ago, so going for approaching a decade. Toronto Against Abortion got started in 2013, 2014, but we'll talk about TAA in the next session, because TAA is a joint project with CCBR and Toronto Right to Life in the City of Toronto. London Against Abortion got started by intern alumni in 2016. Windsor Against Abortion got started by an intern alumna through 2017. Definitely by 2018, WA was truly off the ground. 2018 also saw Hamilton Against Abortion get launched in a steady way that it's been present up to this day. And then 2019, Waterloo Region Against Abortion, right? Like over the years, we have more and more community groups being started. And one of the neat things too is in this particular part of Ontario, we're blessed to have many of these cities being within an hour or two drive. So there's been lots of opportunities for collaboration. I mentioned earlier that the Pro-Life Day of Action in November, where we linked up new recruits for online training together across Ontario in the morning in early November, and then each group did their own activism in the afternoon. There are so many examples of volunteers from one community group showing up to help out at another community group and get them off the ground. I mean, I saw the same kind of thing when we were getting started activism in Toronto, where as a U of T student, the closest club used to be in Hamilton, the closest pro-life club. But then as Ryerson got started, as York got connected, as students at George Brown got involved, we helped each other out and were able to get enough people. Like you only need 4 or 5 people in order to do a project like Choice Chain. So it makes a big difference if you have 1 or 2 from a neighboring pro-life club. And, in Toronto, we saw clubs working together, helping to boost everyone's activism. And now we're seeing that throughout Ontario, especially in Southwestern Ontario. We're seeing, people from Oxford show up in Waterloo, people from Niagara show up in Hamilton, people from Windsor come to London. My colleague Micah was talking about the big London Day of Activism that we had, where we sent 4 different teams to do about 18 choice chains throughout the city about 2 weeks ago. And we had people from Niagara Against Abortion, Toronto Against Abortion, Waterloo Region Against Abortion, all joining volunteers from London Against Abortion, along with our London intern. So it's been great to see that kind of collaboration. And this is key for the End the Killing Plan, right? Because if we're going to reach everyone in Canada, CCBR has identified key cities and key areas as priorities, like Toronto and Calgary, where we have our main offices, like Manitoba and Vancouver, where we've had the opportunity to launch initiatives. But we need to equip the pro-life movement as a whole. We need to equip pro-lifers all across the country in order to reach people in their own towns, in their own communities. And it's been so great to see that growth and momentum in Southwestern Ontario, such that we can double our numbers in pandemic year. And I think that CCBR's training programs have been key in order to enable this. I know that myself, so I joined staff in 2016, and I went to Florida in 2013. I attended the crash course in 2015. That CCBR training that I received over the years helped me to have the confidence and the knowledge and the training to launch what later became Toronto Against Abortion, to launch an activism team through U of T Students for Life. And many of the leaders in community groups have attended the Toronto Pro-Life Crash Course that we put on every July. That's not a pandemic year. That's where we held a smaller 3-day intensive program this summer in terms of what we could do within the gathering limits, or have done a summer internship, right? If we look at Hamilton, London, Oxford, Windsor, Waterloo, all of these groups have been launched and are powered by people who dedicated not only a summer to saving lives, changing hearts and minds, to an internship in Toronto or in Calgary with CCBR, but then after that summer, went back to their communities, put that training to use in terms of getting regular activism going in their own cities, to make abortion impossible to ignore in cities throughout Southwestern Ontario, to change hearts and minds and save children's lives and spare women the trauma of abortion throughout Southwestern Ontario. And not only do programs like the internship or the crash course fuel community group activism, much to the chagrin of abortion advocates who would rather we don't use our voice to speak out against abortion. It's always encouraging to see, for example, abortion advocates in London fret about how many people are coming and doing CCBR internships and then returning to their home in London and joining London Against Abortion and staying involved in the pro-life movement and growing and growing and growing. But it's not just that programs like the crash course and the internship fuel the growth of community groups, but then the growth of the community groups fuels the growth of the crash course and the internships, and the whole pro-life movement grows. So for the Vancouver, for the VIP program right now, we've had several applicants who've been involved with community groups in Southwestern Ontario already, right? We see many of our intern applicants, many of our applicants for the Florida Abortion Awareness Project, many of our applicants for the Toronto Pro-Life Crash Course get their start with community groups like this. So the work that these community group leaders are doing after getting trained from CCBR, going back to their communities and staying active, reaching people in their communities, it not only reaches the public with the truth about abortion, but they're training and inviting other people into the pro-life movement to get involved, to stay involved, to come do an internship at the crash course and join staff, or come do an internship in the crash course and return to their communities, and the whole pro-life movement grows. So I just wanted to make sure that's I think it's worth shining a spotlight on those groups for all of the fantastic work that they're doing, continuing to grow the pro-life movement and reach more and more people every year. And in case this isn't clear, the vast majority of these community groups are volunteers. They're students or people working other jobs who give up their time for the defense of preborn human rights and to minister to the wounded in their cities. And it's volunteers or it's people who give up their careers and fundraise in order to make this work possible full time. Right? So through people dedicating themselves full time through fundraising and making this a priority, or for all of the volunteers who power most of these community groups while they're focused on their studies or work, that's what makes this possible. So thank you to Windsor, Oxford, London, Waterloo Region, Hamilton, Niagara, and to all of you who have volunteered with these groups, who are part of the leadership of these groups, for making this possible, for doubling our collective numbers for Ontario community groups in a year where we had to shut down for 3 months. I can't wait to see what we're able to accomplish in 2021 and in 2022 as we move to the other side of this pandemic and we continue to grow and continue to add more community groups. Also, shout out to Windsor Against Abortion for hosting a 24-hour crash course, co-hosting it with CCBR in late 2019, and we've been working with our partners in London to prepare for another 24-hour crash course. If we'll be able to, once we're able to, in the spring. So that's bringing CCBR training to these communities to reach even more people, to train new volunteers, to help support the growth of these communities, because it grows the whole pro-life movement. And the more of us that there are doing effective pro-life outreach in the movement, the more hearts and minds we can change, the more lives that we can save. At this point, I would like to invite my colleague, Jeremy Hukim from the Eastern Outreach Department, to join me to talk about what's going on in the GTA and our future plans for the East. So Jer is our longest serving staff member in the Eastern Outreach Department, our most senior veteran staffer, and as Jonathan mentioned earlier, responsible for nearly 1 million views in terms of all the hours that he's put in to the truck, driving the truck, which is especially important in the pandemic year. But also, Jer is key to all of our projects in the Eastern Outreach Department. Jer and I and other members of the team are have been working during the pandemic year to figure out how we can still reach people, as many people as we can, while being safe and while figuring out what is possible during the COVID-19 pandemic. And also, Jer is a key part of the team working to plan next year and plan the future of how we can continue this growth and momentum in the Eastern Outreach Department. So great to see you, sir. In addition to driving the truck, one of the key things that you've been doing, especially since the summer, is working with the Toronto Against Abortion project, but by extension, that's supporting a lot of the other Ontario community groups. So in May and June, we were carefully monitoring the public health situation, and as soon as we figured out a safe and legal way to return to activism, we worked on protocols to put together in order to get back to the streets in a safe way and continue to reach people. And since reopening activism in Toronto in June, Jer has been key. You've been key in leading the Toronto Against Abortion project, whether that's scheduling or managing our volunteers and new signups. So do you want to talk about some of the work that you've been doing with Toronto Against Abortion and what that looks like in the city and what that looks like in the city as we figure out how to make the best of the situation during the pandemic year?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Blaise. It has been an interesting year for Toronto Against Abortion. A lot of our activism, as we know, it was put on hold for a few months, and we're used to planning around, censorship, opposition from those who oppose us. And this time we had to plan around COVID-19 with all its unpredictabilities and uncertainties. But thankfully, we were able to get out, as you said, in June, returning to the streets, and have been doing choice chain projects. So being on the streets, engaging in conversations with others about abortion, basically at least once a week since then, many times twice a week, sometimes special programs thrown in there. So we're really happy to be able to do that. Part of my job is to coordinate volunteers. So with the hundreds of volunteers that we have signed up as part of the Toronto Against Abortion community, to schedule, to plan out when we can do outreach together. And though that is challenging in a year like this, we were still able to develop protocols to be out there safely and legally. And we've actually had a lot of new volunteer signups this year. I've been highly encouraged by that. You might not expect that in a year like this, but I know there were over 30 signups that I was just counting in our database today. I think there were more than that. I don't always keep the most accurate numbers that are in the onboarding process. And even though we couldn't train them in person as we normally would, we were still able to offer virtual training and video training online to people at their own convenience, so that one of our colleagues at CCBR or at Toronto Right to Life would be able to teach them pro-life apologetic skills and get them ready to be on the streets. And we've had many of those volunteers join us on the streets as well. A particular highlight of that would be the Pro-Life Day of Action, which we just hosted in November, which included a virtual online training session in the morning with basic apologetics and advanced stream for those who have a little more experience, talking about our strategy, how to answer questions. And then that very afternoon, meeting in Toronto and hitting the streets and taking the truth to people and seeing people made aware of the truth about abortion. And we've had people who have joined our team from that and have continued to come out because of that. So what's really special about this place, as you probably maybe explained with the community groups earlier, is that every individual volunteer makes a huge impact. You know, we only really need 3 to 4, like 4 to 5 people maybe to do street outreach, to reach, you know, thousands of people in just 1 hour on the streets. It doesn't take a huge amount of commitment to do that. And so we want to give a shout out to our volunteers in Toronto who have made it out in this year with some of the protocols and things that are a bit abnormal this year, but still made a large difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you've now had the experience of doing the TAA schedule. I've been doing it for many years. Like when we're dealing with a big city and a whole lot of volunteers, it's a lot of work to figure out when people are available and when we have enough people who are available at the same time to be able to run activism, right? So when we're looking for just 4 or 5 people that we need at any point in time, even one person volunteering an hour a month makes a huge difference to make activism possible in any given time slot, and to be able to reach, you know, hundreds or thousands of people with the photos that day, to have dozens of conversations. So yeah, shout out to all of our volunteers. Now, I want to talk about some of the other kind of creative contingency planning that we've needed to do in the pandemic, especially in a city like Toronto, to stay safe, but to still be able to reach out to people. I mentioned in the last session the 3-day intensive program. So normally we run a crash course every summer in Toronto. We had over 30 participants in 2018, over 40 in 2019, and I was going to shoot for over 50 in 2020, but that is definitely beyond the gathering limits. We weren't able to do the normal kind of crash course in Toronto, but instead we pivoted to run a 3-day intensive program, taking a lot of the training from the crash course and the kind of an opportunity to go and apply it in the city, but just for a small invite-only group of the most promising applicants in order to stay within the gathering limits, right? So we welcomed 5 people. I mentioned 2 of them in my last session who had come from Windsor Against Abortion or from Niagara Against Abortion to get additional training. 2 more of the participants went on to do the London internship in the fall. And our 5th participant is a high school student who stayed active with Toronto Against Abortion since. So I think I'm so proud of those 5 people who gave up, 3 days during the early stages of reopening in July to get that training, to get that experience doing activism, and bring it back to their communities or to stay involved after that. You were involved in the 3-day intensive as well. Any highlights that stick out in your mind of that program, even though it was a lot smaller than than a normal program we would have, like the crash course? Any highlights of bringing those people together?
Yeah, one highlight is just I'm kind of naturally pessimistic. And so when a group of 5 quiet people come together, and I'm like, okay, it's kind of hard to start up conversation with these, how are they going to really do on the streets when they're facing a variety of opinions and reactions about abortion? But a highlight is just seeing them go at it. Especially, I know one of them had zero experience of activism before that time. And he stepped out in a brave way and just was having conversations with people, asking them what they thought, lots of people, whether they would answer or not. So I'm just encouraged by people's bravery to try this as a new thing. That would be one of the main highlights for sure.
For sure, yeah. To see people step outside their comfort zones, to get a little bit of training, right? Like you need a little bit of training, but it's not rocket science, right? To equip, like to spend a few hours on apologetics and strategy and hard apologetics, and then to see people go out in the streets and use it to change hearts and minds. And you mentioned a quiet group. You mentioned people getting started for the first time and continuing on, and that takes me right to the London internship. Because in the London internship, that was another example of kind of creative planning that is necessary for 2020. So our Toronto internships, as were mentioned earlier, and as we will keep lamenting, were canceled in 2020. That's our 2 and 4 month summer internship and our new 8-month internship. It's just too challenging in the city of Toronto right now in the COVID situation. But the London internship emerged as a way to run an internship team outside of the Ontario hotspots, to go in the activism hotspot, right, in the part of the province where all of these active community groups are. And again, to assemble a smaller team, right? We don't have the ability to bring together, 25 people like we might normally do in Toronto in the summers. But again, we brought 5 candidates, two of whom had just come off the 3-day intensive in July, and others from across the country. So I just want to give a shout out to Andrew, JP, Kateri, Leanne, and Joelle for giving up 3 months in their fall to do activism throughout southwestern Ontario, especially in the city of London. So proud of them. And we talk about, starting off with a quiet group. We were sort of joking at the beginning of the internship that it was hard to get conversation going. Everyone seemed so shy, but everyone stepped outside of their comfort zones, went to the streets, brought the truth to people with clarity, compassion, faced opposition with grace, and shared the truth about abortion with thousands and thousands of people. And it was really encouraging to see. I said when we were planning in the summer, like, could we do this? Could we do an internship that's not in a city that we're usually based? And part of the pitch was to have a small team to run high impact activism. And I think that's exactly what we saw, a small dedicated team that made a huge impact throughout southwestern Ontario. Mm-hmm. Let's turn, well, I guess we're not quite out of the pandemic yet. Who knows what the next few months will hold, but we continue to plan for the future, to plan for 2021 and the future of outreach in Eastern Canada. So there's the Pro-Life Week of Action, which we would normally hold every March break for high school students. You can find out more information about that on our website from previous years. That's the first project that got canceled in 2020 because it was days before PLWA that the lockdown hit. And we're currently, I guess, stay tuned if you're interested in the Pro-Life Week of Action. We're currently in a brainstorming phase to figure out what a 2021 PLWA could look like. Will it still be possible? Could it be possible in a different way? We're still working on that. So stay tuned for announcements on that in the new year. But we are also hard at work on our summer internship because our plan is, in one form or another, to get back to a summer internship in 2021, whether we can do a big team in Toronto, whether it's a few small teams in Ontario. We are gearing up to return our flagship summer internship project, and you will be directing these summer internships for 2021. And you are a past intern yourself. So perhaps you could share a little bit about what the Toronto internship is like and our hopes for summer internships in future years in Toronto.
Yeah, absolutely. I started off my time in the pro-life movement essentially and with CCBR with a 2015 summer internship and returned in 2016 for a returning program. And It is certainly a summer of hard work, but for almost everybody who does it, it is a life-changing summer. There's a great community that you're a part of with like-minded people who are dedicated to showing the truth about abortion, to sharing with people, to ministering to the wounded. It's a great experience in that way. So many friends I've had because of that, and connections I still keep up today. And it's simply a very well-rounded program in so many ways that it's not, it's a great balance of training and activism. So there's certainly training. There are many facets to learn about the abortion issue and how that relates to other parts of the culture that we live in today, many pro-life related issues, learning from speakers and those working in the political arm of the movement and the pastoral arm as well, doing history of the culture, research, etc. But many days of the week dedicated to going directly to the public, to reaching out to the people of Toronto, to our fellow Canadians who need to hear the truth, who need to know and be taught in many cases that abortion does kill an innocent human being. And seeing an impact from that, seeing so many people change their minds, seeing testimonies that we can share with others. It's something that I started out intimidated by, not having any experience before that, not knowing exactly why I was doing this, would I actually make an impact? But the more I did it, the more I was able to grow, the more I was able to see people shifting their opinions on abortion simply by having a conversation with me and seeing images of children in the womb and being killed by abortion. And it's a wonderful experience. If at all possible, we would love to replicate it in 2021 in whatever capacity that might look like, Blaze.
Yeah, and stay tuned if you're interested in the summer internships, because applications will be on the website in the near future as we're going to figure out some way to run internships in the summer, whatever form they take. The Crash Course is another project that we usually run in the summer in Toronto. I've mentioned this a few times recently, but the Crash Course is a 3-day program where you can come and get high caliber training and an opportunity to put that into practice in the city of Toronto as well. We had over 30 people in 2018, over 40 in 2019. And whether we need to run a smaller program or whether we can get back to a larger group in 2020, I hope to run some kind of summer training as well. One of the things that struck me earlier in the live stream, our colleague Sam was talking about a pastor in Toronto who's been very involved and a great partner in our work to end the killing. And he got his start in the Crash Course. And, you know, it hit me that the Toronto Crash Course, as it's developed in the last few years, especially from 2017 on with this 3-day program, there are such a wide variety of people who've come to receive that kind of training. You know, we have university students, we've had high school students, lots of people from community groups, people from Right to Life groups, you know, board members from Right to Life groups. We've also had, I can think of a participant like pastors. We've had teachers, right? High school teachers and high school students. Just a wide variety of people who come get that training and experience and bring it back to their roles or bring it back to their communities or go on to apply for an internship in the future or get involved in some other way. So that's another one that's a little too early to call right now, but stay tuned for next summer with some form of the Crash Course returning in Toronto. But I want to spend the last few minutes we have talking about the future and the kind of the big picture for Eastern Canada and the GTA, right? Because part of CCBR's original End the Killing plan was that by 2020, we would reach everyone in the city of Toronto with abortion victim photography. And we were well on our way to getting there before the disruption of COVID. And I think we'll be able to get there in 2021, where we started looking through all of the ridings in the city. And there were only about 5 or 6 that have still never received a postcard from CCBR. Up until the shutdown through the 8-month internship, we started reaching the eastern part of the city, Scarborough and Durham region, and we've been positioning ourselves in the future years where we've had a lot of reach in downtown Toronto, in the western part of the GTA, to shift in the north and the east, and to grow in our coverage and also our volume, right? That 4 million views per year, which is what we got in 2020 and in 2019, about half of those coming from the east. We're in a position in a non-pandemic year to be able to get to move from 2 million to 3 million views in Toronto, and not all from the same place, but spread out throughout the city. Perhaps, I mean, the truck is a big part of that, right? Our truth truck in Toronto accounts for easily 1 million views in the year. It was over 1 million in 2020. We only have a couple minutes left, but perhaps if you could share briefly what the experience is like in the truck and how we make sure we cover as much ground as we can when you're out there on the roads.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. In the truck, I don't always get to see how people are reacting to the images that are being shown. I do receive some negative reactions, some who are shocked and visibly surprised to be seeing, wow, is that really what it looks like to kill a child at that stage of pregnancy? And there are others who are encouraged and who give me a thumbs up and other positive signs like that. But it is, as you said, it's such a tool for reaching so many places that we can't really send people. We don't have teams to get on the streets for an hour to do a choice chain project where we haven't delivered postcards. This truck can go to major cities, can drive by busy malls and other places where we can reach the adult population of Canada with the truth. And it's very effective that way to not only reach Toronto, but to drive to Hamilton, to drive to Durham region, a little bit north of the city and other areas to really make abortion unthinkable, make it impossible to ignore for the GTA and beyond.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm most excited about looking forward, right? We talked about how much of a pro-life presence there is in Southwestern Ontario, how much of that's growing. Our internships, the work that's been done largely in the western part of the GTA. And I'm excited in the future to be able to move north, to move east. We have volunteers in Ottawa and in Montreal who are interested in restarting or starting for the first time community activism groups. And I'm looking forward, hopefully in the spring, to working with them to get community activism going east of the city as well, and to be able to reach even more new people as we go to schools, to homes, to streets, to reach people all over the place, wherever they are. And as we return to our big projects like the crash course and the summer internship. So stay tuned for that. Ultimately, what we need in order to do this, in order to grow, we need your financial support, and we need people to volunteer their time or to come and work with us on staff here in the city, right? If there's the two things that are holding us back from growing even faster, right? It is the people and the financial partnership. So today is a fantastic opportunity to be able to partner with us financially and to give to support this mission so we can continue this growth and momentum. But also check out the Take Action section of the website and apply for the Vancouver Intensive Program or volunteer with your local community group. Keep an eye out for the summer internships. Find a way to get involved, because ultimately we need more people. We need people to join us so that we can continue this growth, continue to see more and more people reached with the truth about abortion. And that's what I'm looking forward to in the East as we move forward. Thanks so much for joining me, Jer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Blaise.
Thanks, guys. It's great to hear the work that you're doing out east. I'm here in Calgary, and so coming up next, we're going to have my colleagues Cam Cote and Alex Vandenbernhorst joining us to talk what's happening out in this direction. But I want to share with you that we're at 2/3 of the way to our goal, to our $40,000 goal. And so there's still time for you to partner with us. We still have some room left in that matching campaign. So certainly do share your support, and that way we can grow, as our teams are today are sharing how we need to grow in the movement. We need to add more people, and with more people, that comes more resources for the activism projects, for just for everything that we need to do to make that happen. So please consider partnering with us financially. And I'm going to turn it over to another quick testimony video here, and then it'll be on to the guys to talk about the work in the West here.
Today, while doing activism on a university campus, I talked to a student named Robbie. I asked him what he thought about abortion. He said that he had supported abortion in cases where the woman was living in poverty or had no support. He then revealed to me that this was the case for a lot of his friends. So I asked him, do you think that your friends are valuable and have something to offer to the world? He said, absolutely. We then talked about the difference between a person living in poverty and a preborn child conceived to a woman living in poverty. We then agreed that there's really no difference between killing a preborn child and a born child after going through some development. He walked away completely pro-life, saying he'd be willing to help any woman who found themselves in an unplanned pregnancy. Today we'll
Boom. Welcome back. I love seeing those testimony videos as much as I get to see them day after day when we're out doing activism, when I'm working with volunteers or interns. I just love seeing them as a great reminder of the incredible people that we have on our team. I mean, most of these people who are in the testimony videos I've never even met before. It's super cool. My name is Cam. I am the Western Outreach Director for CCBR, and I am joined by my protege, my young Padawan learner, Alex van der Bruinhorst. Welcome, Alex. How you doing?
That's right. Thanks. No, doing good, Cam. Young protege. You're right. I guess in terms of who's been here longer, sure. Yes, I'm the Western. Let's try not to steal your job again. Do another coup. Western Internship Director here in Calgary. So I'm in charge of the internships, and Cam is in charge of, well, pretty much everything.
I have the great pleasure of having a finger in a lot of things and hearing what other people are doing. And so this session, we're going to follow in the footsteps of Blaze and Jer. We're going to share a little bit about where we're going in Calgary, where we've come from, and why we need to continue growing. And I think it's an interesting story to look back a little bit at where we've come from, because when I joined full-time staff, as I mentioned in an earlier episode, I did the internship in 2012. I signed my contract at the end of that, and I arrived in the spring of 2013. And at that point, there had just been a mass exodus from Calgary. We had just opened up our Toronto office. And
I actually remember that, if I can jump in. So I wasn't on staff then yet. Let's see. Fall of 2011 is when I first started getting introduced to the pro-life movement and to CCBR. And 2012 was when I think winter of 2011 is when I first did my activism. But I remember the exodus, as we call it. Yeah, a whole bunch of people that I was just getting to know were all just heading to the other side of the country.
Yeah, because at that point we were splitting, basically. We not splitting in a bad way, but we went from one office in Calgary. We opened up the office in Toronto. Stephanie, Jonathan, Nick and Siobhan, Nick and Micah, Fran and Alana. I'm sure there are other people that went out that direction as well. And so when I arrived in Calgary, it was myself, my colleague Lauren, who's a wonderful, wonderful advocate for life, John, who's a champ, and I think there was one other, but I don't remember actually. And so there was 3 or 4 of us working full time, and it was a very, very small operation. It was very much in terms that Blaze Lane talks so eloquently about often. It was very much a kind of a theory of action sort of thing. We had this established volunteer team, and we were kind of told, you know what, just do some activism, change some minds, and just like do stuff. I'm sure that it was more sophisticated than that, but I was a 22-year-old kid and I had no idea what I was doing. And so that's what it felt like at the time.
Well, and like the activism was effective. It was very similar to what we do today, right? Like showing people the reality, having compassionate, human rights-based apologetics conversations with them. But yeah, like from what I remember, like there wasn't nearly as much. It's not like there was no direction, but there was far less specific direction. Like you said, it was just more like, we have these great tools, let's just use them as much as we can. Whereas, yeah, it's that's definitely changed over the years.
Exactly, and that all changed when we brought Alex on in 2014. I want to say.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, and so what we want to do is, over this next little bit here, we want to talk through a few different kind of areas of outreach and engagement in the Calgary office, what the progression has looked like, and what we're looking at going forward. We're not going to spend quite as much time talking about specific events, just like Blaze and Jared had talked about. A lot of the dates and particulars are up in the air, and so we'll be excited to announce some of those as we go forward. But I'll start by talking a little bit about the volunteer team. When I arrived in Calgary in 2013 to do this full time, we had a strong, excellent volunteer team. We had a lot of incredible volunteers, some of whom are still involved now, including people like Lucas and Maria and countless others. And we were going out, we were doing Choice Chain at Chinook Mall every Saturday, but that was largely all that we were doing at that point. Lauren was doing a great job bringing more and more people in and training them. But really, neither of us had a whole ton of experience. And so over the last 8 years, arguably, we've been able to build the infrastructure of our volunteer team so that not only do we draw more and more people into our outreach, but also we're giving more and more frequent training and mentorship for our volunteers so that they get some partnership, whether it's through door knocking or through Choice Chain, to really see the conversations that they learn about in the apologetics workshop, see those modeled.
Well, I remember like when I came on, this is beginning of 2014, May of 2014. The trainings were not near as often, and we'd wait until we had, at least 5 people interested before we'd get everybody together in a group. Whereas now, so I haven't really been the volunteer coordinator, but now I see you guys do a lot more. Oh, we have this one person who's interested. Let's meet him at a Tim Hortons and give him training. And you're able to do a lot more person-to-person training and keep them up, keep them up to speed a lot better.
Exactly. And so we've been able to build that, and our growth in our volunteer team has allowed for a massive increase in volunteer outreach in Calgary. That when I first joined, we were achieving maybe 15, maybe 20,000 views of abortion victim photography each year, maybe 1,000 conversations, but probably only several hundred. Now we're looking at a year that even during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we had to take a full 2-month break and modify all of our activism with fewer and fewer people engaging in conversation, we're seeing hundreds of thousands of views achieved through our volunteer team. And
it's been really steady.
Lots of conversations. And I want to give a big shout out right now as well to a wonderful friend of both of ours, Brittany Van der Brunhorst, who's doing a ton of work behind the scenes. You've already seen her in at least one of the segments. I think she might have been in 2. She's been our go-to person for the Truth Truck. She has logged thousands of hours of engagement and views through the Truth Truck that we drive around in Calgary. She's been fantastic, not only in being a regular person driving the truck herself, but
for
also
years.
Training more and more people so that other volunteers such as Sebastian and others can also help out in the truck. Brittany's been a huge asset in Calgary. But I'll throw it over to you, Alex, to share a little bit about the journey that the community support and outreach has taken since you've come on staff, because that was part of your initial role when you came on in 2014.
Yeah, that's right. So before I joined full-time at CCBR, I was working as a mechanic. And in that transition year from going full-time mechanic to full-time CCBR, I actually worked part-time in both. So 4 days a week, I worked in the mechanic shop. My boss was pro-life, so he supported me doing the pro-life work on the side. And then 1 day of the week, 1 or 2 days of the week, I would do pro-life work in Lethbridge. And so leading a community group that was not affiliated with CCBR, but was doing CCBR type projects, postcarding, Choice Chain, the things that have been mentioned today already. And so Cam and the others who were here at CCBR already figured that experience of leading a community group like that was separate, but alongside CCBR in a different city, that the experience I had in leading a group like that would help me to see if we could replicate that in other cities. And so when I first joined in 2014 full-time here in Calgary, my job description was a bit of a hodgepodge. There's a little bit of everything. And one of the things that I did was, like what you mentioned, community outreach coordinator. And so I would try to work with, it was mostly, no, that's right. No, back then it was Ontario too. So it's pretty much across the country. I was going to say mostly West, but that split happened later. So just working with pro-life groups across the country who were willing to use the same strategies, the same tactics, the same apologetics, the abortion victim photography, and just try to work with the leaders in those communities, help give the leaders training so that they would then be able to train their volunteers, just try to give them the support that they needed. So it was a good vision. It was a good plan, and it had good fruits. But it was just one of the things I was doing here, so I wasn't able to dedicate full-time attention to that. So it was good, but limited in that I just didn't have enough time or enough availability to go out and meet with a lot of these different leaders and help them get these projects up and running. So then later when now my wife Megan joined staff a couple of years ago, then she actually took that role on as a full-time position. And I thought that was really exciting because we'd never had anybody who could dedicate full-time hours and focus to that. And so she kind of took where I had left it off and built it a lot further and built a whole infrastructure and built a package. Cam, I think you mentioned it earlier, just put together a whole fairly exhaustive resource package for these community group leaders so that you could, once you establish contact with a leader in a specific city, you could hand this whole package off to them. And that would be kind of a step-by-step guide from everything to how do you arrange a training night? What are some basic things you want to go through with apologetics? How do you deal with the basic legal questions that you'll be faced? And so she developed the role a lot further, made it more, for lack of a better word, more professional, more comprehensive. And so I think what we're left with now, and by the way, there's a job opening for outreach coordinator here. But what we're left with now is we have, I'm blanking on the word here. So we have a job description, but we
have all the infrastructure set up.
Infrastructure. I knew it was something with cities and roads.
For a community outreach coordinator to come in and
thanks,
pick
Cam.
this up where Megan has set all this work up in.
Yeah, and so it's really exciting. Like it's disappointing that we don't have a full-time community outreach coordinator here now, but it's good to know that we have the infrastructure. So it's almost like a plug and play. We're looking for the right person to fill that job vacancy, and then that person can pick up and have all the infrastructure at their fingertips and establish contact with the different leaders and get this type of effective activism that we know works, get it up and roaring across all across Western Canada.
Exactly. And as you can tell, both Alex and I are very keen on this nostalgia. We're both in our early 30s here, and we love reflecting on the past. But we've, in the last 5 or 6 minutes that we've got here, we'll blast through a few more, but also talk a little bit about the transition that we're going through. That I mentioned that Alex is in some ways my protege, and I only say that because I was the intern director before Alex was the intern director. And it's been incredibly exciting to see the internship grow. I remember the first year that I ran the internship in 2013, we had 3 participants in Calgary. We ran one program, we had 3 participants in Calgary.
I remember.
And Alex, how many do we have? How many are we hoping for, or how many do we plan to have in this past year, 2019?
Yeah, so we actually, no, I know it's confusing. So we actually had 18 interns sign up for the Calgary internship, which is great. That's far bigger than we've ever had, and so it's exciting to see the momentum.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's been really, really exciting to see where we've come from, the growth. We've added a church outreach component out here as well. And similarly, we're continuing to network with other pro-life communities, whether faith communities, whether just other established pro-life groups. It's really, really exciting to see all of the networking that we've been able to achieve as well. And you might be wondering, with all that we have going for us now in Calgary, we're achieving around 1 million views of abortion victim photography every year in Calgary alone, thanks in large part again to Brittany in the truck. Not only that, but we're also having tens of thousands of conversations. But as we've talked about before, we need to engage everybody, not only with the images, but through conversation. And we often, not often actually, a relatively new way of thinking of this is we've developed kind of this 3-step approach where we see a shift in our focus between how much time and energy we go to very view heavy, as we talk about view heavy projects, towards more conversation heavy. The reason for that is that the first step that we need to achieve is widespread discomfort. We talked about in an earlier segment of how the vast majority of people in Canada are simply either not thinking about abortion or mildly acceptive of the status quo that we have right now. And so we need to make people uncomfortable. And so that widespread discomfort, moving into the second area of categorical shift, that we've shared the statistics of our just seeing the images, we see a discomfort rating ultimately of around 2/3 of people. They see an image and they feel more negatively about abortion. But that doesn't necessarily translate into categorically shifting towards identifying as a member of the pro-life movement or worldview sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so that's achieved more so through a categorical shift, through conversation heavy activism, as well as the third step of mobilization and maintenance. Once we've reached everybody with abortion victim photography, once we have exposed the reality of what happens to a preborn child as they're being aborted. We
Yeah.
need to focus more and more on those conversations, moving from, and not obviously abandoning projects like the truck, like vehicle
No.
choice chain, like postcarding, but shifting more of our focus towards projects like door knocking, like choice chain, to really optimize the number of conversations, to optimize that categorical shift towards a complete rejection of the pro-abortion worldview and more of an alignment towards the pro-life worldview, I suppose.
Yeah, and like what that makes me think of, like you said, the first stage is that widespread discomfort, right? And that's largely done through the images. But like the categorical shift and then mobilizing those people, like that really makes sense to me, because like you're building on the foundation that you've laid by showing people the visual reality of abortion. So you've laid that foundation, you've made people feel more negatively, a bunch of people have changed their minds, and then you build on that foundation with the more labor intensive, more conversation intensive forms of activism.
Exactly. And so in the last 2 minutes here, let's talk a little bit about where we're going. And where the focus will be for this is basically just job opportunities that we're looking for.
Yep.
I'm really excited that we have this job opportunity isn't actually out there anymore because we filled the position. I'm really excited. We're going to meet her in a couple of segments here. Quiana will be coming on as our volunteer coordinator for mentorship and team growth in Calgary. As I've mentioned, we've been able to shift towards more and more thorough mentorship and development of our volunteer team, so that not that it was ever just a matter of you get an hour workshop and here's your sign, go out and change the world sort of thing, but a lot more regular development of our volunteer team so they continue to mature as pro-life ambassadors. Really excited for Quiana joining the team and filling that role of volunteer coordinator.
Yeah, and for myself, I'll try to keep it short here. We're looking forward, and we're also right in the middle of an application process right now for a full-time intern coordinator. When we start getting internships that have more than 10 interns, I can't lead that alone anymore. I can't take 10 interns onto the street and be in charge of everybody. So it's really exciting to have a full-time intern coordinator coming on to join me as I lead the interns onto the street, and we're able to reach a lot more Calgarians that way. So that's exciting. Basically, she'll enable bigger internships.
Exactly. Last couple that we'll bust through. As Alex mentioned, we're hiring a community outreach coordinator, a church outreach coordinator. As Brittany shifts more and more towards event planning and some more logistical stuff, we're looking for someone to take on more and more hours in the Truth Truck. And you might wonder, these job opportunities sound great, but who is really cut out? I don't have a degree in pro-life apologetics. As Alex mentioned, he worked in a mechanic shop before. I worked at a camping store while I was doing my degree in biology. Believe it or not, the biology degree doesn't actually help me a ton here. I learned all the biology that I need in grade 9. And so if you went through grade 9, you probably have enough biology to do just fine here. And if not, we can bring you up to speed. If you're interested in learning more about working for CCBR, please don't hesitate to contact us. Email at endthekilling.ca.
Yeah.
Not only that, but also consider learning more about the different positions. You can check on our staff page on our website and learn more about us there. And with every new addition that we bring on staff, not only does that mean that we are able to do more, but we also have a greater need for growing the infrastructure, that new bodies in the office require more and more supplies and professional development and that sort of thing. And so in theme of today's fundraising plan, I want to personally invite you to consider financially partnering with CCBR so that we can continue growing our outreach in Calgary and across the country, because as we transition towards more and more conversation-heavy activism, we absolutely need more and more investment into that infrastructure, whether that includes tablets, whether that includes more mentorship of volunteers, all that sort of thing. As we grow, we need more people, and more people means more financial partners. So I want to invite you to join in on that as well. Awesome. Thank you, Alex. You might wonder why we run over a little bit. I'm in the next segment as well. And so huge thank you, Alex, for joining in and being a fantastic friend and colleague here in the Calgary office. What we're going to do now is we're going to transition over to looking ahead in Vancouver. No final words for Alex. My bad. As you can tell, I'm used to the long form podcast where Peter and I can just ramble for hours on end. And so let's transition over to Vancouver. Welcome, Michael. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Abrupt transition, but a good one nonetheless.
It is all good, my friend. We often think people, just to talk about the podcast just briefly, and so you might wonder, Cam is not nearly as smooth on any of these segments as he sounds on the podcast, and that is in large part thanks to my good friend Maddie Halleck, who you'll be meeting in the next segment. Maddie makes Peter and I sound so much better than we actually are through all of his editing and in-depth work, but I digress. Michael, we're talking a little bit about Vancouver. Tell me a little bit about Vancouver. You're from Vancouver. Tell me about why you're from Vancouver and all things Vancouver, I suppose.
Yeah. So yeah, born and raised here in Vancouver. My family and I have lived here all our lives, and it's a really good city. I love living here. Got the mountains, got the ocean. What's not to like? And it's also, since I've come on staff with CCBR, it's been a really good place for activism as well, I think. We've reached quite a large base of people that hasn't been reached by CCBR consistently for a long time. So it's good to be able to have to have started some solid activism here and to see it continuing on. It's kind of been hampered a little bit due to COVID, but we're really looking forward to once that the restrictions for that are no longer a problem, to go right back into doing activism.
Exactly. So I'm going to throw the nostalgia goggles back on just for a moment, share a little bit about where we've come from in Vancouver prior to Michael joining the team. We've had a lot of people come from Vancouver, do internships with CCBR, and get very involved in volunteering there. But it's often been an ebb and flow sort of situation where somebody will come do an internship, head to Vancouver, not have a ton of infrastructure set up. We haven't had an office there before. We didn't have that strong volunteer team that we had in Calgary when I first moved here, all that kind of thing. And so I have a tremendous amount of respect for people like Irene, who worked several part-time contracts and temp contracts in Vancouver, really laying the foundations of building an awareness of CCBR in Vancouver. And then the story really develops in 2018. Michael, you did the internship in 2017 here in Calgary with me, and you came on in 2018. I'd love to hear a little bit about your journey getting introduced to CCBR and really kind of anchoring the team that has been established and is now growing in the Vancouver area.
Yeah. So, Cam, like you said, I started in 2018 in May, I believe. I spent about a month before an internship came to help me get started. I was doing a lot of church outreach, fundraising, trying to figure things out, and it was a lot of fun. It was like a brand new experience for me. I had never had a position like this before, so it was really, really like very kind of crazy at times, but a really fun experience. And it started with just me as staff out here. We've been having internships come every summer to support local communities, and ours is one of them. They've come and reached out to several churches and done a lot of activism and really helped give a surge to the community group out here. And then during the fall, I'm able to, with their momentum, continue to lead and do activism all across Greater Vancouver. And over the years, we've had so many dedicated volunteers. Some have come and gone, but we've had a lot of really solid people who, at one point or another, and sometimes even still, are really dedicated. I think of people like Sean and Alicia, my friend Marion, who's very active right now, Arlene, and then of course Sean Kateri, who is currently the staff volunteer coordinator out here in Vancouver, and Kateri, who will hopefully be coming on next year in 2021. So it's been a lot of fun, and like I said, I think Vancouver is a great place to be doing this and reaching the culture with the truth about abortion.
Exactly. And it's been a long time coming. Like I said, like you've mentioned, this has been a slow build up to a growing team, really laying the foundation. We've had a lot of people ask us why we haven't focused more on Vancouver in the past. And I think that in a lot of ways, we've been developing systems, policies, protocol in our two core offices, Calgary and Toronto. And then once we've worked through a lot of that troubleshooting and developed those turnkey systems, we've been able to really hopefully accelerate things in Vancouver. As Michael mentioned, our current setup in Vancouver is a really, really cool team. Michael is anchoring the team. He's our digital media aficionado, expert, coordinator, whatever you want to call him. He goes by a lot of different titles, producing a lot of our social media content and that sort of thing, also helping out with that volunteer team. You mentioned Sean. Sean is a champ. He's a great friend. He came down to Florida this past February. He was planning on doing the internship this past summer. He's not able to do that, but he was so dedicated and so willing to help out that he was willing to spend some time over the summer working with our great colleague Vanessa, who was in Vancouver for the summer through the pandemic, visiting friends of hers, I believe. And Sean really realized how passionate he was about this. And so he actually came out to Calgary for a week to get some training on how to be a part-time volunteer coordinator. He already has some commitments personally and professionally and that kind of thing. And yet he actually came out like 2 weeks after his wedding. That's how dedicated this dude is. He came out for a week to work with me and Alex and several others on volunteer coordination. And he is doing a phenomenal job, not only coordinating volunteers for vehicle choice chains and postcarding runs, but also anchoring our truth truck in the Vancouver area, which is actually a repurposed ambulance, which is a beautiful take on that this life-saving instrument is now being used to save lives through the education that it provides to the people in the lower Vancouver area. Obviously, we can't go without a shout out to our lovely friend who is on maternity leave right now, Kana. Michael, you had the opportunity to work with Kana, especially in the social media area. I wonder if you could give a little bit of a look at what Kana had been doing prior to her maternity leave when she transitioned towards working in the Vancouver office.
Yeah, just sort of learn on kind of how she worked out here in Vancouver, basically. Yeah. So yeah, she and her husband Jose moved out here back in I believe it was approximately May of 2020. And during that time, Kana was focused mainly on the social media part. Her and Jose were super helpful in all the projects we did over the summer. We did a lot of study series in churches and things like that, and they played a huge role in helping us facilitate that. And then, yeah, Kana continued with doing social media for quite a while before she went on maternity leave. And yeah, she did an amazing job with that. And it's been really interesting taking over her role. Like, I used to think like, it's a cool job, but like, it's not quite, activism and stuff. But like, once I've kind of gotten into the role, I'm like, wow, this is actually really challenging. Like, it's got quite a few, bumps and a lot of like learning curves to get over. And no, it's a really fun, but a really challenging position. And I really admire Kana for holding it for so long. And I'm really glad that she's able to spend time with her baby now.
Yeah, 100%. And even working with all the algorithms that often work against socially conservative groups and whatnot, I have tremendous amount of respect for Kana, because I think a lot of people think social media is really easy. I think a lot of people are like, oh, whatever, I open my Instagram account and just like post random pictures of food and some activism pictures and the odd whatever, and like people are going to love me and I'm going to get this huge following and whatever. There's a ton of work, obviously, that goes into managing the social media for an organization like CCBR, as much as it's not even our primary focus. It is a tremendous amount of work. I'm sure that as the organization continues to grow, this is going to become a job for multiple people. We've already talked a little bit, Michael, about a social media specific volunteer team, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Let's cut back to Vancouver. I apologize, I digress again. We also have lots of other people contributing towards the team. Michael, you mentioned Kateri, Lord willing, coming on staff out there, also taking on some of the role of volunteer coordination. Vanessa is going to be spending some more time out there because she's got lots of friends in the area that she likes spending time with. And she's going to be helping with volunteer outreach as well to continue growing. And to put that in perspective, this year in 2020, this pandemic shortened and impacted year, we've achieved more than 4 times as many views of abortion victim photography than we had in 2019. This has been an incredible year for growth and development. Thanks in large part to Vanessa. Thanks in large part again to Sean, Michael, yourself, Kana, Kateri, and all of the volunteers out there. Let's cut to where we're going forward. Michael, share with us a little bit about why it's important to grow in Vancouver. Why should this be a priority for CCBR? And why is this a priority, I suppose, for CCBR?
Yeah. So obviously Vancouver, like as a lot of people know, it's a huge population center. First off, like I looked this up. I think it's the 3rd largest metro area in all of Canada if you count the surrounding cities. So it's a huge area to just reach a lot of people, with like well over 2 million people in the area. It's really integral, I think, to the End the Killing plan in order to reach all of Canada. And it's also got quite a few different diverse sort of communities here. So there's, in terms of religious communities, there's a really strong Catholic archdiocese. There's a really strong Reformed and evangelical communities, which are really help support the pro-life movement here. But then there's also quite a few immigrant groups, and there's also, of course, what Vancouver is known for, which is the kind of hippie population, the people who are super who are typically very pro-choice and liberal, and so there's just such a diverse kind of range of people living here, and it makes for really really great activism experiences, and the ability to reach into so many different communities I think is super valuable.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I find that super interesting because when a lot of people, I mean, growing up in Victoria, a lot of people, when they think of the West Coast, all they think about are surf shops and other maybe less than wholesome distributors and dispensaries and that kind of thing. And yet we do have this incredible community, pro-life community that's already established there that maybe hasn't been super mobilized yet. And you've been actively involved in partnering with a couple of these different pro-life communities in equipping them with CCBR's tools for apologetics and also leading many of them in activism, right?
Yeah. One parish in particular that we've worked really close with is a Catholic church called St. Anthony of Padua. They've been a huge part of helping us in terms of our projects. They've hosted a lot of presentations for us and helped us financially. They've just been like a huge part of helping build CCBR in Vancouver, and we owe a lot to them. And a lot of other churches as well have been a huge part of helping us do what we do here in Vancouver. And they've got such great communities that are where we get a lot of our volunteers and activists from. So there's a lot of great communities out here that I feel blessed to have the opportunity to participate in.
Totally. And just before we move into where we're going in the future with Vancouver, I'll give a quick shout out to those people who are listening right now. Obviously, today we're really focusing on financial partnership, and we want to invite you personally to consider financially partnering with CCBR to grow the reach that we're able to attain and achieve. However, this is also a beautiful opportunity, as Michael said, to engage different church bodies and whatnot. That churches, regardless of whether they're coming from a Christian background or if other faith communities, obviously, for that matter as well. Many of them hold to the pro-life worldview, and a lot of them look for ways to advance the pro-life cause because this is near and dear to their hearts. And so the partnerships that we've been able to initiate and launch and maintain in Vancouver have been incredibly, incredibly useful. If you're involved with a church or another faith community, whether it's a mosque or a Sikh or Buddhist community or whatever it may be, if you want to help bring the message of life to people in your community, then please, please, please do reach out to us. But let's wrap up a little bit with where we're planning on growing. Michael, you already talked a little bit about the Vancouver Intensive Pro-Life program that we're hoping that we're able to conduct this coming February, which will not only equip a bunch of local people with the tools that they need to have compassionate, compelling conversations, growing the volunteer team locally, but also bring in at least a few people, hopefully from out of the area, to supplement that team so that we can have a huge impact. We're also hoping to do some hiring, right? We're hoping to bring on Kateri, as we've mentioned. She'll be added to our staff page, hopefully very soon, in a full-time volunteer capacity. With all of these incredible churches in the Lower Mainland, we're also hoping to bring on a full-time church engagement coordinator and supporter relations personnel as well, and continue to build up the volunteer team there through programs like the VIP program, through the other outreach that we're doing in the area. I'm really excited. Michael, you've seen this really from the maiden voyage onwards, and wondering if you can wrap us up with maybe a word of how the experience has been, tracing from launching the Vancouver initiative yourself in 2018 to where things are at right now. You're excited? You're a little bit intimidated. How are you feeling about things?
I feel really hopeful, honestly. Like, Vancouver has so much potential. There's so many people that haven't been reached yet, and so I just see like all the work that there is to be done out here. I've certainly done a little bit of it, and people before me, like Irene, have done a lot of work as well. And the fellow volunteers I've had an amazing opportunity to work with have done so much work to make Vancouver more pro-life, and I'm just grateful that I get to be a part of them. And yeah, I'm literally looking forward to things like the new staff we're hoping to hire out here, and all the other plans like the Vancouver Intensive Pro-Life program. That's something I'm particularly excited for because it's the first sort of really big project we've had here, and I'm like super pumped. And yeah, there's so much work to do out here, and I'm excited to be a part of helping it get done.
Exactly. And I think that brings us to a really good conclusion that growth is happening across Canada. That Alex and I spent a couple of minutes talking about growth in Calgary. Michael and I here talking about Vancouver. The next segment, Kyle and Maddie are going to be talking about Winnipeg. It is incredibly exciting, the growth that we're seeing in Western Canada. And obviously, this is the route that we have to go. We don't have population centers like Toronto, where like a third of the country lives within an hour of the downtown core, or I'm sure actually with traffic, it's more like 5 hours. But like by the way the crow flies, it's probably within an hour. We don't have that. We've got metropolises like Vancouver, Calgary, Winnipeg, lots of others. But it's really exciting to see the organization continue to grow in that capacity. And so I'm sure that Loretta is going to jump back in here and wrap things up, and I won't actually steal the words out of her mouth about the financial appeal. Yeah, I'm excited about Vancouver. Thank you all who have been a part of the growth in Vancouver already. And please, please, please consider being a part of our continued growth going forward. Financial partners enable people like Michael, people like Sean and Kateri and countless others continue to bring the pro-life message to street corners and doorsteps across the Vancouver area.
I have no problem with you stealing the financial pitch out of there, because you know as much as any of the rest of us and how much our financial partners are so important and vital to the work that we are doing. We are currently sitting at $26,500 towards our overall goal, and we do have a couple donations that have been pledged to come in, and so those are expected as well. But we do have ways to go yet before our $40,000 goal, so please do continue to give. And thekilling.ca/donate or on our Wonder We page that are linked in our social media. Either of those work just fine, so please do consider your financial support. We are going to play another testimony video here for you, and then we're going to turn it over to our Manitoba team to talk about the growth in Manitoba.
On Tuesday in Calgary, I spoke with a woman named Dua and her friend. They hadn't really thought about abortion before. We talked about human rights, and Dua agreed that abortion is a human rights violation. But she asked, what about cases where the woman's life is in danger? I agreed with her that sometimes we have to remove the child from the woman's body. However, I asked, do we take the child out in one piece or in pieces? She said she hadn't thought of it that way before. We talked about some complications that arise during pregnancy and different procedures that we can do that both save the mother's life and value the life of her child. We agreed that, although unfortunately we cannot always save both lives, we never have to deliberately take the child's life in order to save the life of the mother. She left that conversation 100% pro-life.
Well, thanks so much, Loretta. Excited to be here. I know I speak for both Kyle and I when I say we are really, really honored and very excited to have the privilege of talking with the listeners a little bit about what we're doing in Manitoba. But before we do that, before we jump into the meat and potatoes of the thing, Kyle, maybe for those who haven't checked out the live stream, who are just tuning in, maybe you could give a brief description of who you are and what you do in the Manitoba Initiative, and then I'll do the same. Kyle.
Awesome. Thanks, Maddie. Yeah, so my name's Kyle Coffey, and I work as the Manitoba Outreach Director for the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform. I came on staff in 2017 after I did an internship out in Calgary, and my role is basically to oversee CCBR's operations here in Manitoba and to ensure that we have the right people on the team and we grow the efforts that we are doing in this province so that we can implement the End the Killing plan with success, that we can truly protect preborn children in this province. And so I'm super excited to be doing that. A lot of the work that I do, along with activism, also involves fundraising and some church outreach as well. Yeah. And that's me.
Awesome. Yeah, and my name is Maddie Halleck. I just joined staff at the end of 2019 to work with you here in the Manitoba Initiative. My official position is the volunteer coordinator, but as Cam has mentioned, I do a bit of behind the scenes work, doing some graphic arts and also editing up the Pro Life Guys podcast, which is a whole lot of fun. So that's kind of what I do. I get to work with a wonderful team of volunteers, just making sure CCBR's programs are being implemented in Manitoba. Now, Kyle, Michael touched on a little bit. There's always challenges that come with small initiatives. Now, he talked about the wonderful potential that places like Vancouver offer us as CCBR because it is the third biggest metropolis in Canada. So there is a lot of potential for growth in that area. In Manitoba, we don't really have the same. We're not a huge population area, but nevertheless, if we're going to make abortion unthinkable in Canada, it's necessary that CCBR is in all communities throughout Canada. So maybe we can talk a little bit about some of the unique challenges that Manitoba brings to pro-life activism and kind of how we go about counteracting some of those unique challenges.
Yeah, so I would say the first challenge, as anybody who lives in Winnipeg knows, is that Manitoba is very cold several months out of the year. And so we really have to watch for those warm days, to get out and do our activism then as much as we can, but also to make sure that when the warm weather does come, that we are ready to go full bore and reach as many people as we can to really make up for those couple months that really are more dedicated to planning during the winter and church presentations and things of that sort. Another challenge that we do face out here in Manitoba is that with just you and I on staff, Maddie, we really rely on growing our team, bringing more and more people into the fold in a volunteer capacity. And so volunteers are the lifeblood, as we often say, of the work that we're doing here in Manitoba. You know, we really rely on people like Audrey Neufeld. I'll give her a shout out. She is a fantastic volunteer that we have, very dedicated. Janet Rempel, people like this who come out day after day, take time out of their busy schedule, sometimes driving half an hour, 45 minutes to come and to catch a ride, go downtown, that sort of thing. And so volunteers are what we rely on. And so the difficulty with that is reaching more people, making those connections, getting the word out about CCBR so that these people can see what we do, like what we do, and then join our team and hit the streets. That's primarily what we face here in Manitoba.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are sparsely populated, where we have little population centers all across the province. So we've been really thrilled to work this year, Kyle, with different communities all around Manitoba, building those relationships, getting in smaller communities like Winkler and Morden and Steinbach, some of these areas that are really pro-life and very quite conservatives with big church communities. And it's been awesome to be able to work with people in those communities, identify community leaders who could implement some of our programs in their communities. And that way we're reaching more and more Manitobans with the truth about abortion. And we're equipping people within their communities to actually be effective advocates for the pro-life cause. So that's something that's been really exciting for me, because we have so many great pro-lifers across the province. We've really had an opportunity to do that. And you, Kyle, have come up with a really interesting idea on how to implement a strategy to getting more people involved in what we do, not only in Manitoba, but it's transferable across Canada, really good for small initiatives like Vancouver. And here, you developed the temp position. Maybe you can talk a little bit about how we're kind of getting more people involved in what we're doing in Manitoba through that temp position.
Yeah, sure. Well, first, a big shout out to Cam Cote. Him and I talk on the phone about a lot of these proposals, and it's hard to say who came up with something first or who added so much to the idea that it really became their idea. So Cam's been really, really big working on this with me. And so the temp position we came up with to kind of respond to this need for an intermediate activist in between, let's say, the level of a staff member or an intern, let's say, and then a volunteer, someone who could kind of bridge that gap, both in terms of being more highly trained and someone who can also dedicate more hours than your average volunteer might be able to, because they would fundraise for this position, and then with that backing, with that support from their pro-life community, be able to get on the front lines and talk to people about abortion and become activist leaders, take on a leadership role to ensure that our activism is of a high quality, but also being able to be carried out very frequently. This position is very, very well suited towards university students. Maybe someone, they can go and do an internship out in Calgary or out in Toronto. However, if that doesn't work, then it doesn't work for them and their schedule, they can still take on this temp position, be an outreach leader near home, and get out frequently, maybe twice a week, maybe 3 times a week, maybe 5 times a week. It just depends. The arrangement would be very flexible, and it would be like a term position as well. And they could do it during school as well. Mm-hmm. And so it's something that, we could do year round. And it really works for both parties. So that was kind of the idea behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really breaks down the barriers to entry for the pro-life movement, because I know being a little bit older than most of our interns and stuff, when I got in the pro-life movement, that was a serious question to whether or not I could join CCBR, as I had so many things going, how do I do this work that I really want to do? So I think it's a brilliant idea. And Kyle, we've had some wonderful people who have been able to come on with us, and thankfully, our dear colleague Rose Sanders in the outreach leadership position, she actually gave us a pre-recorded video that hopefully Loretta and the backstage crew could queue up for us.
My name is Rose Sanders, and I was blessed with the opportunity to work with Kyle and Matt over the summer as an outreach leader. This position allowed me to really commit to time, doing activism, and defending life in the womb by having conversations and exposing abortion to Manitobans, letting them know what exactly was happening in their own province, in their own cities. This opportunity was one that I will always remember and cherish. It's definitely one I recommend to those of you who have a passion for saving babies, a passion to tell people what exactly abortion is. And it's definitely an opportunity for you to commit to that passion and to learn from such wonderful leaders. Kyle and Matt, you definitely showed me what it is to be a leader, leading with grace, and you led with expertise that I was honored to be mentored by you both. This is definitely a position I would recommend for anyone and everyone. It's work that needs to be done, and we need more people to do it. And what better way than to do it over your summer, committing the time, and being able to work with such amazing people.
We paid her to say that last part, right, Kyle?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
No.
We definitely slipped a bit of money under the table for that one. No.
Of course. No, we had such a wonderful just opportunity to work with wonderful, passionate pro-life activists like Rose, like Matt, like so many of our volunteers. It's such a great opportunity to be a part of this cause, this cause that's not our own. It's the preborn children's cause, yet to do with wonderful people who are standing in the gap between that victim and the violence. Now, the common theme of these initiative talks about Calgary and Vancouver, Kyle, is despite the insanity of this year, and it has been insane, we have been able, through the Lord's blessing and the support and partnership of our faithful partners, been able to grow and develop and set records like we've never done in Manitoba. So maybe you can talk about the growth that we've been able to experience in Manitoba, despite the rolling lockdowns and all the craziness that we've had to endure in 2020.
Yeah, sure. So because of COVID, we missed a big chunk of our spring activism, which is when we get out quite frequently out to university campuses. And then also on the tail end of the year, since we are in a code red lockdown, we are not doing activism at this moment. However, in between, from June until the beginning of November, we got out there and we really aimed for the stars and showed what we can do here in Manitoba with a blessed team of volunteers, with a few people in the outreach leader position. And so this year we had about 60 public displays on abortion, which is more than what we've had before, even with a full year. And also having Maddie on staff, let's not put him down at all. He has contributed greatly to the increase in what we have done. And also, so about 60 public displays on abortion. We got out about 12,000 postcards, and we knocked on over 800 doors talking with people about abortion. And so during this time, in Winnipeg and in these outlying communities, we talked with over 1,000 people about abortion. Now, these conversations, they're not just the kind of the quick rejoinder that you get with someone out on the street while they're waiting for the light. These are meaningful conversations. And this year we started tracking our conversations in a more detailed way to show how effective they are, because we know that the images are really effective, but we wanted to gather more data on our conversations because we know that it's that interpersonal connection with people that we're going to see change hearts and minds on a further deeper level and spur people to action. And so what we found, just from a sample, the sample of the last 400 conversations, is that 38% of people who were not pro-life at the start of the conversation became completely pro-life. Now, these are conversations that our volunteers, that our staff members, our outreach leaders are having. And 38% And over 50% of people are becoming more pro-life in the conversation, noticeably. This isn't just leaving a pebble in their shoe. This is people, speaking out against a former position that they had at the start of the conversation. And we found that over 80% of people, we can see that conversation left at least a pebble in the shoe. It got them thinking. And so we know that the vast majority of our conversations are leading to productive change in people. And so that's something we look to improve on, of course. Let's get that 38% up to even higher. But no, it was a good number to see and something to track going forward.
Yeah, when we talk about growth, I've seen firsthand how amazing things have been able to grow just with half a person. I'm a part-time staff, and we've been able to, just through having that extra person on staff, been able to grow exponentially this year, despite all the craziness and having those temp positions. We went from having activism outreach maybe once or twice a week to having it 6 days a week, all the way throughout the year that we've been able to actually have activism. So it's pretty amazing just what one person can do to make all the difference and make sure that our programs are being implemented in communities. It is really a grassroots movement, and we need more and more people getting on board. And that's why we're super excited. Lord willing, we're going to have Brittany Needham join our team this year as well. In my position, the volunteer coordinator, and I'll transition to working with churches in the church outreach coordinator position, God willing. But even have that extra body on full time. I'm just really, really excited for some of the growth and potential that we have going forward into 2021, because I think the sky's the limit as far as that's concerned, and continue to build those relationships with volunteers and continue to have temp staff and community leaders in other communities. It's really, really exciting. And if you want to join us, please get involved, reach out to us, go to endthekilling.ca. We're really, really looking forward to that. And if you want to help support us, that's what today's about. Giving Tuesday is about raising support to help us do our life-saving work. Kyle talked about the amount of minds and hearts that we were able to change just through having effective conversations with them, through showing them the truth of abortion, and then also having those conversations. We have wonderful materials at CCBR. This wonderful book, Stuck, on sale at thebridgehead.ca, and seeing is believing. Let me line that up with the camera. There we go. Those are great resources that if you want to get started on to see what our strategy entails, how we change hearts and minds, definitely go check it out at thebridgehead.ca as well. And if you want to support our work, which is much needed, go over to endthekilling.ca/donate and support us there. Or as Loretta has said, go to the Wonder We campaign as well. Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. I get to hang out and talk to wonderful ladies. So you got to get out of here when I have that conversation. But man, I'm so appreciative of all the work that you're doing. So thanks, Kyle. And with that, we have some wonderful ladies joining us. Awesome. I'm excited to meet you guys virtually. I gotta say, before we do introductions, I was a little bit surprised. I thought Miranda and Quiana were really weird men's names, but I thought reliably instructed that the pro-life movement was only made up of white males, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see it's also contains some wonderful, lovely ladies like yourself. So with me, I'm joined by, you can see their names at the bottom there, Miranda King in the east of Canada, in the Eastern Outreach region, and then one of the newest staff members of the Calgary, the Western Outreach Department over there is Quiana. So ladies, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about who you are and what you're kind of doing, Lord willing, in the year to come with CCBR. Miranda, why don't we start with you?
Sure. So I first got involved with CCBR last summer. I was an intern in Toronto, and then I helped to team lead this past internship just past 3 months in London. And then hopefully in the new year, I will be joining the Eastern Outreach Department of CCBR as the community liaison.
Awesome. Kiana, how about yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to be joining in the Calgary office as the Calgary Volunteer Coordinator. That's actually how I connected with CCBR to begin with as a volunteer myself. So I'm super excited to see the Calgary team grow and just be able to work alongside the great volunteers we have and see other volunteers join and be trained as well.
Yeah, awesome. So maybe you guys can tell me a little bit about and tell our listeners a little bit about how you kind of got first involved in the pro-life movement. What spurred you on to make this a career, to come on staff? Tell us a little bit about that. So Miranda, if you could.
Yeah. So I grew up in a pro-life Christian family, and it was always something that I was passionate about. I love kids, and so just the concept of abortion is horrifying. And then seeing where our culture is going and feeling helpless. In high school, I had friends who were pro-choice, and I tried to have conversations and didn't get anywhere, and didn't know really what could I do as one person to make a difference. In light of the abortion tragedy that is going on around the world and here in Canada. And so I heard of CCBR. I don't know how I first heard about CCBR, but I have a number of friends who have done the internship. And then I did it last summer. I had looked into other internships with different pro-life organizations, but it didn't seem like they were doing the same sort of work as CCBR was doing. So I was really excited to get on the street. And within the first couple weeks, being able to see minds changed through that was so exciting. And I knew that was something that I wanted to do with my life within a couple weeks. So it's really exciting to be joining staff.
Awesome. And Kiana, how about yourself?
Yeah, similar start to Miranda, that I grew up in a Christian family that was fairly pro-life. And my first connection with CCBR was actually back when I was probably 8 or 9. My family started folding newsletters just to help out the organization in that way. And so then a couple of years ago, just was able to reconnect myself and start volunteering and just being on the street and seeing minds changing, and that sort of thing was so encouraging. And so then just with practice and obviously the mentorship of the other volunteers and the staff who were out on the street with me, seeing how someone can grow just through my own experience in that. And so I was super excited for the opportunity to join staff, and especially in this role to be able to help other people the way that people helped me to just grow in having these conversations.
Yeah, awesome. Well, the theme of these conversations really towards the end of the day have been growth. So maybe you could talk about a little bit about how getting involved with CCBR has led to your personal growth. What are some of the things that you've taken away from the internships, from the volunteering that have really stuck with you? So you guys can just jump in and let me know how CCBR has helped you grow as a pro-life advocate.
That's a good question. I would say I grew up pretty shy. Wasn't a huge fan of talking to strangers. And even after last summer, people who heard what I had done, they were surprised. They were like, wow, quiet Miranda out on the streets talking to strangers, changing people's minds. So it definitely taught me boldness and learning that it's important to do hard things. And also something that I learned was how to lead, even when it's not something that I want to do. So after my internship last summer, I actually took the skills that I'd learned through that and started a community group in the Waterloo region, training new volunteers and leading activism there to reach Waterloo region with the truth of abortion as well. And it's not something that's in my comfort zone, but it's something that CCBR equipped me to do. And I've been really thankful for the opportunities I've had to do that. And then again, this past few months with leading the team of interns in London has also been a growth experience, which has been really exciting.
Awesome. Kiana.
Yeah, I think that learning the apologetics and having a conversation was huge for me. I think that it's easy for me to start a conversation, but then actually learning how to ask good questions and to get people to really come to this conclusion for themselves. And then also just how to keep the conversation on track so that we're actually having an effective conversation are probably two skills that I just really appreciated in CCBR's model and apologetics.
Yeah. So
And then
what are?
also, I think teaching some of the people out on the street.
Yeah, totally. Sorry, it glitched out there
just,
for a second.
Yeah, so just reaching some of the people on the street who start out really upset or really hardened, and being able to treat them with respect and see them come to a place where they're having a good conversation with someone is so exciting and so encouraging.
Well, let's jump into a little bit of those tools. Can you elaborate? What are some of the tools that we use as an organization that equip people to get involved in the pro-life movement? Maybe Quiana, you can talk a little bit about some of those conversational tools that we employ that really help us not get off track in the conversation, and also have a less adversarial kind of approach to talking to people about abortion on the streets.
Absolutely. So with any circumstance that someone brings up, that a woman or a family facing a crisis pregnancy situation, whatever concerns they have, we always start with common ground and with agreeing that that is a really difficult situation and that there are people who are facing that and struggling with it. And so already we can kind of come alongside people instead of kind of disagreeing and bumping heads. And then when we've established that common ground, to just use an analogy, which I find really helps people kind of have that emotional distance, because it's no longer their problem or their family member's problem. It's just a illustration or an analogy that we can think through from a bit of a distance. And then giving an analogy that shows the principle that we can't solve problems through killing people. And so in this case, obviously, that person being a preborn child. And then ending that with a question to really get them thinking of, if we wouldn't kill a born child or a born adult for this reason, why are we willing to kill a preborn child? And that's how we kind of start all the conversations, and then bringing them to the discussion about human rights and if all humans shouldn't be given equal human rights.
Yeah, no, and that's such an important part of our conversations, talking about what it means to be a human, and really highlighting the humanity of the preborn child. And as you made mention, it's often when people come to us to have these conversations, they're focused more on the circumstances that a mother would find herself in, and that's really the goal, is through making common ground, using analogies, and then asking probing questions. We really get to the heart of the issue, which is what are the preborn and what does abortion do to them? So ladies, it's interesting that I'm facilitating this conversation, because I'm actually one of the newer members of the CCBR staff as well. And I can remember that I had a lot of excitement, but then quite a bit of anxiety as well at doing this work full time. So maybe you guys can talk a little bit about what you're looking forward to in 2021 as you come on staff. What are things that you're a little bit anxious about, but maybe what things, even despite your anxiety, why you choose to do this line of work above all else? So Miranda, maybe you can share a little bit about that with us.
That's a good question. One thing I'm 100% excited for is just the opportunity to do this sort of work full time. Over the past year, with running Waterloo Region Against Abortion, I've been able to do it part-time, but separate from the community that is at CCBR among the staff. And so I'm excited to be part of that community and doing this work, and also to be able to not be just doing it on evenings and weekends, but throughout my work day. I would say something that is usually a worry is fundraising. And I am not as worried, I think, as some people would think I might be, because with doing 2 internships now, I've been so blessed with the generosity of people around me. And so I have not yet started fundraising for this position, but I'm actually looking forward to having the opportunity to share this mission and this vision with people that I hope to ask for support from, and to have them come alongside me. So that's something that is definitely something that I would be worried about, but I'm kind of looking forward to.
Yeah, and it's helpful to know that this isn't our cause. I made mention of that in the last. It's the cause of the preborn children in their mother's wombs who are the victims of abortion, and it's just our duty as those who are willing to do it to stand up, interpose between the victim and the violence. And I think keeping that vision in front of you makes fundraising a lot more, a lot easier, because you know it's out of your hands. It's not your cause. It's up to the Lord and our gracious partners. Now, Kiana, how about yourself? What are you looking forward to? What are you a little nervous about? Just tell us a little bit about what 2021 looks like for you.
Yeah, as I briefly mentioned earlier, I'm super excited to see a growth in the volunteer team. I am so appreciative of the volunteer team we have in Calgary. Have some really good friends on that team, and just so blessed to see them reaching out to people and doing that in their spare time and where they have availability. So just building that and bringing other people on, I'm super excited about. And really allowing people to experience what all of us have experienced, of just the blessing really that it is to us also to change people's minds and to see lives saved by the words we speak and the actions that we take. So that's probably what I'm most excited about. The hardest part for me, I'd say, has been public speaking. I am not naturally very comfortable with public speaking. I love talking to people individually and in more of a casual setting. But I've been pleasantly surprised, as Miranda said, very thankful for Cam and his mentorship through the fundraising. I feel like it's already become a lot easier. But yeah, that would probably be the difficulty for me.
Well, you're doing just fine, and we're live on air as we speak. So that's that's awesome. I know it was. I had a lot of reticence on exactly what a career in the pro-life movement would look like, but it has been such a blessing to come on staff with CCBR. We had the pleasure of getting together this year as well as a full team, and it's just awesome to be a part of something with like-minded individuals of diverse backgrounds of from all different areas of life. Like I just toured the country playing punk rock music for most of my life, but we all kind of share the same conviction, and all our stories are really centered around really understanding in full the humanity of the preborn child, and then also seeing the horrific violent nature of abortion. So maybe you guys can talk a little bit about the effectiveness of utilizing that full-blown strategy of CCBR and why you're excited about implementing that in a full-time basis.
That's a good question too. I actually questioned CCBR strategy for a number of years before doing an internship. I was worried about using the graphic reality of abortion in public. But since joining CCBR and seeing that strategy implemented on the street, I've just more and more been so convinced that this is right and this is good and this is necessary. Because like you were saying, we are not here on our own cause. We are here for the preborn. And so as their ambassadors, who better to speak for them than themselves? And they cannot speak, but their broken bodies can be seen. And so we need to show that truth to the community. I've seen the apologetics, like you were saying, are so important. But so often you can only get so far in a conversation, because a stranger on the street saying something, who are you to believe that? But as soon as you confront them with a photo of a reality that is unanswerable, no words are needed anymore. And so the power of the pictures is incredible.
Yeah, when you talk about reaching people, quite often we try and reach their hearts and their minds, and that's really important for us to understand. The apologetics, the pictures, that really goes to a lot of the head apologetics, but the pictures also touch on those heart apologetics as well. So, Kiana, maybe before we wrap up, you can talk a little bit about the necessity of of being empathetic, of listening to people when we talk to them, when we want to reach them, and the power of reaching the person and not just winning the argument.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, one of the things that is really helpful to clarify when it comes to listening is like the active listening. And so not just listening for a space to speak, as much as we do want to share truth, but actually really seeking to understand what's being said. And I found that oftentimes to make that distinction for the person that I'm talking with, I need to be actively repeating back to them what they're saying in my own words so that they know I've understood what they're saying. And it's amazing to me how much people need to be listened to. That has been such a blessing in just being out on the streets when people trust us to open up and share the really difficult things that they've been through, whether that is facing an abortion or I think of a lot of foster kids that I've been able to talk with who view abortion as a good thing because they don't want a child to go through what they've gone through. And so, yeah, people are so important. And as much as we very much want to change minds, we really want to reach the whole person, not just the logic and the intellectual part of them. And so absolutely being kind and compassionate in what we're saying and how we're listening goes a long way. And I think for some people, even if they don't remember exactly what you said, they're going to remember how you treated them. And they'll be more inclined to listen to someone the next time or to look it up themselves.
Yeah, totally. That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, before I let you guys get off the screen, a little bit of advice to those who are sitting on the fence, maybe thinking, I don't know if I can do this. I want each one of you, Miranda, we'll start with you, and then Quiana, you can jump in after. Give some advice, give some encouragement to those who are sitting on the fence. They're not sure if they want to get involved in the pro-life movement. Why do they need to do it today?
For me, it's seeing the incredible need. The numbers are staggering. 300 children every day, and the number of people who are employed full-time to end their lives is far outweighing the number of those who are employed full-time to save them. And so for me, it's not just a passion, it's a calling, right? It's a need that we need to fulfill. And so many people will say, well, maybe that's something that you're called to, but I don't know about myself. But I think that as Christians, it's very clear that we are called to bring justice to the vulnerable, to those who are orphaned and widowed. And the preborn are the biggest demographic in our country today who are experiencing that injustice. And so what do we need to do? We need to answer that call to bring justice and mercy to the oppressed. And also people might say, well, I don't know if I have the personality for that. But the pro-life movement needs every type of personality. So whether you're quiet or outgoing, there's a need and a role that you can play.
Quiana.
Yeah, I think I would just really build on what Miranda said because I think she shared so much truth in that, and something that I've actually been talking to a lot of people about while I'm fundraising is that in the human rights violations of the past, we've seen people who are, first of all, causing those violations and really the perpetrators of evil. And then we've seen those who are fighting against them with everything they have. But then the largest group is the group who are doing nothing and who aren't doing even the simplest things that are in front of them. And so I think every one of us has the responsibility not to fall into that group, as easy as it is to be in that group. And so in the same way as we look back on people who lived in Germany and didn't stand for the rights of those who were killed in the Holocaust, we don't want to be those people today. And so I'd encourage everybody that it isn't really just a calling, like Miranda said, on certain people's lives. It's actually a responsibility that every one of us have in living in a society that is killing people.
Yeah, I mean that's really powerful, and that's a great point. And I can't, Miranda, you talk about the different personalities in the movement. And I just remember when I went to do some training in Calgary, it was just an internship of the most mild-mannered, meek, lovely girls I've ever met. Wouldn't even hurt a fly, yet they go out there and they're passionately defending the life of the preborn. You know, they got assaulted one time, their signs broken, and we were really worried about them. And then we come back and they're like, no, it was great. We had amazing conversations, and I'm like, this is really cool. You know, it is a movement, a grassroots movement. You don't need to be an all-star. You don't need to be the most philosophical or theologically minded. You can be, like Miranda said, of all sorts of different personalities to get involved. The most important part is that you do it, and do it now. So we are so thankful to have wonderful ladies like you come on staff with us. Our listeners, our supporters, if you want to support the work we're doing so we can hire more Mirandas and Quianas and maybe less Maddies, but you need one or two of them in the bunch. But if you want to support our work in doing that, go to endthekilling.ca/donate, or you can go to our Wonder We page as well to check that out. Ladies, thank you so much for joining with me and making this conversation a lot better looking.
Thanks, Maddie.
All right, Loretta, back to you.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I am so excited for our oncoming staff and those who are, I know that there's more in the waiting lines, looking forward to coming on staff. So I look excited to see our team grow. I know that we have had so many supporters who have been supporting us as we did launch our campaign a few weeks ago. So we have been having those donations come in, and we're certainly leaving the campaign open till the end of the night. But please do consider giving. I'll give an update again towards the end. We do have one more session for you here, and that's looking ahead for CCBR as a whole. So I'm going to play one more video here, and then we will jump back to wrap it up.
While doing activism at a university campus, I asked a student named Kamal what he thought about abortion. He took a pamphlet and went on his way. He then looked at the images and returned. He told me that after seeing the images of abortion victims, he knew that abortion was always wrong and could never be justified.
Boom. I think that was intentional on Loretta's behalf to get all the young people on right before they bring back all the old geezers who've been around forever. Thank you, Loretta. Yeah, it is good to be back on with Nick and Jonathan. For those who don't know, my name's Cam. I'm the Western Outreach Director for CCBR. And I just happen to be on the left-hand side of the screen, which is why I started talking first. Nick's the real brains of the operation. Nick, tell us about yourself.
Hi, Nick Rosendahl. Definitely not the real brains of the operation, but I am the president, so I get to call the shots every once in a while, which is fun. But next is the real brains of the operation, Mr. Jonathan Van Maren.
Well, I'm the communications director. I've been on a couple times already, so like Cam, my introduction seems fairly redundant. Cam, since you've taken control of this segment, looking at CCBR, kind of going forward, where we've been and where we're going to go, where do you want to start off? That's a big topic. It's been 9 years since the End the Killing plan was launched. So where do we want to start?
I want to start at the beginning. Once upon a time. No, I find it really interesting. I'd be interested in both of your takes. So three of us, I think. Jonathan, you joined in 2011. Nick, you and I both joined in that kind of transition, 2012, 2013 kind of time. And at that point, I know that wasn't actually all that long ago, all things considered. But like you said, 9 years since the launch of the End the Killing plan. And just to see...
And then 10 years in 2020.
Yeah, the growth and development of the organization. I remember at the time when I got involved, I felt like this young kid that really didn't know anything. And just like, there are so many dragons that had to be killed, and just like point me in the direction that needed to have a choice change sign faced in that direction, and let me go and change some minds. And the three of us, I think, probably joined in somewhat similar of a fashion. And yet the three of us are now not, I I don't want to say pulling strings, but we're empowering people like Quiana, Miranda to come and really take the torch when it comes to that street level outreach, having the voice that are engaging with the high school students, the college students, that kind of thing. And really just kind of that experience of transition from being those people who are on the front lines and now seeing the next generation of pro-life activists really take that torch and build so far beyond where things were at when we first got involved. I know that's not really a question, but I'd be curious in kind of your thoughts on that journey, I guess.
I think the biggest thing that I notice is the internships. Like I think back to when we moved here in 2014, we had an internship in Ontario. I want to say four young people that were involved in that one. I don't know if we had one in Calgary after that, so we might have. Yeah, we did, but much smaller than we have now. So like to see that growth of the young people getting involved and going from a handful to close to 50 this year has just been phenomenal. That along with all the other programs that we have going on is fantastic. So
yeah, I guess the thing that's craziest for me looking back is because when we laid out the plan in 2011 and launched it in 2012, which would have been Cam's internship, you lay out a huge plan and you're not totally sure that you can actually pull it off. Like there was 5 of us when I started in January 2011. I was hired right out of SFU to help them work on the nationwide plan. But at that point, there was 5 of us in one office in Calgary. And so we had big plans, and it was exciting because everything was on the move all the time, and everything we were doing was always new, right? So it's like, okay, this is the biggest internship, and now it's the next biggest internship, right? We did activism in 5 cities, 10 cities, 15 cities, and suddenly like 30, 40 cities wasn't that big of a deal anymore. A reach of 250,000, I remember, was just so huge in the beginning. And now 4 million was a disappointment because of the pandemic. We're glad we hit that, but 4.5 million last year was like, wow, we're going up in increments of 500,000 or 1 million. And so for me, I don't think I really breathed between 2011 and 2016 because we grew by 10 times basically from 5 to 50 during internship season. We had this full-time staff all over the place. And there's a really weird moment when you realize people are giving up other jobs and people are actually signing up to go full-time behind the vision, behind the strategy with families, which is kind of it's sort of a heady feeling. It's like, oh, okay, it has to work now because you've got people giving up futures to work on this. And it's one thing when you decide to do it, right? But when other people start coming on behind you, it's quite the feeling. So yeah, from one office in Calgary with 5 of us to 5 years later, over 50 people during internship season with offices right across the country. And yeah, I guess Cam, that must have been a bit of vertigo for you, from an internship in 2012, and now you're running offices and branches in 3 provinces.
Oh man, it has been an absolute wild ride. And just to echo what you had mentioned, just seeing the pure passion of, the people who are willing to put aside career plans and whatnot. I feel like I was in a bit of a unique position. I was just finishing my schooling. I had some graduate stuff lined up after I was done my bachelor's degree, but I really had a blank slate lying in front of me. And yet I look at some of these people, I look at Alex not walking away, but realizing that he had this opportunity to work full-time in the movement after working in a very, very professional career as an automotive repairman. And people like Kyle. Nick, I'm sure yourself as well. Kyle came into the internship in 2017. He spent 2 months living in Calgary while his wife was 6 and 7 months pregnant, and left his job as an accountant, a very, very steady job, to come and dedicate his life towards protecting preborn children. And Nick, I'm sure that it was probably a fairly nerve-wracking thing for you. This wasn't quite a blank slate. If this doesn't work out, then I'm just a kid sort of thing. Like you were very much on a career path before switching gears and starting at CCBR, right?
Yeah, it was definitely a step of faith because just finishing my at CASB, which is CA School of Business program, which is a 3-year postgraduate program. To become a CA, and just ready to get my letters, and then CCBR says, hey, how about you come work for us and manage some new offices. and fundraise your salary in the meantime. And yeah, it was, I had a wife and 2 kids to support, a mortgage to pay and not default on, and et cetera, et cetera. So definitely a change of pace, but a very welcome one at the time. And the growth pains as we transitioned from, the early years of 2011 to now, the last 10 years have been phenomenal. Like, there's always been a few bumps in the road. It wasn't that long ago we were still doing a lot of our books through Excel spreadsheets, which it's just a nightmare to think back on. And now to try do that would just be we would need a lot bigger staff to keep track of it all.
Yeah, and one thing that I really think of often, and especially hearing from Miranda and Quana and countless others that we talk to who are looking forward to a career in the pro-life movement. When we were in high school, like I remember when I was in grade 10 and I put together my career and personal planning plan for like what I was going to be when I grew up, sort of thing. The idea of being a full-time pro-life activist was not even on my radar. Like this wasn't even a possibility. And yet we have people reaching out to us who are in like grade 9, grade 10 sort of thing. Hey, what kind of classes should I be taking through like senior high and university to prepare myself for a career in the pro-life movement? That is so cool, and how this is a legitimate career, right? That this is something that people can come into with confidence now, knowing that they can support a family, they can look after their medical bills and all that kind of stuff, and not live on the edge of a knife, sort of thing, right?
Yeah, if I had to point out just a couple of things to riff off what you're saying there, Cam, that have really changed in the last 9 years, and there's many things. I think when we went over our numbers at the very beginning of this live stream and then throughout, there's obviously that we've had the ability to go from reaching 250,000 to 4 million, and if we hadn't been shut down by a lockdown, we probably would have been approaching a much higher number, which was the initial goal. But there's a couple of things that have been noticeably different. I think the first and foremost one is that we've normalized constant activism. That before CCBR came on the scene with a national plan, there was a couple of groups that were doing sporadic activism. You had Show the Truth that was doing a 2-week tour every summer, different provinces and things like that. So we weren't the first, but we kind of created an organization that had activism happening across the country at all times. It's sort of almost an assembly line approach to activism. We had, put in process, we made that happen. The second thing is that, and you'll remember this for sure, Cam, but when we started off, our tactics were considered pretty controversial. And as some of our friendly trolls on our social media page remind us, it's still obviously controversial to some. But in the pro-life movement, there's not really much of a question anymore about whether or not abortion victim photography is effective. I remember when CCBR didn't get invited to conferences, and now by and large we're co-hosting them. And we didn't actually persuade most people by relentlessly explaining to them, the historical basis of our strategy. We really essentially, crushed people's questions with sheer results. I remember sending people 30 to 35 pages of testimonies from just a week of just everybody writing down their testimonies. And they would say things like abortion victim photography doesn't work. And I'd send them just a document of like over 30 pages. And I'm just, are all these people making this up, or are we seeing a lot of people change their mind and become pro-life on the streets? And then if you combine all those anecdotes, the stories of the saved babies, and then the data, which several of us have mentioned throughout the live stream, eventually people just started to realize, okay, so if this is working this effectively, then maybe this is something that works. And then, which leads me to the third thing I think that's changed, which you had alluded to, Cam, which is that we've mainstreamed the idea of pro-life work as a career. Right, Greg Cunningham of CBR has always said there's more time. The reason abortion stays legal is because there's more people working full time to kill babies than there is to save them. And yeah, when you started, it was a pretty weird thing to spring on those around us because they didn't know anybody else who was doing it. And so it was a pretty weird thing to do. But now, as you say, we've both had the opportunity to sit down with people who are like, hey, what do I take next semester? Because I want to be primed, to work for CCBR, to get out there, to be changing hearts and minds. And when you see young people willing to commit their careers to this organization, that alone is such a massive show of faith that's also hugely contributed to people realizing, okay, these tactics must work. Because kids aren't only going for one summer, they're coming back again, and then they're working full time. And no, they wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't working. They wouldn't be throwing themselves away for nothing. They wouldn't be, voluntarily getting screamed at or enduring the sorts of things Blaze talked about. Just to get a rise out of people. They're doing this because they're seeing real results, so much so that they're willing to commit their lives to it.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll tack on there is obviously those are by and large the big factors that are weighing for a lot of people. But I think another factor is also meeting the people, right? It's really easy to think of the people who do abortion victim photography as being these crazy nut jobs who have nothing better to do with their lives, sort of thing. And while there isn't much better that I can do with my life than trying to save babies. I'd be curious, Nick. So I feel like I've been on the phone with you like a dozen times in the last 3 months talking about new people that I'm hoping will apply for jobs and that kind of thing. And obviously those who have tuned in to this long live stream have seen a lot of the incredible, very meek and mild kind of people, as Maddie put it last session, people of all different personality types, people of all different backgrounds and kind of trajectories and whatnot. Nick, you're the guy who gets to see a lot of these applications. You have the opportunity to do a lot of the reference calls. And I'd be curious what your thoughts are on this growing team. Are we all just like one monolith of people that just have a soapbox and want something to do with it? Or is it really a pretty good cross-section of different personality types and that kind of thing?
There's definitely some trends in it. We get most of our applicants coming from an internship, so they're excited about the activism and going out and doing the outreach, talking to people. So that is by and large the biggest group, but there is quite a wide variety. Guys and gals, different backgrounds, different faiths, different ages, even, right? Like we see us three on here are all family men. We got high school students applying for different internships, and we have Kyle and Maddie that came on staff, and with families or getting married. It's been fantastic to see, and from all across the country too, right? It's not just from a certain region. It's not just from Calgary, where we were based out of 10 years ago, but we're in BC, Manitoba, out east here in Ontario, and even some interest from down in the States, and they want to come up and join our team or our internships, it's fantastic to see how widespread the connections are and steadily becoming.
Yeah. And Jonathan, I'll throw it back to you in just a moment to kind of recap some of the statistics and maybe some of the exciting programs that we're looking at this coming year. But one other thing, you had mentioned that strategy and how we have been bludgeoning people over the head with the history. An interesting kind of transition that I've seen. I don't know if you're quite as interested in it because you're much more passionate about history. My appreciation for history has grown more and more, but I found more and more in the fundraising and strategy presentations that I'm giving, I'm referring less and less to historic social reform movements, because I feel like when I first got involved with CCBR, we were very much pitching an idea that this has worked historically and we're confident that it will work again. And yet last time I was out in Manitoba, Kyle and I were basically giving the pitch that, it's really cool that this has worked throughout history, but regardless of whether this is a brand new tactic or not, the results that we're seeing are incredibly encouraging. And so even if this has never been done before, the results that we're seeing are so encouraging that we really can't be turning elsewhere anyways, right? And so I don't know if that's going to threaten the history that you've been so good at packaging for people who don't have quite the same aptitude as me, packaging it in your book, Seeing is Believing, or other places. But just kind of maybe speak to that transition and some of those numbers. I know that you've alluded to a few of them, but wrapping 2020 up.
Yeah, so I would agree with you completely. My presentations have also largely changed. Before we were saying, look, it worked before. We've got anecdotal evidence that it works now. So give us a shot and we'll prove that we can do what they did, essentially, right? Mm-hmm. And you're right now. At this point, if you look at where we've come from between 2011 and 2020, the fact that, during a pandemic with lockdowns and restrictions, we can still have a reach of 4 million. We are doing exactly what we said we would. We've been incredibly blessed with a large team, with supporters who have helped us do that. And the strategy and the tactics have been effective as we thought we were. I guess the one addendum I would say that the reason the history is still important is because you're always going to get people, and you knew I was going to make the case that the history was important.
You're just clinging to that history.
Yeah.
No.
but one of the reasons it's particularly important, even when discussing with supporters, is that because even though we say it works, there's still a lot of people And you see a lot of detractors right now in London and other places that Blaise referred to, saying that these images shouldn't be used. It's important to point out that every movement that was ever successful used imagery to stigmatize the activity they were attempting to reduce. Every single successful social reform movement has shown photos of the victims. So what that also does is it not only does it assert that we are effective, but it normalizes what we do. We're not doing anything different than the abolitionists or the civil rights marchers. So if you're saying that CCBR is doing something uniquely horrifying or traumatizing, then you have to say that people who disseminated images of George Floyd are doing the same thing. You have to say the newspapers have published the photograph of Ian Curdy on the beach. You have to say that the abolitionists, the civil rights marchers, that they were all radical and extreme. So for me, it just sort of lays out how CCBR is just yet another social reform movement walking in the footsteps of Wilberforce, Hine, King, and all these other groups. And we're emulating their tactics because those tactics worked, but also because we're doing what they did, which is trying to end an enormous injustice. So numbers-wise, just looking ahead briefly to 2020, obviously, I'm going to be a lot less firm about what the plan is than I was last year when I sat down with our supporters and spoke with them. But God willing, what we would like to do in 2021 is what we had planned to do in 2020. Because what CCBR had been planning to do is 2019 to 2020 was going to be a big jump. What we'd like to do is we'd like to expand our team, really push ourselves, attempt to reach, attempt to jump our view count up by 1 million or more, and then consolidate that, ensure that we have all the protocols in place, ensure that the staff has been onboarded properly, and then stabilize the organization, and then make another jump. So this year, we're very grateful that we managed to exceed our 2019 goals. But moving into 2021, what we would like to do is have a jump in the millions. We would like to have our cross-country tour. We will be setting up new groups, and God willing, we'll have the largest internship we've ever had. All of this is pandemic depending, of course. So while that's absolutely the plan, and we now know because of what we did this year that these things are possible. And I'll say one other thing to our supporters really quickly, just so that they understand how much work we put into this, is our whole team met for the first time in years. Our whole team from all across the country was together. We met in BC in August to basically just go through contingency plans. And we have a full plan for every single stage of lockdown and every single form of restriction. So no matter what the government throws at us next year, pandemic-wise, even if it's sort of like a code red lockdown, we have ways of continuing to reach people to truth about abortion no matter what. So this year has taught us a lot, and we're determined to reach, hope, God willing, millions more than we did this year. And if we have the opportunity to hit the streets, if we can let our engines roar, and we can have the internship of the size that we wanted to, next year will be our biggest year ever.
Exactly. And just in conclusion, Nick, I'll throw it to you in conclusion, but it on my end, it's been so exciting to see this team go from a team that can fit around my kitchen table to a team that can hardly fit in the park beside my house, sort of thing. It's been so encouraging to see more and more people answer that call, and more people get tuned in, whether in a staff capacity, whether in a volunteer capacity or an internship, to join the team in whatever capacity they can, so that together we can change minds, save lives, all that incredible business that I say that as though we say it too often, but for those tuning in, like, we need to hear that, I guess, that we are changing minds, we are saving lives, and we are transforming this country. And Nick, I'll throw it to you for any words of wisdom from the president in conclusion to this last segment here.
Yeah, it is very encouraging to see the steady growth, not only in volunteers, like you mentioned, but the applicants for internship and staff. Even without our major summer internship, we still have 3-4 young people that want to join staff, which is fantastic. And like Jonathan alluded to, if we have our big internship next year, we want to take the organization to the next level, step up all our offices and our staff, and continue to reach as many Canadians across Canada as possible, grow our reach and change as many hearts and minds as we can in the shortest amount of time. So it is very encouraging, and we've learned this year to be flexible because of the pandemic, and we're ready, I think, for almost anything. But I say that cautiously because 2020 is not over yet. But we do have a great team. If you tuned into the live stream at all today, then you got to meet most of them, and everyone's coming from different backgrounds and a few of them have left jobs and professions and joined our team, and that's, like Jonathan said, that's a vote of confidence, and that's very encouraging to the rest of us. And we hope that continues, and with the Lord's blessing, we'll continue to do our best to make Canada more pro-life than it was yesterday.
Boom. All right. That's the old folks from CCBR. Let's bring it back to Loretta to finish us off, bring us home, finish off this incredible live stream that she's been so good in coordinating. I'm going to throw it out here right now before Michael cuts me out of the stream. Huge shout out to Loretta and the entire team behind the scenes, just because I know that Loretta's probably going to shut this down as soon as she's done, and then nobody gets to thank her for all of the amazing work that she's done over the past several weeks, herding us crew of cats around, trying to get all of our talks prepped and all that kind of thing. Huge props and thank you to you, Loretta. And without further ado, you can bring us home here.
Oh,
yes, thanks so much.
I should have stayed out of the stream a little bit longer.
No, it's better to have you with us. That way we can see you go bright red.
I'm really good at doing that. Yeah, thanks to everybody on the crew for joining me on this live stream adventure, and in particular Brittany, who has been in the background all day with me. She was just in on one session earlier today, but she has been here with us all day helping with many of these transitions. I also want to give a shout out. We have had 8 peer-to-peer campaigns started this year. It's our first ever peer-to-peer campaign. And so we've had 8 different individuals or teams join together to raise funds towards our campaign as well. Those are actually going to be continuing, and so we're going to leave that open so that they can continue to invite their friends to donate. I've actually also just launched another campaign, and it's give a voice to the preborn, and so that's a peer-to-peer opportunity so that you can join with your family and your friends, and just add that to part of your Christmas giving this year is being able to support the work that we're doing. And you can join together with your family and friends and create your own goal. And so you can check that out at endthekilling.wonderweed.com. It's the same location as our other campaign. This one has the subcategory of give a voice, but you could just go to the endthekilling.wonderweed.com. You'll see that one there. You'll also see the other peer-to-peers that are currently running as well. So thanks so much for all the champions who are speaking up and helping us do the work that we're doing, and those who are planning to come on board. So we certainly appreciate all of your support. I will give a final update in the next couple days here when I calculate everything. I know I've been getting messages through the day of people saying that they're still sending money in towards the campaign. And so I'm not going to give you a final number here yet. We have that almost, we're at about 67% of the campaign already posted, but I know that there's at least, there's a good chunk that's still coming in. And so I will wait for the dust to settle on that, and I will give you all an update on our social media. So thanks again so much for joining us, and thank you for all your support and enabling the work that we do so that we can see more preborn lives valued and saved. Thanks again.